that Regieleki towards the tier 2 on top, because there's already the Chandelier and the Blaziken blocking it.
Now FSC Sports seems to be really looking forward to get this melt in their favor, but Clown5, now this is the moment where the tides can change, the tables can be turned by the side of Clown5 itself. They've already got a 50 over dunk in the tier 1, bottom tier 1. So they know that they do have a little bit of lead as with the pop-ups that will appear for themselves. But seems FSC Sports, they want to start. They want to get the KOs done. The Blastoise has already been trapped with the mean look, but look at the damage he's dealing right this position. If the Blastoise goes down, FSC Sports will crumble down.
Blastoise as well as the Blissey, I think they're going to be super crucial. Mean look coming in on the Blastoise. Hydro Cannon being used with the Surf, he just backs off, but in the meantime a big 50 without any trouble. FS will be able to score, meaning 100. This might force Clown5 to get into a team fight, and they're trying their best to do it. Nice Surf coming in, and then the Hydro Cannons popped out as the Unite along with the Verdant Anger finds one. That's the Chandelier out, but the Glaceon's damage being missed. I think the time was not perfect. Mean look was used, Blastoise being blocked, and right as now FS after finding one KO will be disciplined, but in the meantime from the backline Spice comes in, but Blair super low. He's trying to go, but there's the Focus Blast coming in, finds the KO from the Blaziken, and that's the Venusaur down. Now Mew has to survive along with the help of Buzzwole, because 3 players from the side of FS are in Nurse Joy's Pokemon Center. Now Blissey is back. In the meantime Clown5, they've decided to take this Rayquaza on themselves. Mew is ready for the steal, but the Umbreon is chasing. Buzzwole is finally here, so the Buzzwole can cause some trouble with the gravity. Pies is a little bit held, but look at his superpower, and also overhit, but the steal, there's no chance of it. Clown5 already decided they wanted the Rayquaza. They'll get the Rayquaza, and FSE Sports, even after getting so much control in this game, will be losing this to Clown5 in game number 1.
What a game, what a kind of play it came up from the side of Clown5, one after another, finding the KOs in the crucial moments, especially the Venusaur going down in the final moment where he was the much required Pokemon for the side of FSE Sports, turned the tables in the favor of Clown5. And as you mentioned, even after having such a beautiful control throughout the match, it all came down to the Rayquaza fight where Clown5 literally nailed it.
Great try coming in from FSE Sports, but Clown5 kept their cool till the end and played out really well. If they didn't, things could have gone south for them. Especially I think Joy was super crucial. His mean look and snarl coming through. Yes, sometimes it felt like he was overextending, but it was good enough to find the team, or to help the team find what was necessary. Sings on the other end, I felt certain times he was unfortunately getting KO'd, gets caught in between the beams coming through the sludge bombs, even though he also was trying to do the same thing with his imprison and overhit. Eventually towards the end, even after him going down first, a little bit early push coming in from Blair. Blair I think could have held towards the legendary pet, rather decided to go and fight with his team towards the bottom path. That's when he met Obito, and Obito put him to rest in Nurse Joy's Pokemon Center, and from there Obito took control of things, let Pies do nothing, and you can see Obito towards the end functioning so well, found much value which was necessary for Clown5. Blair, Pies, Pardesi, Rook, unfortunate. Their damage output, as you can see, has not been that great. Especially from Blair, after starting off so strong, I would have expected him to surpass close to 90,000 at least, but was not the case. Whereas Obito, towards the end, he ended up pulling out a 70k damage output.
Exactly. I mean, overall, if you just see, even after not getting a lot of objectives, Clown5 were still maintaining that kind of levels of their own Pokemon. I was thinking that, somehow they might just falter in that, but the graph says it all. Clown5, they didn't had a very big control till I would say the 7th or 7.5 minutes, but after that, when they got the chance of that overdunk, slowly and gradually, they got the momentum and snatched it away from the side of Clown5.
One thing I feel like
FSE Sports.
FSE Sports didn't do was over-dunking on tier 1s on either top or bottom. They just broke it by minimal of 15 and sometimes just 30, which I didn't feel like was an overdunk. And also, it was not a proper overdunk because I think there was still around 20 to 15 AOS energy left that they could have dunked on. So I would have expected for them to go for overdunk, which did not come through. Therefore, easily Clown5 catched up especially in that bottom path push of the tier 1 breakdown, where they got it towards the just before the Rayquaza fight, when Regieleki was being confirmed from the side of FSC Sports. So very smartly and I think methodically, Clown5 planned it towards the end. Early game was not at all there, as we could clearly see it. Whether it be the Regi Ice, Regi Steel, which was all being taken away from FS, even Regi Steel being stolen away, because of which they ended up finding a 2-3 KO streak on that Venusaur on Blair. But the stack is something that we spoke about, and you can see, compared to Clown5's Blaziken and Buzzwole here, Buzzwole got a 3 stack towards the 6-minute mark, whereas only 1 stack was done from Blaziken. So output damage from PYZ was good, but I think somewhere teams not playing together or players not playing together as a team, which affected PYZ's performance. PYZ, we could see with the superpower, he was dragging the players out. His damage output was nice, but he was being assisted with either the Blissey or rarely the Blastoise. Therefore, you could see enough damage output to find a KO immediately was not there.
Yeah, from the start, by this replay, we can just get a kind of gist about what happened on the early game. Obito, once he went for that overextension, he got KO'd, but eventually Umbreon, as we were speaking, he was trying to go and get those early KOs and maybe steal those buffs, but eventually was punished very badly by the side of FSC Sports. Even after that, after getting those objectives, getting good control, FSC Sports, they're pushing pretty hard on the side of Clown5.
Here in the bottom fight where Mew stole that Registeel, not happy were Clown5, but they still ended up trying to pick up fight, which did not go their way. However, the top path fight worked in their way, because of which very smartly they decided to move to the bottom, not contest for the Regieleki on top, and therefore it made wonders happen, especially because of that 50 overdunk, I would say, break of tier 1, which forced the side of FS to go for a score from PYZ, and this find from Obito was just super smart. Reading that somebody will hide, somebody will try to go for recalling, get back to their base, a full heal, and then get back to the fight. Made sure just before that happened, found the KO, and because of that KO, they had enough time to fight for Rayquaza and also make sure they had enough secures, right? Because of that, even though the players from the side of FSC Sport had respawned, it was not enough for them to get the last hit, and now that was game number 1. However, FSC Sports might have lost that game number 1, not the series of this best of 3. So they're still in this stretch of 5 games, but they have to first win this game. This was the same thing that happened previously, Necros, right? Clown5 won the first game, FSC Sports made the comeback in the second game, and then it was FS making sure they secure the victory itself. Now Clown5, will they make the mistake here? Will they make a little bit of an overextension? This time Clown5 were on pressure side because they lost previously, but in this first game it looked like they kept their cool throughout.
And if they continue to do it in the second match itself, so the results might turn in their favor. But FSC Sports, you know, the way they had the entirety control in their hands for the, I would say, the 7th or the 8th minute till that, it seems like this, you know, crumbled down in the last moment, and that was due to the absence of the Blastoise and the Blissey getting KO'd earlier, then Blair falling down one after. So all the players got taken down one after another. It was not an entirety of a team fight. Even we saw Blair trying to provide some support with the solar beams, also the Mew trying to provide some support with the beams, but that kind of did not affect or did not help the front line that much, because the meantime Blair came into the play, Blastoise was already down, so there was nobody to handle the front line.
Right now we'll quickly get to know these players. A lot of our viewers would have already known them, but for people who haven't, we are getting on track, because again, this might be one of the last times that we might end up seeing these players, or might be all throughout the ACL we end up seeing these players. Starting it off with Rook. Rook is, yes, a support player for the team, but he says he likes Comfy. This is something that we did see previously, but I think Rook is beating himself around the bush and not letting his opponents know of how strong he is in general, right? Because we end up seeing him playing the defenders as well these days. That's how FS's Pokemon pool of playing those Pokemons has evolved, as well as taken time. On the other end, we end up seeing Sinks. We did see player comment from Rook was just winning, whereas player comment coming in from Singh seems to be that he has jotted it down to the T. I want to represent India at the international level and want to give my 200%. Now, isn't that the hunger that every player just has inside themselves? And I like that Sinks is putting it down in words, and his favorite Pokemon is Zoroark.
He has been phenomenal on the speedsters, if we say it, because as far as I mentioned earlier as well, early in the ACL, that he had the highest number of KOs in a single match. That was like 2024 on the Leafeon. So he has been phenomenal on the speedsters specifically, and I would really love to see him again on the Leafeon or sometimes if we can get a chance by the team composition. But it seems on the player introduction we also get Rook, always been on the Umbreon. I would say he has always also been phenomenal playing on the defenders and supporting his team throughout.
Rook, as you can see, we mentioned he might like Comfy. He was, yes, an earlier support player with Mime, the only Mime player back in the WCS day. Riders now has evolved to becoming defenders, where he proves to be a strong frontline. Yes, he was Riders now, as we saw with the Blastoise coming through. However, it was just not enough Necros. There should have been a little more, especially with the Blastoise going down first is where the problem started happening. On the other end, Sinks coming through, you just mentioned about the Leafeon, his frequently used Pokemon. Along with that, we end up seeing the Venusaur as well. However, Venusaur was not being played from his end this time because it was taken away from the side of FSE Sports. However, as you can see, his average damage dealt is around 69,000. The average damage taken is something that I do not want to talk about, because for these ranged attackers and speedsters, that doesn't matter. However, 31,000 as a stat, if you see Necros, tells us that Sinks has been in trouble. Therefore, he also has certain times ended up going down to chaos. Something that Sinks needs to be wary about, that the damage that he's taking has been jotted down or calculated here. If he starts taking lesser damage, maybe his survival becomes more.
It can be the factor, but eventually all the kind of permutation and combination sums down to the second match, because if Clown 5 wins it, this is going to be the end for the side of FSE Sports in their journey of ACL as of now. But for Clown 5, it can be a redemption, it can be a big revenge that they are seeking for of what happened in the previous day, the day number 2. But eventually, if they can maintain this kind of comp, because I was a little concerned Mewtwo was not there, the Venusaur was taken away from their side, from their draft itself, but the kind of composition they came up with still managed to get the final stretch fight under control. Not like they were lucky enough to steal it, but entirely they had dethroned the entire side of FSE Sports one after another. Everybody was sent to Nurse Joy's Pokemon Center, but yeah, it was a victory.
I think it is also because of the choice of Blaziken. With Blaziken, you similarly play like how it's on the Dragapult, where your Unite kind of keeps regenerating super fast, right? It is not actually a very deadly Unite coming through where it locks onto the Pokemon, or it makes everybody in your surrounding for a certain distance vulnerable, or steals their shield, something like that. No. What it does is it gives you another extra moveset, might be a spinning flame kick or a spinning flame fist, but that keeps regenerating, meaning you can change or shift your forms from a punching or a kicking move, and that helped out, because of which he could immediately move his cooldown, move his movesets from cooldown back to being used. We saw his overheat kick coming through, his focus blast coming through. That is all because of his Unite. So that is also a wise choice coming through, and Obito plays smart. But let's jump into our draft of game number 2 to see if Clown 5 will continue their victory, or FSE Sports will make sure they do not fumble in that final stretch.
Oh, Lucifer, it seems they don't want to get the Umbreon at all in this very match, because Clown 5, they're much clear about it, that they don't want to allow Rook playing on that Umbreon once again, because it was a little bit troubling for them. But this time, again, it's FSE Sports who want the Umbreon to come in the way.
Both the ends only ban Umbreon. Now this is interesting. Whether this is a wise choice or not, something that we have to wait and see, especially from the side of Clown 5, because Clown 5, they were the ones playing Umbreon, so their clear-cut decision was no, we do not want to give it to them. But however, FSE Sports, seeing that the Slowbro is not banned, because they were the ones banning Slowbro previously, they pick it up immediately. Slowbro till this date is a Pokemon which I think hasn't seen a lot of nerves or buffs or balances in terms of patches coming throughout, but has been a defender which everybody still fears. On the other end, we end up seeing Obito immediately picking up none other than Blastoise along with the Clefable.
The next two picks does have to be the game-changing factor. PYZ decides to stay on the Buzzwole. Is it so? It's still not locked, so I'm gonna still stay in like, yeah, maybe, maybe not. But you know, they have decided. But now Pardesi decides, we have a chance to pick Hoopa, and let's take a chance and get this Hoopa in our draft. It might just be a big factor for us to win this match.
Now there was a team who got Hoopa a chance of picking Hoopa twice. Once it did not work, second time they went all in. They stole that game away. I wouldn't even say won that game, they just stole that game from their opponents. However, making life difficult, we end up seeing a Trevenant pick coming through. Now this is making matters interesting with Bavo on Venusaur. However, Berserk, he says, let's go Inteleon. Now for all our viewers watching in day 2, we remember this man Berserk on Inteleon, on Shedinja Doll as his held item, was in freaking sane.
I would say that those Shedinja dolls always... what I remember, Leafeon coming up with a Unite, and Berserk says, I'm gonna switch to the Shedinja doll, and entirely deny the Unite damage on him. So that's gonna be something of annoying. But look at Clown 5 Lucifer, a triple defender composition, followed by Sinks on the Venusaur. Now this is going to be something very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, last choice coming in on the Lapras, nobody saw that coming. Hello? But we have Blair on Leafeon with an attack weight coming through. However, seems like Berserk today is not changing to that Shedinja at all. I wonder why. Maybe he's shown a lot of that gameplay, and therefore he's like, today I'm not going to pick up my battle item of a Shedinja doll. We'll keep it to be an eject. Stack is going to be there on Blair. I want to see if there's any stacks on the side of Clown 5. There's only the special attack specs that I ended up seeing from their defender. But let's see how it works out. There was 2 stacks, one on Buzzwole, one on Leafeon, the attack weight, and now it is all on FSE Sports. Their lineup seems to be fairly well. It's all about the stacks. I feel like if their stacks goes through well, they can do a lot more damage. Inteleon, yes, is going to be super crucial because this Pokemon can get 100% crit rate every time, depending on if it has its crit, you call it a crit gem or whatever. If that crit point is there, meaning crit hit is going to be there. So that's something that if FSC Sports concentrate on, we will see. Game 2 underway. Clown 5, can they get a clean sweep? FSC Sports, can they find an 1-1 equalizer here in their best of 3? The only game that they get a chance. If they lose, they're out. This is do or die that both these teams are playing on, and we end up seeing the first stack coming in from the side of Clown 5, not FS.
Clown 5 wants to take this control underway. We can see Joy going overextending into the flux zone of FAC Sports, being on that small Trevenant, looking forward to get the kind of stealing those wild Pokemons from the hands of FSC Sports, to not let them level up and get the experience for themselves. Joy might be looking forward, but I'm really wondering, they have got some good stuns out there from the side of Clown 5, and 3 defender does mean, Lucifer, that they can tank a hell lot of damage, but that's a first KO also coming up from the side of Leafeon.
Yes, they can tank a lot of damage, Necros, but that'll be a late game strategy. So FSC Sports have a strategy to pull further away in the start itself. If they play it out smart, they may be able to do it. Nice Solar Blade coming through. Altaria and Swablu will be Clown 5's. No, it is FSC Sports' only. But on the bottom path, there's already trouble. However, the Slowpoke evolves to the Slowbro as well as a Drizzly from that Sobble. Now trying to take away the NDD, and Slowbro is dragging the distraction away from that Phantom. Therefore, Joy is still not evolved to the Trevenant. In the meantime, same goes for the top path. It's still a Squirtle, not an evolved Wartortle or a Blastoise. So, PYZ does have a chance, but again, PYZ not having early stacks. As you can see, he has 29 AOS energy. He's just stacking those AOS energy, leveling up, and I feel like he shouldn't do that. Rather, he should stack that AOS energy into the goal and have an early damage play coming through. Now, this is something that I've always had a question in my mind. And again, look at this. He gets that bunny for himself, but is it enough? No, because his damage output is not there, because he's not gotten his stack.
Oh, now this can be a little bit troubling for the side of Buzzwole, but it seems, look at that, they're focusing on and getting the first kill. Hoopa finds the small Trevenant down out there, but Ivysaur and the Clefable will be sticking in, taking the control as Lapras hops into the fight, will be there, but the Inteleon playing with the liquidation will be giving a good amount of damage on those tanks itself.
Let's see how it works out. Not snipe shot, meaning at least they can be a little bit wary about something not coming in from long range. If it lock-on happens, then only, and therefore lock-ons have been only happening on defenders. Clown 5, nothing much to be worried about. But right as now, Phantom has evolved to the Trevenant, something to be worried about, especially because the Wood Hammer is out. The Wood Hammer is an annoying, stunning move which has 2 hits coming through. Therefore, that combo is super deadly wombo. Now Reggie about to spawn in less than 3 seconds. Joy already waiting for it. He sees the Indeed. He wants to steal it away. The Water Pulse, along with the help of a Lapras, tried his best with the Trevenant, but I think it did not come through. However, Rook is super low, could have gone down, but thankful as his teammates were around, he'll survive. But looks to be a bottom path push. A team fight coming in. Snipe shot, spy vision, everything. I'm sorry. Liquidation, my bad. Again, I keep getting snipe shot whenever I end up seeing an Inteleon, because that snipe shot build is just too far good. But now finally, not a big overdone coming through, but still a 30 to break tier 1. Again, FSE Sports early goal zone breakdowns coming through. PYZ still not gotten his stack here, and that still is a cause for concern. Reggie is, however, secured from FSE Sports.
This time I really believe the Leafeon is playing a very major factor, Lucifer. I mean, the Solar Points coming into play, dealing such a long damage, also denying the tanks, especially like Lapras and the Trevenant in the bottom lane. It's going to be something that they have to look out for. If they can manage to get the Leafeon down, Clown 5 might have a control. But once again, the early game stays with FS, and we mentioned earlier that Clown 5, the craft that they have, it all depends on the late game, especially in the final stretch.
Yeah, their defenders have evolved. And now for me, it might be early game for FS, but it's only on goals. Hydro Typhoon coming through, and look at that, one Hydro Typhoon finds 2 with the help of his teammate. Cliffable even puts down that Hoopa. Now they're jumping on Blair, super low, but before that, he gets a Solar Bank. Water Tanker coming through, making sure they confirm the Reggie Aliki. Berserk trying to run away with a Fell Stinger, moved away with another Fell Stinger, and an eject will be able to survive while not giving away a KO. In the meantime, Reggie Aliki pushes a big 40 overdone comes through, and now that is an overdone coming through. However, a Unite being used from the Buzzwall does not find much value, and PYZ with the Water Pulse, he goes down. Nice hyperspace hole, because of which one of their players goes back to full heal. That was the Hoopa himself. Therefore, Pardesi's use of hyperspace hole does not find much value, because his teammates, 2 of them, get KO'd.
Leafeon barely survived from that position. I really thought that he will be trampled down with that Petal Dance and the Giga Drain that the Venusaur was coming up with. He's not even playing on the Solar Beam, so it can be a, I would say the long range support is not there as what it was in the previous case, but eventually the way Clown 5 they have counter-attacked on the top tier 1, it was really tremendous. But it seems slowly and gradually Clown 5 they are also equalizing the level difference with FS Esports.
124 to 99. Now Clown 5 still have a chance. Even if they go for a 30 dung, they will match up to 130 on top. But I think the Eos Energy on top is still left a lot to do. Same goes for the bottom part tier 1. This time Regia spawns again, and it is going to be Clown 5 trying to start things off. However, the Slowbro is ready. Uses telekinesis, slows the players down, 2 players, and puts that Blastoise to rest. Now the chances of FSE Sports is wide open that they can get this under control. But nice Ice Beam, Verdant Anger again, but a little bit too early of a news. Nonetheless, doesn't matter. The Giga Drain and Petal Dance does the job, gets the Regi Ice again, and Buzzwall will be in trouble. There's nothing that he could do. But before going down, Hoopa picks up 1, the support goes down, and then the Solar Blade coming in from the Leafeon finds Lapras. This is the game changer moves coming through from the side of FSE Sports. But as soon as Venusaur finds the Hoopa, FSE Sports decide to retreat.
Now the entirety of the focus will be shifted towards the Regiliki that will be spawning on the top, but eventually this might just give the chance for Clown 5 to just bring down the tier 1, but there will be someone to take care of it because Leafeon has still not gone upwards and he's causing the much bigger trouble with those Solar Blades coming into the play. Look at the damage he's dealing with. The Petal Dance has been activated. A lot of Unites might be getting committed. The Phantom Forest came into the play. The Hydro Typhoon was also unleashed while Venusaur will find the Hoopa down in that case, but the Buzzwole is trying to trample down some of the players, but eventually he's not being successful because the entirety team push coming in from the side of Clown 5 who is on the focus of getting this tier 1 down and out, and they will be successful as they move on to a 2-0-6 score line.
And look at that. A 50, also a 45. That's a big overdunk, and Clown 5 within the blink of an eye pushed to 206. We were just seeing them on 99 Necros. This is the magic of overdunk that happens. That's something that FSE Sports are not looking bright into. Regialiki on top. Bau right now taking the Altaria and Swablu for now. However, looks like Berserk picking up a fight with this Cliffable, not wisest of the choice. There's the Regieleki on top, go for that. I don't know why this decisions of FSC Sports of not picking the right fight is happening here in this game number 2. And Clown5, they're overjoyed because of this. And look at this time, Clown5, they're the ones in control. Easy Regieleki KO that they'll find at that 6th ally. Do FSC Sports go back and defend? That's something that I do want to see, because everybody is stacked at the legendary pit, because less than 5 seconds it's time for the final stretch, and looks like nobody is going to defend it. There is a chance of a big 50 dunk that can come through, but we have to wait and watch. FSC Sports have gone for a flip, and that is something that Blastoise understood, and the entirety of Clown5 did. Water Tanker comes through, slow beam being used, but no value as the Slowbro gets KO'd, and Clown5 cannot get the steal. FSC Sports, especially on the Leafeon, get that steal away. However, 2 of their players are KO'd. That's the reason Clown5 immediately run to get themselves an overdunk. 100 does come through from the Venusaur. Along with that, another 50 can come through, but just before that gets stopped. That's there for only a 62. Hydro Typhoon being used again at the bottom part. The score is very close, 388 to 333. FSC Sports, they're not the ones on lead. They have to be worried, and this is the cause for concern that I have for FS. They do find one KO on Lapras, and now things can change, but they have to go for a team fight. Whether it's a top path or a bottom path, we have to wait and watch. 2 of their players still have the shield.
And now this is the main point. PYZ, he needs to step in. He has got the shield, but there is an ambush already waiting for him. The Trevenant is there. Alongside, there's one more player that I cannot see as of now, but eventually when Buzzwole will be going, can he be stopped? Just a plus 34. Still not even that close. It is like a 20, at least 20 to 21 more points that they need to
that 40.
But now FS, this is done and dusted. They wanted this kind of score, but Clown5 could not just stand against those Rayquaza shield, and now it seems FS, they will be equalizing the scores.
30 seconds to go. FS, they've gotten this, but look at this, the Lapras Express taking someone for a 50, but the Leafeon along with Inteleon are ready. Therefore the 50 to come through is going to be tough. If they find a KO, it can work out. They already spotted the players coming in from afar. Nice spy vision being used, already hit with the liquidation. Now Joy is already super low, and I think will also go down to a KO. There's no way of Joy surviving on that Trevenant to do anything. Even the Slowbro is here. Therefore, the 100 does not come through. Still having a shield. Gets another 24 dunked on the Buzzwole. And now that has sealed FSE Sports' victory. What a game coming in from Blair on Leafeon. If not for him, Clown5 would have won this game.
Exactly. I mean, that Leafeon from the very start, it was causing so much trouble for the Clown5 with those Solar Blades. Total of 6 KOs under his way, and he was part of total 9. But look at Sings. He was also having such an immense contribution. He was a part of 11 total KOs. But overall, Clown5, they had a very good control as compared to what they had in the previous match itself. But again, that final stretch factor, the Rayquaza fight, changes the tide every time we are looking forward, and FS were literally determined that, you know, we didn't have a kind of control that Clown5 had overall the match, so we're going to focus on melting down the Rayquaza, and thanks to Blair, 77,000 above damage that he has dealt.
Every player from FSC Sports looked like an individual entity in this game, but in the final stretch when it all mattered, they came together. Everybody dived down into the legendary pit, fought with Rayquaza as well as the players of Clown5, and that last hit especially being secured really well from Blair is phenomenal stuff being done. Clown5 unfortunate having control in the entirety of the game. As I mentioned, early game in score was FS's, but not in terms of having control of the map or the KO. It was still Clown5 pushing ahead because they had gotten all their defender Pokemons fully evolved. Trevenant was ready, Blastoise was ready, Lapras also had leveled up. Therefore, the chances for the side of Clown5 were looking better. However, towards the end, the tides were changed. Here in the graph, as we can see, stack not happening again from PYZ. His stack happened, the first stack, at the 4th to 6th minute mark. Therefore, the stack coming in from Leafeon is the one that mattered most. Getting a 2 stack very early on, finding damage, and especially a stack towards the end as well. Something that we should have seen a lot more stacks, especially when you have a special attack specs Lapras. If that Lapras found that special attack spec stack, I think Lapras's damage output would have been better, and maybe Clown5 would have had proper control in one of the paths.
Yeah, exactly. But overall, if you just see the entirety graphs, the objectives were shared by both the teams. It was not just about all FS on Clown5 getting it all, but starting from the game every time, the Solar Boings I mean, that Leafeon was something that that Clown5 literally wished that somebody just stop him from giving that kind of damage.
As of now, they have to just be okay with it. Clown5 scores have been equalized, not some side that they would have wanted to watch. You can clearly see, Necros, whenever there was a team fight, FSC Sports might have looked better, but the tides were being changed because there were a lot more front lines from the side of Clown5. If one goes, the other person had respawned and he would push up. And look at this bottom path. How many ever times the side of FS tried, they were still getting KO'd, especially as soon as the slow bro went down from the side of FS. That means the front line is wide, but here is where smart play coming in from Blair. He moved towards the top, understanding that everybody is doing damage, meaning Rayquaza is also getting damage. He just needs to concentrate of when he uses his Solar Blade, makes use of that, finds the hit. But Legion, if he had gotten a couple more stacks a little early, Necros, I think maybe Legion's damage output on the Lapras would have been way better. We saw his Ice Beam coming through Water Pulse, but it was not enough to find KOs. And I think if that would have changed from the side of Clown5, game would have been Clown5's. Clown5 would have been looking at their second game already. But right now, they bought themselves in a dicey situation of whether they will qualify or is it going to be FS again, just like the last time, stealing it away.
And now I'd say if you're Clown5 at this point, there should be something ticking in the back of your mind. This was the same situation we were in the last match we faced off against them. Eventually now the things are going in the very same direction. I'm not being believing those thoughts that the same thing might happen, the deja vu might happen, but once again, things happen like this. I mean, you cannot just predict the future at this point.
I mean, to predict the future, you should have been Zato. That's the only thing that could have happened, Necros. Because, or maybe future side, but again, future side, you don't know how it works out. We have seen future side being a future move, which happens later down the seconds, right, which is being used from Gardevoir in the movesets. But as of now, we'll not discuss about what the future is, because the future is now, because the third game is about to start any moment. It will depend again on the draft. I feel like Clown5 had a fairly decent good draft. We thought about their late game, but they made it all possible towards the 5-minute mark itself, so it was very close to the early game itself. On the other end, again, stacking being the problem. These teams playing these special attack specs, attack weight, when they should look forward to stacking, are not concentrating on that. It just looks like they're picking that held item and seeing how far they can do best with it. If they don't push to do best with it, it'll be a little bit of trouble. And that's what, it's a little tough for me to kind of be okay with it when they have attack weight coming through, because we have seen, right, previous time when somebody gets their stacks through, especially on the range attackers or the speedsters, and especially the all-rounders, the amount of damage. And Buzzwall, when I see it, I feel a little bit sad these days whenever I see Buzzwall without stacks, is that the Buzzwall's damage output with Superpower and Smackdown is out of the world. That one Pokemon can change the game in its entirety of whoever is in front of it. One Superpower, then Smackdown, throw it in midair and then punch right in its face again and find another KO. Keep repeating it, then go for the Swall Swarm Unite coming through. And you just keep finding KOs one after another, and if there's somebody to heal you, the game can be yours. So therefore, I just want to see how well they strategize right as of now. PYZ on that Buzzwall has not been the greatest. But again, we've seen teams, right, they keep picking the same Pokemon multiple times, and because that has happened multiple times, Necros, it gives an opportunity for that team who have been doing mistakes to correct themselves and win that game, and the opponent team makes the mistake of giving them a chance. But right now, let's jump into a player introduction to get more insights of these players.
Okay, Babu from the side of Clown5 it is, and his favorite Pokemon is Hoopa. Eventually, we have seen him pretty confident on the supporters, and even he says that he wants to win the PUACL 2024 regionals first and then represent India in Thailand. So he has got a complete stepwise method of thinking that, first I'm going to win this regionals, then I'm going to go and represent India, then I will try to give my best and win there in front of all the international teams coming from different countries. And that's how, the thinking should be. One after another, step by step, you can just grow gradually.
One interesting thing between Clown5 as well as FSC Sports. FSC Sports, when they made their entry in the WCS 2023, were again a fairly new team. Their players did not have a lot of Pokemon in their pool. Therefore, they were sticking onto the same thing throughout the circuit. Coming into the side of Clown5 this time, it's a similar stance. So it's like FS Esports, they've gone through a phase and now they're fighting with a team which is in the same phase that FS were when they started in WCS 2023. The journey for FS Esports has been long. Even Pardesi mentioned about it. Similar journey is what Clown5 are treading through. Clown5, however, they just need to get a little bit polished in their fights. That's all I feel that's been missing. And as we talk about FS, there's Blair in front of us, the main damage dealer. But I don't know why the side of FS Esports call themselves short, right? They are so humble to themselves. Look at this. He says aggressiveness is just 1. Defense and all I'm not going to talk about. But Blair, we remember your Zoroark. Your aggressiveness is 1. What? That is how Zoroark on 1 place? Okay.
I mean, his favorite Pokemon is Clippable. He is the most, I would say, the shy guy in the entirety of the FS team. I mean, even when you're clicking pictures with him, he's the one hiding his face. And
exactly.
For that guy to be like, yeah, if you talk about his nature in that way, his aggressiveness is 1, it's fine. But in game, no way near. No way near.
We'll quickly talk about the Pokemons, and as you can see, Blair has switched from that role of playing the speedster only Zoroark to right now playing ranged attackers, playing different Pokemons when needed in speedsters as well. Damage output has been great. Damage taken, again something to be looked after, because when you are taking more damage, meaning your survival of that Pokemon's time is lesser, reduced. But frequently used Pokemon, the percentage you saw Necros was 29 and 21, meaning he has a lot more Pokemon choices in his pool. Therefore, I am looking forward to what Blair plays next. Babu coming in, he has been the support from day 1 from Clown5 and he's been playing. Therefore, as you can see, it's just a Blissey and a Cliffable coming through. His recovery looking far too good from any other supporter I've seen so far, right? 91,000 is a very great number coming in, especially on your average recovery, Necros. Let's see how this game plays out. This is now the actual do or die. When we started, the best of 3 was the do or die. Whoever wins moves towards the next one. Another one just calls their ACL journey a day here itself. But now with the last game here on our cards, game 3, whether it is the side of Clown5 bringing it back or in the same situation like how they lost their day 2 match, the last match, because of which unfortunately they could do nothing more about it, had to play with FS again once more. Now Clown5, they are the ones in trouble. FS Esports, I think they'll be very happy, and if FS Esports' journey runs through because of this one game, Clown5 are going to feel bad, and because of Clown5, every other team might feel bad, Necros.
Oh my, I mean, I still remember what SHUL did in the previous WCS, right?
Exactly.
That lower bracket run. Oh my god, nobody would want to go through the same phase. If FS or Clown5, any team does it, I mean, it's still a 50-50 situation, right? Anything is possible. It can be FS, it can be Clown5. And if it goes like in that same way, starting from the very 5th match and going to the first and defeating Revenant, which is definitely tough because the teams are seeded in such a way, the difficulty level increases with each and every match. But without waiting any further, we will jump into the final draft phase of this very match, the best of 3, where FS, they have won the last game. Before that it was Clown5, but this time the first big preference stays with Clown5 as they are looking forward to ban the Lapras, while FS is going to have the second pick where they are deciding to ban the True Bro, that is Slow Bro.
Therefore, meaning Umbreon is going to be of a choice here this time. Same bans that we saw in the first game between Clown5 and FS Esports, the same ban that we are going to be seeing repeating here in game 3. Are the picks going to be the same? Joy, Umbreon is the lock on as we end up seeing. On the other end, what do we see? Blastoise again coming through. Yes, PYZ picks up Blastoise. Does he play Blastoise this time? That's what something that I do want to see. PYZ did play Blastoise for FS in a couple of the games. Pardesi, I'm not too sure if it's going to be Pardesi making the choice or somebody else. As you see, it's somebody else, meaning Berserk getting the Venusaur out too early.
Now, FS wants to stick with that kind of combination because they had found a lot good more value, if I'm not wrong, previously. But once again, when it comes down to Clown5, Obito wants to stick on that Buzzwole this time, and I really wanted to see him playing on the Buzzwole itself. Look, and that attack weight once again being picked. Still concerns that, they're not focusing on getting the stacks done. But eventually now it's time that if Clown5 focuses on and completes the Buzz Bolt stack in the early game, they'll find a lot more value. But wait, Pardesi, what is your pick? So he decides with Snorlax itself.
Ooh. Seems like FS are trying to pull all their cards to throw Clown5 out of their blues. Does it work? Glaceon as well as Chandelier back again. The same Pokemons that Clown5 won on. They've decided to bring it back. Let's see if it works or not. Last two choices. Last choice. Rook has already picked the Blissey. Now yes, that is going to go to Pardesi and Rook will take up the Snorlax. But what does Blair pick? Zoroark is still there, Leafeon is still there, and looks like it's going to be a Leafeon with the attack weight coming through. Obito also has an attack weight coming through. Special attack specs, nothing from Clown5, but one special attack specs coming in from FS Esports, meaning they have two stackers, one an attack weight stack and a special attack spec stack. Now if both the stacks go through, Necros, FS Esports' game this is. Nobody else is going to take it away from them. But one defender from both the ends have Resonant Guard, the newest held item which is there. And let's see how that works as well.
I don't know, but somehow I still feel very, very kind of concerned about Clown5 because Berserk on that Leafeon, those solar boinks coming, we literally saw it few minutes ago that what happened from the side of FS Esports when they got that Leafeon and it found
but that
such
was Blair
tremendous
that time.
value. Yeah, it was Blair. So, things might change, but once again, that Leafeon on FS, I'm still worried.
I want to see how this works out. A change up between Berserk and Blair, exchange of a ranged attacker and a speedster. But there is still going to be the stack that they have to look forward to. But I really like Snorlax coming through. I want to see the movesets. If it is a Yawn, I think that can be a game changer, but I'm not too sure how it's going to work out, especially because there's an Umbreon with the mean look that Yawn can be countered, meaning Yawn will not find its target, and Yawn also does not have great range compared to mean look. Game 3 underway, Clown5 versus FS Esports. Last game here to decide who continues their journey in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League.
Looking forward, we see both the EVs once again going in the mid lane, getting some of those bunnies in Zatu itself, but once again FS Esports, they will be looking forward to just get the Leafeon to survive as long as possible and try to deal a lot of damage with Blair this time on the Venusaur. Have to find a lot more value. He has been phenomenal on those long range attackers, but those early stacks, we see the Leafeon getting the solar boinks already active in the early game. He's got the first stack itself, it seems, but now FS, if they can get the early game control in their hands, also
gets the second stack as well. Berserk, does he get another?
Yeah, he does actually.
It's going to be interesting. Berserk already has 2 stacks done. On the top path, however, the Squirtle is not getting any stack. Berserk again has another 5 AOS energy, so he can go for another stack if he wants. And if he gets 3 stacks early game, I think his damage output on the Solar Blade is going to be high. And on top of that, Necros, he can go back to his mid path, go for the buffs again, and when he comes out towards the 7-minute mark, his damage output is going to be insane. Again trying to fight with the Altaria and Swablu. Takes it away, but this time has a lot more AOS energy. Therefore, his stack for the third one will not come through any time. Now, in the meantime, a fight towards the 8-minute mark we're going to be seeing towards the mid path, but there seems to be an overextension coming in from the Lampent. That Litwick evolution to a Lampent uses the Shedinja doll, but is already super low. A nice KO coming in, especially from the Chansey. Because of the Chansey, it becomes a Blissey, and then the Solar Blade chase coming in from that Leafeon finds the second KO for that Leafeon, making life even more tougher. Now Obito being hit with both Solar Blade as well as Leaf Blade. There is no chance that he could defend the scores from happening. Both, even the Leafeon as well as the Blastoise, get their stacks through. 3 stack for the Leafeon. Blastoise has its 1. Now, can he find a knot more? Meanlook again, Berserk can be trapped. They're trying their best to trap. It doesn't work. He uses Emerald 2-step along with the help of the Snorlax. Finds the KO again on the Lampent. Again, Meanlook being used, but looks like Berserk should be able to survive. Nice Leaf Blades coming through on either end. Razor Leaf as well as Leaf Blade and Solar Blade. So these grass Pokemons doing heavy damage. And they find another KO. Umbreon put to rest. And going in for a 4th stack here is Berserk. And on the top path we end up seeing a fully evolved Blastoise. Same goes for an Ivysaur. fully evolved Venusaur, and now this is trouble because Clown 5, they have just 17 Eos energy score. FS on the other end, they have 132 and also a dunked stacked Leafeon. PYZ, I'm not too sure if he's stacked enough, but nonetheless he's done damage, kept everybody in check on top path. Now 4 players on the top path from the side of Clown 5. They decided that they would want to go for the Regieleki first, but nobody is checking Regia is solely being taken from the Leafeon. Therefore FS Esports stand a chance to steal the Regieleki on top, as Regia will be confirmed on the bottom. And look at Berserk, how quickly he's ready to switch things through. Pai is ready, but can the hit secure it? No, there's no hit that comes through, and Blastoise falls prey. Unfortunate, he should have used his move to move in, but he goes directly into the hands of the Buzzwole, and Buzzwole finds the KO, but Buzzwole hasn't found a stack still. Again, a Leaf Blade coming through keeps the players of Clown 5 in check and will even push them back because of the Egg Bomb.
Now this is a big chance for Clown 5. The Regieleki is still making the tier 1
Oh, nice.
Look at the serve coming into the play. This is a good shot. Buzzwole will dunk those 30, but eventually the Solar Beam will do the damage. Chandelier does find the Leafeon, but itself Venusaur on a counter trades it off with a 2 KO streak on himself. Another
no!
Beam, oh my god. This
Chandelier
is something that FS Esports is just obliterating, and now the target comes down to the tier 1 on the top, and look at the mighty Venusaur Blair. He's just wrecking everything apart.
Very well played. Chandelier, unfortunate field for him. Just 1 second on the Regieleki. He was there at the goal zone and that disappears off. Therefore, he couldn't get that 40 dunk coming through. Otherwise, scores could have come closer. And FS Esports, as soon as they found the 4 KO streak, look at what they've pushed through. 190. This time, however, it feels like they played a little bit smart. Should have been only 160, so they've at least got a little bit of an overdunk of 30 extra Eos energy after destroying tier 1 on both the ends. But Clown 5, they're not far away as well. 78. 100 more, they can get things through. Leafeon again with the Emerald 2-step Unite coming through. However, Snorlax was a little bit late to the party, therefore gets fallen for prey, gets KO'd. Now even the Blissey might just be caught. Venusaur with the beam does keep them in check, along with the Leaf Blade and Solar Blade coming through. Nice Leaf Blade coming through, finds the Glaceon, a crucial KO on top of it. Then the Venusaur comes through, finds the Clefable. The healer is down, now chasing none other than Obito. The Surf should do the damage. Nice eject Surf coming in from PYZ. What are these combo moves that the players of FS are finding today to secure themselves the second game for this best of 3? Can they find it? Regice is there. Regice quickly drained with less than 5 seconds after its spawn, and they have gotten the Regice from themselves. Clown 5, they're running again for the top path Regieleki. Previously they did get it, but do they get it this time? Blastoise gets KO'd, and now Snorlax already moving to the top path. In the meantime, Berserk trying to get his 4th or 5th stack with the help of the Venusaur and the boost score speed coming through. Regieleki drained to its health, sinks. He has to solely take this away because the other players are rushing through and they're concentrating, and immediately switches through his Legion on that Glaceon, secures the Regieleki again, but again Unite being used from the Leafeon, finds a KO on the Umbreon, front line gone, Beam can come through, Sludge Bomb and Verdant Anger. After the Verdant Anger, the Beam finds along with Glaceon going down, and look at Bawu, he's also looking super low. Blastoise, if there's a Surf coming through, that's a KO that they'll find. Chandelier somehow runs away, but Bawu, I don't know where he'll run away. Has the speed, has the Moonlight, has 1 Eos energy also. It is dunking. He's trying to do anything that is possible at this moment, Necros.
Oh my god, I really
Finally
don't know
goes down.
Blair, and this Leafeon and the Venusaur is just so good. And look at the front line. FSE is the kind of situation that they are in. They have put themselves in the driver's seat at this point. They do have a 269 score already, but I still believe in the late game. Anything and everything can happen in the final stretch itself. FS Esports, they want to make sure that they don't give a single chance to Clown 5 to make any counter. And look at the Solar Beams coming into the play, the Solar Blade coming into the play. FS Esports, they're not giving Clown 5 a single bit of chance to make any kind of counter attack. A huge level difference has also been made, but look at Berserk, deals a lot of damage, pushes the Umbreon away with that Solar Beam and the Solar Blade coming into the play. Joy, he's completely unable to do anything at this point.
Pies has found his Pokemon which he knows how to play with. This Blastoise has been functioning so well for the side of FS Esports. And as you did mention, Joy on that Umbreon is unable to function as that front line. Now again Registeel. Spawned at around 235, and you can see by the time of 225 in less than 10 seconds they take it away again, Necros. FS Esports this time before the final stretch get a Reggie steal for themselves. There is less than 5 seconds left for even the Regieliki. There can be a chance for a Regieliki fight, but we'll just leave less than 10 seconds for the final stretch fight. It looks like both the teams are inclining towards this flip, but Snorlax going down super early. The defender goes down, but in the meantime a big 100 dunk coming through from the Leafeon at the end second of the final stretch will push FS's score to 360. But in the meantime, Hydro Typhoon was forced to be activated. Bliss assistance also comes through. Leafeon is here. Buzz Wall Swarm was also used as a unite, but did they find any value? Yes, looks like the Blissey goes down. Leafeon goes down. Two big KOs being found from the side of Clown5. This is a chance to strike and go for a flip, but the Beamasaur is still alive. Legion comes in with the Glacial Stage. I don't know, it didn't hit anybody. However, it looks like the Blasters will finally fall through after receiving damage very early on. Now Snorlax is the only one who has to try and survive because they cannot reach the Venusaur. Venusaur is right now trying to hide the last hit. Beamasaur comes through, but the beam falls a little bit too short. Very well played from Clown5 to keep the damage out of range. And Clown5, they've gotten themselves a Rayquaza as well as chances to secure a lot more goals because players from FS, they're yet to spawn.
Still a little bit short, 100 more, getting done. It's 373 and that's how Clown5 takes the lead. And it seems the dreams are completely shattered for the side of FS Esports. There is nowhere that they can go and get the scores done. They don't even have that kind of Eos energy.
Exactly.
But can you imagine Lucifer after having such a tremendous control throughout the match? It all came down to the Rayquaza fight where Clown5 kept their cools right in their head and they just functioned brutally in front of them.
They've destroyed almost all the shields, but look at their HP as well. Finally, they find that Blastoise down. Snorlax had also be forced to move inside. And look at this. Right in front of their faces, gets another 6 dunk. Berserk trying his best on the Leafeon, but there's just too many swarm of those players from the side of Clown5 to do anything. Chandelier finding a 2 KO streak. Night Beam coming through again from that Venusaur, but eventually will be put to rest with the help of the Glaceon as well as the Buzzwole. And look at them, all of them being forced inside their own base from where they could do nothing. And Clown5, what a final fight, what a final photo finish they bring it to, and they make sure they move ahead in this Day 3's India League journey to become one of the best teams to go to Thailand. Can they? The journey is far, but they've at least crossed one stage of it. What a final stretch game. Clown5, the only hope that they had was that final fight, final flip, made it happen. They qualify, they move ahead. Not qualify, my bad. Qualify to the next game, but not as the team from India yet.
I am still in a kind of way where I'm processing the entirety of the final stretch that happened. The 2 big KOs that was needed for Clown5, they managed to get. When I really just thought when Berserk came into the fight, I really thought with those unites he will be getting some values, but Obito, man, he just did a fantabulous job. But also kudos to both the long range attackers, specifically the Glaceon as well as the Chandelier. Look at the damage, crosses over 1 lakh on those overheat and those imprison coming into the play. It was a good end game coming up from the side of Clown5 that led them to move on to the next match that will be played against Griffin.
FS Esports, their journey comes to an end here in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League. Fantastic was their journey. Might not have been great on India League stage, the group stage, day 1 and day 2, but day 3 today, it looked like it was a different team. Everybody, you can see the damage output, the damage taken, everything was so good. Unfortunately, the final fight, the legendary Pokemon, as the powers do bless the players, it just gave the chance for Clown5. Very well strategized was their team. I think the play coming in from the side of FS Esports should have been to not pick a fight at that final stretch, especially when one of their teammates was going for 100 dunk. They should have kept themselves away, but rather stood for a fight. PYZ started it off, came in, was then Berserk on that Leafeon with the help of a Bliss assistance on Blissey as well, and then pushing through was again the Venusaur. Venusaur tried best as possible to survive, but Blair couldn't survive or couldn't find that last hit. Clown5 were very smart. They immediately stopped as soon as they saw that Solar Beam being used, right? Solar Beam needs time to charge Necros. And that instance itself, everybody from Clown5 stopped from doing any damage to Rayquaza, and after the Solar Beam was used, then they did the damage and found themselves the Rayquaza along with the KO of the Venusaur.
I mean, for me, it was like they were mentally prepared. You know, this guy is going to use the Solar Beam and he will be trying to steal the Rayquaza from our hands. Leafeon
has already got 5 stacks done by the 6-minute mark, whereas we saw only 1 stack from Buzzwole, and that was also towards, I think, somewhere between the 4th to the 6th minute mark. Only 1 stack, therefore the damage output from Buzzwole was not that great, but still, that last fight that they fumbled on is the reason that we end up seeing Clown5 take this game away.
Those Solar Boings in the early game, Berserk was super aggressive and he was finding every value that he was going into. Yes, it was a try that, you know, get this Leafeon down somehow, anyhow it was possible, but giving those kind of opportunities, and Berserk was literally going berserk at that point. Early game control was once again tremendous, and it's a kind of almost a replay of the first match of this BO3 series. FS, they had a brilliant early game control, but then the end game was literally something different.
You can see in every fight we end up seeing one or the other person from the side of FS Esports falling prey and getting killed. But on top of that, every other player jumps in, swoops in and finds KOs one after another. This play I loved. This would have been the play of the game. But unfortunately the team did not win. PYZ, I just found a fantastic game, or I don't know, it's not even a combo Necros to call it, to use your eject along with the help of a surf. I don't even know how he managed to make it work, but that was just phenomenal stuff. But this is where everything went wrong. That top path fight, or top fight towards the legendary pit, fell flat. One after another, everybody started going down, and look at how well, as soon as the beam gets charged, look at this, nobody is hitting Rayquaza. They let that solar beam get the damage done, and after that they come towards the Rayquaza to secure it. So well played over the side of Clown5. When it needed, right, they strategized well, meaning that the final fight is ours, boys. If they make a mistake, we are going to pounce upon it, not just jump. They literally pounced upon that final fight, and got themselves the victory. I mean, kudos for them to do that. I'm pretty sure that was not easy to pull off, but it is the case. I think Clown5, they will be right now trembling a little bit, but yes, they'll be super happy of what they got themselves off. That is going to be a victory, not an easy victory, yes, but victory indeed is a victory, meaning that their journey continues here in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League. Yes, we'll continue further to see what will happen next. Will Clown5 continue till the last game that is there, meaning next 4 games they have to win. Still not done is the game. Only one team from India is going to go ahead. Previously in ACL we had 2 teams. Last time it was Marcos and Revenant. This time we however have 1 team. As I mentioned, Revenant are the closest, but with Clown5 not making a mistake here in the final fight, at least they will say, guys, we didn't make a mistake, giving FS Esports the victory this time. However, their journey is still a long one here to qualify for the Asia Champions League finals. Whether they can or not, we have to wait and watch. Now, as you can see the structure right in front of our screens, every Asian region is fighting for that chance. Now, East Asia has 3 regions, and from that 3 region, it can be 3 teams from Japan or Taiwan. Korea has only 2, so it can have both the teams, but it depends on the top 3 teams from the East Asia region. Coming to the Southeast Asia region, there are 6 teams in total. Compared to the 8 teams that end up seeing from the side of East Asia, Southeast Asia have 6 teams, and their top 3 teams can be coming in from the majority of one of the regions. Now, Malaysia did have a great region as a whole. Last time I think, yeah, they were the ones to take it away. Now, with that, we also have Raider joining me on desk. You just witnessed a wonderful game coming in, Raider. So what do you think we are going to witness coming in from the side of Clown5? Do they continue this or not?
Well, the stakes are quite high, so I do believe they have to continue. There is nothing to, look back. Obviously, the experience part is something which they have gained. Even FS Esports has done that. But Clown5, a team which has shown their stance from the start, well, they have to completely put their confidence in the game and then eventually move forward to get something more crucial out of this particular matchup. I'm looking forward to see how that stance is going to improve. I'm looking forward to see how fruitful this particular game is going to be there. But in the replay, you'll get to see how all the stances in this game number 3 happen. To be honest, FSC Sports, the only reason why they were able to bag out the second game was basically due to that Rayquaza steal coming in from, if I'm not wrong, the Leafeon. It was Blair, if I'm not wrong. But that steal was absolutely amazing. But in this third game, things like that didn't even happen.
I think the first game that we ended up seeing here, Raider, in front of our screens was more of Obito, his awareness. I think that the same awareness should have come through from the side of FS. Made the mistake over there where they gave their these ranged attackers to be pushed ahead. Now when your ranged attackers are playing in front line, meaning that it's easier to find a KO on them. Coming into this second game, you end up seeing Leafeon back in action, and you could see just like how Berserk was doing, Blair also was doing the same job, and therefore the damage output was just great.
Oh, indeed. I mean, that was so amazing to watch. Talking about Blair, as you talked about, like Leafeon being that particular Pokemon who got the right output in that particular scenario, I do believe that the Rayquaza steal was something which was kind of the highlight of the whole moment. Initially, yes, there was a lead which was there in the favor of FSC Sports, but I do believe there was a straight up dump of 50 and then 45 also coming in. In this particular scenario, you'll get to see that from 99s to somewhere 205, 209 goals is where the particular other team, Clown5, was sitting at. So that was a good spike coming in, that was a good jump coming in that particular fight. Also, utilizing that Hoopa at its peak was something which was quite crucial. Although due to that petal dance, Hoopa got KO'd in that bottom lane path, and eventually, if you talk about this moment, everybody from Team Clown5 had that domination factor in their favor. But all of a sudden, what happens from the top lane, we got to see that Leafeon, that sneaky guy coming in and swooping in, and that's how the Rayquaza went in the favor of the team known as FSC Sports, and that actually gave us a sigh of relief that yes, we'll get to see a decider.
And I think that's what the side of Clown5 were wary about in this final game. Here you could see they knew there was one player, right? Venusaur, look at the solar beam coming through. They all decided we'll first finish off the solar Venusaur and then get ourselves the Rayquaza. We will not make a mistake that someone survives, and because of that someone, we end up losing a Rayquaza Raider. Do you agree to this? Whenever we end up seeing somebody ready for a steal, team should forget about Rayquaza and try to defend from that steal from happening. Because these steals are more costly, right?
They are costly, as in the whole game is out of your hands. You have been dominating for maybe 9 minutes and 59 seconds, but what happens if that Rayquaza is in the favor of the opponent? There might be some sneaky guy which is already holding the tier 1, tier 2 goal zone, whichever is left, or maybe the base in goal zone, and then he can bag it out. But yeah, truly said that taking down that individual who can be a sneaky guy with whose solar beams or maybe solar blades, things can change. This time in game number 3, they decided to completely eliminate that factor, and with that, well, we have got the brackets, guys, and it is FSC Sports, which is unfortunately now out of the competition. But at the same point, Clown5 is there with a larger picture in their favor. What Clown5 has to do is basically bag out victories against Griffin, which is going to come up next, then Forger Legacy, then True Gravity, and then eventually Revenant, which is sitting in the top seed, the #1 seeding position, and then only they will be crowned as the champion and get the ticket to the finale of this Asia Champions League, which will be held in Bangkok, Thailand. Obviously, the journey for Clown5 is going to be well fought and well contested, but at the same point, it's kind of a redemption story for me once again, because Clown5 and Griffin, if Clown5 would have not lost this game against FSC Sports in day number 2, then maybe Griffin would have been the team which have got their fight against FSC Sports. But now, whatever happened is already done. FSC Sports is already one of those teams which was there at the 6th seeding position. Clown5 was there at this 5th position. So we got to see Clown5 doing exceptionally well job of acquiring this particular game. They got the first game and the third game, if I'm not wrong. There was the second game which went out of their hands. All thanks to Blair, all thanks to that Leafeon. But now coming back to the fact that Clown5, well, they're on to the next journey, which is again going to be quite well contested. But before that, let's have the interview from Team Griffin.
The main strength for our team would be like we trust each other, and like if we lose one of our games, there is like someone gives us confidence from the team.
And one more main strength would be like team environment outside and inside game is like quite good. There is no toxicity in team, so we can play like a free-minded game.
Yeah, so mostly I like the format. It is pretty different from other tournaments that we have ongoing throughout the year. It's not like a random bracket or groups or knockout stage kind of a thing. It's a round robin. You get to play every other team. So it's not like by some whatever luck or you like two strong teams collide in the first round and one of them have to be knocked out. It's not like that. You have to face every other team and you get to a ranking based on that. And I like that about this tournament. You don't have unfair matchups or anything like that. That is one part.
I am really excited for this Asia Championship League. I really wanted to play on international stage. Last year in WCS, I really wanted to play, but sadly I didn't qualify. So let's hoping for the best because I want to really play in international stage, compete to international teams. So I'm really excited for it.
Well, after seeing these small glimpses of the interview, I do believe every single team has got that zest in themselves that they want to go for the finale. They want to qualify. They want to make sure that they resemble their nation. They want to represent their nation. And I believe even Team Griffin have got that stance. But yes, the best part for Team Griffin was basically fighting against every single top team from the Indian circuit that is there from Pokémon Unite to offer. And then they eventually gained that experience. And now they are looking forward to once again nail their spot in, I guess, the next matchup, which will be against 4G Legacy if I'm not wrong. But that too is again going to be well fought because Clown5 is more than ready. And to be honest, they are on a row of winning. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to happen or not.
The only thing that I feel Raider Clown5 should also keep in check is them not getting exhausted. Now these games are going to for sure put a toll on the players. How much ever they try, it is going to be a little bit of a tough job because imagine Legion, Sings, It's Okay Babu, Joy, Obito playing all the other 4 games on a stretch. Now yes, they do have a player Mewtwo which they can switch in between with one of their players and get themselves a little bit of a rest, but that can also break the momentum of the team, right? Because one team has already found that synergy. I'm not too sure if Mewtwo is going to be a switcheroo which doesn't change anything in the team and the team feels same from Clown5, but on the other end, Griffin coming in, Noah, Snowy, Illusion, Ghoul and Mikey. Out of this, Noah and Snowy have played on the international stage. Now Ghoul, he mentioned, right, his enthusiasm that he wants to play on that international stage. Unfortunately, previously also he didn't get a chance. This time he's trying his best, but unfortunately they did have a loss in their league stage. That was day 2 against the side of 4G Legacy, and that's the reason they're here in this 4th seed. Therefore they have to play 4 games on a stretch. Now does that work out or not for them is going to be something that we have to wait and watch. Team introductions in front of our screens, which will give us the idea of what as a team as a whole they do.
Well, till now, the average damage dealt and the taken is kind of on a similar note because they love to go with the attackers, the heavy hitters, and we do see even Blaziken coming in as the all-rounder. But eventually, Clefable is one of those amazing Pokemons which comes up with the highest recovery, and eventually it's a very good supporter. So I do believe Team Griffin is once again going to stick with it. Hoopa on the other corner, which usually gets a lot of ban, but today we have seen Lapras and Slowbro bans a lot. Hoopa is a Pokemon which can change the whole momentum, but to be honest, Team Griffin is one of those teams who loves to stick with their Clefable, their lovely buddy, and then eventually the Lapras Express is something which is lovely for them. Inteleon, Glaceon, these heavy hitters sitting on the back ends can definitely be absolutely amazing, and obviously having a range attacker in your favor is something which can benefit you a lot. I mean, to be precise, in the day number 2 of Asia Champions League regional qualifiers, we got to see a lot of players where Pokemons like Inteleon, and then eventually even Gardevoir was there. I do believe that there was a lot of Decidueye pick also coming in with that Spirit Shackle. We got to see a lot of range attacks coming into the favor. Due to that picture, yes, a lot of things changed in the day number 2. So that's what I believe even Clown5 is going to utilize today as well. And also Team Griffin is also going to do the same. They are going to put up some initial frontline attackers who are going to tank up all that damage, absorb all the damage. Meanwhile, from the back ends, we'll get to see a lot of heavy lifting fights coming in from these attackers or all-rounders.
Now, do you think if I kind of look at this average damage taken, right, comparing with the side of Griffin, they had both damage dealt and damage taken similar around 2 lakh. But here, damage taken is surpassing 2 lakh, moving towards 3 lakh. Do you think this is either a benefit or do you think this is a disadvantage coming in from Clown5? How does it work?
I feel this can be an advantage because they are able to absorb all the damage. They have a good average recovery as well. That shows that they are able to tank up, absorb it, and also reflect it after seeing the average damage dealt. Look at that, 2,86,000. It's not that far away, but still, 2 lakh and 3 lakh, I mean, there is a difference of somewhere around 25,000, but then again, it's not going to be a very big deal when you're able to tank up that damage, recover from it, and also dish it out. So I believe in that terms, I do believe Cloud5 can take an edge because they know how to tank up all that damage. Maybe Griffin is going to be well built, well fought, and they are ready to give out all those damages. They are ready with their heavy hitters. But what if the other team, Cloud5, is able to absorb it and then reflect it as well? And maybe Team Griffin is not going to be ready with their own set of defenders, and their approach might be a little bit different. So that can actually cause them. That's what I feel. But what about you, Lucifer?
The main reason that I asked you is that I had a little bit of a contradiction, and I knew you would kind of take it to that damage taken is like a benefit or an advantage. For me, it feels like there's a little disadvantage in that. Meaning, they take up so much damage, but by the time they have to reciprocate damage out, their Pokemons are not surviving. Which was one of the case we ended up seeing in the previous game, right? If they're able to take up damage and their Pokemon survive, good for them. On the other end, contradictory. Now, this is not a big disadvantage. It's a minute one, which I felt like we can kind of discuss about it. And on the other end, when coming into Griffin, they also have a disadvantage. Again, an advantage, disadvantage. Talking about the damage taken and damage dealt. Both of them being same to same or similar. Not even same because
Recovery.
it's not same. It's very similar. Close by is what they are at 2 lakhs. Meaning, their output has not been great, or their damage taken has not been great. There's somewhere in that medium path where they're able to do best of both worlds, I would say. They're doing a good job on both, not a great job yet. Now, it is going to be crucial today. Now, when we spoke about their last game, right, that is where my discussion came through of their last game, because they're good, not that great yet, is because, again, coming into those held items of stacks, Griffin did not get their stacks through. They had a wonderful snipe build coming through with Inteleon as well as Decidueye coming through, but they didn't get their stacks. Because they didn't get their stacks, the opponent, which was 4G Legacy, were able to put them down and won against them. Now, I hope Griffin have learned from that game, and that's the reason this discussion came through. And I'm happy that this discussion happened here, Raider, because the stats do give us an idea barely to understand what has happened throughout. But when we break it down in this manner, it kind of gives everybody an idea, oh, okay, this is what has happened and this is how it kind of works out. Now, Cloud5, even though they had such high average damage taken, right, we've not seen a triple defender play coming in from there. And from the other end,
Yeah.
did we see that? Yeah, we did see
It's
the triple
FSC Sports
defender
who
play.
usually loves to go
Cloud5
with
played-
triple defenders.
Yeah, Cloud5 played in the second game, in the first best of 3 that we did see. They pulled out the 5-3 defender move. But again, it did not work out because there was a steal coming through. Everybody was surviving, but the steal happened. So something that Cloud5 need to kind of work on is just polishing as of now. That minor disadvantage I spoke about can be even forgotten or can be kind of left out, because it's not a major one of concern. It's just something that they have to pay heed to, especially during the final fights. But now coming into discussion of what your picks or what your bans are going to be. Forget about picks, because picks can be anything. There are around 60 Pokemon right as of now. If we end up picking up everything, it's going to be too long of a journey. So what your bans are going to be, and where do you think those bans are going to change the game, Raider?
I feel Hoopa, first of all. I have been one of those guys, one of those casters from the start of this regional qualifiers, that Hoopa is one of those Pokemons which can really shift the momentum, and we have seen that. FSE Sports, a team who usually was on a track of like defeats and they were struggling a lot, whenever they choose Hoopa, they are like a different team. They are kind of a team who feels a little bit confident because they can shift that momentum with their hyperspace rolls. The rings and bound can actually change a lot of trajectory of that particular game when it comes to the last fights or legendary pit fights. So in terms of that, I do believe that Hoopa as a supporter can be banned. And then again, if you talk about the next particular ban, I feel it can be Lapras, as we did saw earlier as well in the first few matches as well. So I believe that Lapras as a defender can tank up a lot of damage, and at the same point, it's a heavy hitter. It can also reflect back a lot. So in terms of that, I do believe things can change. Even the Lapras Express was so amazing for me. Sitting on the back ends, he was able to put that Trevenant on his back in the Lapras Express, and he wanted to go for some good goals. Unfortunately, Leafeon and the other Pokemons right over there were more than ready. They knew, they kind of predicted, because obviously the tier 1, tier 2 goal zone in the top lane was broken, and in order to go to the base lane goal zone, I believe it's a big risk when you don't have that shield. So they wanted to go for the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom lane, and that's where the other two Pokemons were also ready. So that's how the play was being there. But I do believe, asking about the bans, I feel Hoopa and Lapras, these are two picks for me.
Let's see if that happens as the game is ready. Cloud5 versus Team Griffin. Cloud5 playing the second game of the day, whereas Griffin playing their first. This is going to be the 4th seeded game coming through because Griffin were the 4th. Clown5 still at the 5th position as of now, but you can see the rankings, right? There's a big ranking difference compared to their India Open. India Open, Clown5 placed 6th and Griffin placed 3rd. Ban about to be done. It's an Umbreon and a Lapras ban. But before we jump into the discussion of the picks, I just want to set a trend if possible, if it happens here, Raider. That is going to be the trend of the victory. Now, last game, Clown5 against FSC Sports happened in day 2, which it was FS to win. And today, Clown5 took a revenge. And is it going to be the opposite day? Griffin and Clown5, when they fought in the league stage, it was Griffin to win it out. But Clown5, can they win it this time?
It's a redemption story, man. If Clown5 really wants to climb the ladder, they have to beat Team Griffin. And Team Griffin, if they want to take this advantage of not fighting in the first game, I do believe Team Griffin definitely has to bag out this particular game. And both the teams are well maintained, well tamed, and they know what their strategies are. But eventually, by the book is something which might not happen in this particular game. So I'm looking forward to see how that pick goes on. But talking about the pick phase is already here, guys. So let's talk about the Pokemons. From Clown5 to be precise, we have a defender, all-rounder, and an attacker coming in. It's the Venusaur, Blaziken, and along with that, we do have the defender known as Slowbro. So on the other corner, Team Griffin reciprocates with a Clefable of their own as the supporter, and we do see Blastoise, Alolan Ninetales, and Glaceon. Kind of an interesting choice, but Griffin, well, they are well teamed to be actually on that note.
Legion, I know you're still playing with us, okay? It's not going to be a Pikachu. If it is, and when we come on desk the next time, I will show a Pikachu as well. Oh, it is! Okay. And an Eldegoss on top of it. So I was waiting till the last second until that tick mark pops up on the Pokemon card, and finally it does. Last choice coming in from Nova is going to be a Trevenant. Nova was earlier a ranged attacker as well as an all-rounder. Now he's moved into this defender role. Whereas his teammate earlier, eventually we'll see him down the line. That is Zishol. He's not here in either one of these teams, but he was a defender earlier, a defender and a supporter, and he's moved into a ranged attacker all-rounder role. So a lot of role changes also happened throughout the roster shifts that happened here in Pokemon Unite. Finally, we are in the preparation phase here, Raider. Stack being played from Obito on this Blaziken. When we see towards the next end of it, there's only the special attack spec stack coming in from both the front lines. One is going to be the Clefable, another one is the Blastoise. So single stack versus a double stack. Let's see how it plays out.
Oh, it's going to be pretty interesting. The first game of the match number 2 today, which is between Clown5 versus Team Griffin, a team who managed to get the 6th position and barely qualify in the regional qualifiers of Asia Champions League. It's going to be Clown5, but from the start, they have shown a stance that they are well fought, they are well built, and the mistakes that they did in India Open 2023 is not going to get reciprocated, not going to get I guess, should I say, underlined or eliminated in this particular scenario of Asia Champions League as well. And they have did it. I mean, they have shown their evolution. They have shown how their trainers are also looking forward to evolve along with their Pokemons when it comes to the game as well. But all of that will be shown, will be written in this historic game number 1 of match number 2. I'm looking forward to it. We will get to see Clown5 starting it a little bit early when it comes to the mid lanes, and also exactly like that is going to be Team Griffin. Their EVs are also looking forward to evolve as fast as possible so that they can put up the right output. It's okay, Babu. It's a guy who has completely changed the momentum in the day number 2 of Asia Champions League regional qualifiers. But to be honest, today the impact was not that big of a deal, but now maybe he is going to change that notion for me.
Snowy already has gotten his first stack. He was also the first player from the side of Griffin, as well as the first one in its entirety to get a stack. And Mikey also gets his first stack on the special attack specs. Immediately uses X speed, backs off, but he's ready. Already heal pulse. Nice damage to push players back. But in the meantime, Ninetales also has evolved the Alolan Ninetales. This is going to be a cause for concern. Blizzard and Avalanche mostly is the moveset. We rarely see the Aurora Veil coming through. But who knows, there can be something new that the teams are going to be picking up, just like how we have seen the Pikachu. But the Pikachu right as now is moving towards the top path where there is the EV evolved to the Glaceon. Meantime, Altaria and Swablu fight. The fight fails as the Torchic finds the KO. The Torchic has to evolve, but finding a KO is a big deal. In the meantime, they understand that there are 4 players on top and only bottom 1 defending is going to be top. Bottom, they end up scoring, but Team Griffin decide, oh, they're going to push us. We have a Glaceon on the ready, along with already a stacked Wartortle. Do the damage, find the KO, and look at how well they push the players of Clown5. Clown5, even though they got a couple of KOs, Raider, they did not get a single goal through on the top path.
Exactly. I mean, their goal, to be honest, was go and get some good AOS energies for themselves and then eventually dump it. Try to possibly put some pressure onto the top lane, but eventually it all backfired onto them due to the stack coming in onto that war turtle. Along with that, also, if I'm not wrong, the Glaceon was absolutely amazing while getting those KOs. So that's exactly what is happening. But now it all trickles down to how those guys are going to fight in the mid lanes when it comes to the Algerian Swablos, and it is again going to be a situation where both the teams are trying their level best, but still, when it comes to goals, it's Team Griffin which is winning it all, and they've got some good heavy lifters as well on the top lane. In the bottom lane, when you talk about that, they have a defender and Ninetales also working their way up so that they can guard the goal and also get some good goals. Yeah,
I'm still looking at how well both Snowy and Mikey on Cliffable as well as War Turtle are getting their dunks done. They both have at least 2 or 3 stacks already on the top path. So well played, and players are there on the top path. We ended up seeing a 4-man push coming in from Clown5. Still the stacks were pushed against them. This time, however, the Torchic from the Kumbaskin to the Blaziken is fully evolved. Thunder not finding enough value, not even stunning the players. Griffin are keeping themselves away from it. Less than 3 seconds, we are going to see the Reggie spawn, and looks like Clown5 decided we all move to the bottom path, especially because of the overextension of that Trevenant, and Trevenant might have made the mistake, but has that combo move of Wood Hammer, and therefore nobody able to find anything on Trevenant.
Meanwhile, the Slowbro is trying to slowly melt down that Regirock, but on the other corner, the concern... Yeah, exactly. The concern was a little bit different for Team Griffin. They knew that there is a complete stack going in the bottom lane, and still they managed to get a good KO along with that Regieliki being melted away. Look at that, Blaziken finally melts the Regirock in their favor, and with that advantage, now they really want to take some good shots onto the players of Team Griffin, but still it's not working out. Look at the top lane, still being completely confronted by that Blastoise, and he was able to dunk some serious goals. And 112, a century being hit by Team Griffin already. On the other corner, Team Clown5 is yet to open their scores, but I feel if this is going to be persistent till the 8-minute marker, I feel the Legend Repair is something which can change the whole trajectory of this game. But till now, it's Team Griffin all over, which is momentarily maintaining their stance and getting a lot of good KOs at the same point, getting all of those goals in their favor as well. And look at the evolution factor. A lot of them are already at level 9, and none of them is actually level 7, which was the situation for Team Clown5 in the initial stage. But look at this. In order to steal that whole Algerian Swablu in the favor, Pikachu wanted to really go for some good heavy hits, but unfortunately that was not the case. But this time the Thunder will definitely stun that Cliffable. But on the other corner, oh, look at that. The all-rounder goes down by none other than the Glaceon.
In the top path, almost everybody has their unites, and look at this, Baba alone can do nothing. An overdunk of a 40. That's the reason Blastoise just kept his stacks going on, and with the overdunk of a 40, 157 to 0, Clown5 being put in check, and look at where Nova is overextending. Might have found a KO, but the overheat along with the solar beam does damage to Nova, but his build helps him heal back. Nothing for him to be worried about. However, a little bit of an overextension coming here from the Slowbro. Thankfully had the eject, will be able to run away. The solar beam did come through again, but this time doesn't do damage to anybody. But Nova still in the tall grasses of that alley towards the bottom path. Joy being pushed back with the Avalanche and Blizzard. Time for the Reggie fight towards the bottom, but this time Nova gets caught. Nice stun with the Thunder coming through, and Nova on the Trevenant gets KO'd. This is the chance here for Clown5 to finally find at least some dunks. Shedinja doll being used, making sure Glaceon doesn't get hit with the slow beam, along with the Verdant Anger, finds the KO on the Glaceon. Do they find another? Super low is Ninetales. Fly coming out as the unite from Cliffable, and Blastoise with the rapid spin finds one, trying to find another. Ninetales puts the Blaziken down. Snowy not backing off from the fight, finally will be forced off as Nova is back on the Trevenant with the help of a Ninetales, finds a 2 KO streak for Ninetales. The Phantom Forest was used, and Blastoise not stopping, puts the Eldegoss down, and Clown5, their intentions of a team fight and a team goal all denied.
Plethora of KOs coming in at this point. Clown5 looking on a very shaky corner, and it does feel like that once again the Algerian Swablos could be in their favor, but that was not the case. The last few hits coming in. Yeah.
Look at the amount of AOS energy that is around their goal zone as well as towards the Reggie. That's the amount of chaos that they have found, and they're not stopping. Look at Snowy, but just because of his stacks. Finally the Pikachu uses the Unite, and this has done enough damage to find the first KO. Make it the second, as Cliffable also goes down with the help of Blaziken and Ninetales, finding a 2 KO streak. Much needed Unite coming in from Legion on the Pikachu. Turns the game around with a 3 KO streak of Obito on Blaziken, and finally the first score and also a destruction of a tier 1 goal zone to 90.
the first one, and a very good equating goal coming in from the players of Cloud5. What a way to build in once again that aggression that was somewhere lost. But what a beautiful fight coming in. On the other corner, look at Nova. He's also trying to go for some good goals, and he's going to go with a dump of 40. Not just that, going to collect all those AS energy which his friend left after getting KO'd.
Yeah.
And with that 40 AS energy, once again he's going to fall back. It's
back with
basically
Griffin.
scavenging with every single AS energy. And as you said, the AS energy that they lost is back with Team Griffin. It's all about how they're going to go for the dump of another set of 40, because right now it's a Slowbro which is guarding it away. But Reggie Leakey, the 6th ally for Cloud5, or maybe Team Griffin. I mean, it does look like Team Griffin is on the way of melting it away, and Blastoise keeping the other team on their toe. Glacier melts away, and the 6th ally coming in from the bottom lane. I do believe Trevenant can really go for that dump of 40 at this point, but he is going to go for the mid lanes so that he can hide in the tall tree grasses and maybe fight back. Leveling up is going to be the scenario for a lot of Pokemons coming in from Team Griffin, and it is looking like a situation where Team Griffin has got that edge. But look at this, 40 more goals. He could have waited for maybe 10 more seconds when the legendary pit could have been opened.
Doesn't
Decided, yeah, it doesn't matter. We have to go for some good goals, and those 40 years energy that I have just collected has to be dumped right in that goal.
Cloud5 right now playing for a flip. Thunder being used, stun does
Thunder.
work through, but front line is super strong from Griffin. Blastoise has still not entered the picture, is waiting in the bottom path. As soon as the fight starts, Blastoise on Snowy is going to immediately jump. Illusion playing towards the top edges of the legendary pit. There'll be a hit on the tall grasses on Cliffable, but look at the Icy Wind finding damage. Finally, the Hydro Typhoon, it strikes at multiple players, but even the Thunder Unite being used from Pikachu, along with a Slow Beam coming through. Blastoise might be the first one to be KO, but Snowy is still surviving one or the other way. He is getting no help, now chasing the Pikachu, while the Pikachu is super low, but still a little bit of an overextension coming in from the Blastoise. That's the first KO that Team Griffin give away, and now look at Cloud5 immediately jumping to Rayquaza. Griffin still keep themselves in check, want to make sure they find at least one KO, and that might just be the slow bro. In the meantime, Rayquaza is super low. Who gets the last hit? It's a Unite being used from the Ninetales and secures the Rayquaza. And Cloud5, even though they tried to do this final fight in their favor, nothing is going to work. A big 100 will be scored, but Mikey unfortunately had lost his
Where's the shield? But it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. He's still going to go for a Boeing of 100. What a play from Team Griffin. The way they dominated from the start, the way they were able to push the aggression from the start. Now, every single Tier 1, Tier 2 goal zone has been breaking down. It all trickles down to the base lane goal zone. And look at that Venusaur. He wanted to go for a number of approximately 46 goals, but that is not going to be the case, because there you go. A KO will be coming in on that attacker, and with that, it's done and dusted. Kind of a done and dusted game for Team Cloud5, because to be honest, the comeback story, it just can't happen at this point. You just have 15 more seconds to go. You don't have that many AOS energy, no shields whatsoever. You can go for the tier 1 goals in the top lane, but how is that going to be possible? I believe it's going to be some more goals from Team Griffin, but nothing
There's a
will
40
be coming
ready
in
from the
Team Cloud5.
Trevenant. That Trevenant is so funny to watch. The Trevenant enters almost
look at him,
about to score, but the shield gets broken down. Therefore, that 80 score doesn't come through. Nonetheless, Griffin, amazing stuff that they pulled off here in game number 1 against Cloud5. And Cloud5, this feels like this is just them being drained out after playing the previous game. That previous game went neck to neck. It seems like here they have nothing more left here, Raider. That's how this game feels to be watched. I just hope Cloud5 slow this down. But otherwise, Griffin, especially the early stacks that they did, both Snowy and Mikey, and we kept talking about it. If you stack, you make it. You stack it, you rake it, you win it. That's how the game is right now.
I mean, on the top lane, I mean, if I'm not wrong, the water turtle stack is what you are talking about. On the top lane, we did saw a lot of interesting play over there. But I have a small question for you as well, Lucifer, that what is the small change that Cloud5 can bring in order to beat Team Griffin in their game number 2? Because to be honest, the way Griffin dominated in the first game, I don't feel that they're going to let it go that easily.
They will not for sure, but I felt the build or the Pokemon draft itself was good. But I think somewhere the fights were not picked well coming in from the side of Cloud5. Because you remember, right, one Pikachu Unite along with the teammates' help, Obito, Focus Blast, Overheat, Flame Kick, everything coming through gave them a victory. That was just one Unite. Imagine if that happened multiple times. I think that's something that they should have concentrated on. As soon as Legion on Pikachu got Unites, they should have made sure that the Unites was dumped on the players of Griffin. They should have been overpowered. Never were Griffin felt powered from the side of Clown5. They were never forced for a fight. It was always Griffin who were ready for a fight. Only one bottom path fight is once or twice that happened. Clown5 made it work. But also look at their overdunk. That tier 1 goal zone gets destroyed after scoring 80 years energy. So they were only able to overdunk another 10. Therefore only 90. Whereas Griffin, they overdunked. Look at them. Every time they overdunked, it was 40. Tier 1 40.
At least.
Bottom tier was also not at least. It was 40. That's all.
I mean, Team Griffin, they calculated every single move and they were able to actually, should I say, implicate it very well in the game as well. You just have 10 minutes, you have to count in every single move, and look at that, every single really key. A lot of, I guess, advantageous fight was also there in the bottom, but although they were unable to get that Regirock that was there at 2-minute marker, but they lost that control over there, and eventually it was Team Clown5 which was able to have the advantage. But even after that, I do remember that Clown5 was able to have that Regirock advantage. They wanted to go for some heavy hits.
Yes.
Unfortunately, from the other corner, Team Griffin also dished out the right amount of damage, and that whole advantage of having that Rayquaza, having that Regirock, sorry, my bad, didn't even came through because they were instant chaos coming in. Look at this. This is the fight I'm talking about. The way I believe in this particular fight, Blaziken was able to take the advantage of that Regirock was absolutely amazing. But instantly after that, what happened? Plethora of chaos started to come in. And first of all, it was the Blaziken.
Yeah, I think Blaziken going down and Blaziken also not getting the stack, right? You saw around the 6 to 8 minute mark was when Obito on Blaziken got the first stack of a 40. Whereas by that time, you saw Blastoise as well as Cliffable, both of them on their special attack specs already had done 4 to 5 stacks. Meaning damage output from the Blastoise was insane. Look at this. That's the confidence why Snowy was just moving in for every fight. He's like, I'm ready, boys. Especially with that water spout and rapid spin moveset, the damage output is super high. With Surf, you're able to dodge. People can dodge away from the Surf. Even from the Hydro Cannon, they can dodge. But from rapid spin, he can be just around you. Wherever you try to dodge, his movement speed is also high. Therefore, he could do anything. But however, after finding this first KO, right, I thought maybe they would have left with any amount of Unite. But look like Unite for a Unite. A lot of Unite dumps came through very early from the side of Clown5. They should have waited for their chance of dumping Unites. Rather, they just, as soon as they saw the Hydro Typhoon, they're like, press. We saw the Pikachu with the Thunder coming through. We saw the Slow Beam being used. Every Unite was used, whereas you saw Ninetales, right, towards the end. Kept its Unite. I think that decision making or calling that through, talked about refinement and polishing. Clown5 here in this game, because of the oppression coming in, especially from Griffin, couldn't keep themselves on the cool-headed platform. Unfortunate, that's all.
Yeah, from the get-go, I mean, there was a total control coming in from Team Griffin, and you talked about Unite being utilized way too early. They were basically trying to not get a total team KO on themselves. Exactly. They were trying to survive. Those Unites were used in a fashion where they wanted to survive, not to put down the objective, the main objective, that was the legendary post Pokemon Rayquaza in the legendary pit. But on the other corner, the way Team Griffin was able to retaliate was absolutely amazing. But even before that, let's have a look at the player introduction as well, so that we can get a little bit more clear idea on individual players from these two particular teams. First of all, let's talk about Nova. He loves to play with Umbreon, and the goal is to basically win the Pokémon Unite ACL 2024, which has been the goal of a lot of individuals, a lot of teams, to be honest. But he lacks somewhere around in terms of strategy, but he fulfills that disadvantage by his aggressiveness, goal defense, combination, and the melted strength on the peak.
I think right as now, I would say Nova's strategy is way better. We just saw his strategy of going in for an overdunk of a 40, getting the Eos energy that unfortunately when his team got KO'd, bringing it back in their own Eos bunch, and then again going in for trying, at least, not maybe if they went in, he tried his best to get that 80 towards that last 10 seconds, right? Unfortunately, there were just too many players. So his strategy so far looked good. Coming in from the side of Clown5 here, Raider, we have Obito. Obito says Zacian is his favorite Pokemon. Unfortunately, he's not allowed to play his favorite Pokemon here in ACL. Again, this is something that if you would have read the director's note and the patch notes, eventually Zacian along with Mewtwo X and Y, they will all be put into legendary categories, meaning over the time, I think this will happen later down, especially early in next year, which you'll get a brief idea about what it is, but we'll talk about that another time, I think during the start of WCS or ACL finals itself. But right as now, his aspiration is to represent. Now Noah's comment was for him to win ACL.
To win,
right?
Yeah.
Meaning he has represented India on a global stage. Now Obito, that is going to be a first time for him. That's the reason his comment says, I want to represent India on that global stage.
A step-by-step ladder
Yeah.
being grasped by every single individual at this point. The guy who has already represented the nation on a global stage, he wants to bag out that championship for India. On the other corner, the other guy wants to feel that pleasure of representing the whole nation of the Indian subcontinent. But I'm looking forward to see what happens on the other corner. Let's talk about Snowy as well, who is representing Team Griffin. The average damage dealt, average damage taken is kind of good due to the factor that he loves to play that Decidui attacker, to be honest, a range attacker, to be honest. So it's looking quite good for them as well. On the other corner, Joy coming in from Team Clown5 loves to play with the defender approach, either Slowbro or Umbreon. We have seen that the Lapras was banned, and also, if I'm not wrong, the Umbreon ban came in the first game. So maybe things will change in the second game if those bans are not going to be the case. But still, Team Clown5, they have to be very, very on point with their play in the next two games, because that's all they have got. Yes, they have beaten the FSC Sports, but now it all trickles down to what they're going to do against Griffin, and then it will be a question of how they're going to fight against Forger Legacy, then True Gravity, then Revenant. So obviously the 5th, 6th seeder teams have to fight a lot. That job is definitely going to be quite full with hardships, quite full with a lot of strategies and a lot of equational plays also coming into the picture. So in terms of that, yes, Clown5 or other teams like that, maybe FSC Sports, if they could have beaten down Clown5, that was another possibility that could have happened in some other multiverse of Pokemon Unite. Maybe that is going to happen, but today, yes, FSC Sports unfortunately wasn't able to back out their third game, which could have been the advantageous game for them. But now Clown5 to be precise, have already lost their first game against Team Griffin. Maybe Griffin is going to show some stance, show some metal in their particular performance, and maybe they are going to bag up the second game as well. But for all of that situation to happen, we have to go to the draft pick phase, and in terms of that, the bans look pretty similar. We do see from Team Griffin again Umbreon ban coming in. On the other corner, Clown5 might actually go for the Lapras again.
Yeah, it seems to be the same thing. Clown5 still keep their
there you
first
go.
pick. Therefore, we should again see. Wait, Bawu? Okay, finally it changes it. I was like, wait, you guys pick Slowbro. Why are you banning? You have the first pick. I think Bawu got confused. He thought maybe he has the second pick choice. Therefore, he was like, wait, I'll not do it. And finally, will and should, I think, get the Slowbro. We just saw in the player introductions, right? Where Joy, his highest played Pokemon is Slowbro. However, Bawu says, guys, we want a healer first. Gets the Cliffable. Now, previously, Griffin had this Cliffable,
mental
and
games.
Griffin used to change that. But Joy, at the last nth second, make sure he's like, bro, hey, Bawu, wait, we'll still get our chance to get a supporter. I'll get myself a Slowbro, and then we'll figure the next out. Because support right as now has not been crucial as much as these defenders on the front line. As soon as Griffin see that the support is not picked, Cliffable, boom, goes to the other end along with Blastoise coming through.
Well, in order to reciprocate, we do see a Venusaur, and along with that a Buzzball coming in, which is an all-rounder. So have to see how those heavy lifting shots are going to come from that particular corner as well. Goal on the other corner is going to stick with that beautiful Ninetales, and a Glaceon might be coming in pretty soon. Pretty similar combination, guys, and eventually we just have to see which is the 5th Pokemon coming in from Team Griffin to finally say that it's the exact mirror copy of what they were able to go for the draft phase in the first game as well. On the other corner, Clown5 this time wants to switch it up a bit, and they are including a Speedster, which is going to be the beautiful Leafeon. So they are more than ready, and their supporter is definitely going to be that Eldegoss. Although it was not that big of a help for them in the first game, but I do believe the second game is where they're going to put in and pitch in their 110%. But what is that? Even Griffin is ready with a beautiful all-rounder, and it's going to be the Blaziken.
Interesting choices coming through. Let's see how this works out. Again, I'll keep a lookout on the stack. I'm going to be the stack master. If you don't do your stacks, I'll call you guys out. Now, Obito has his attack weight stack coming through. This time, Nova is not running a special attack specs. Mikey, however, will still run. Snowy will still, however, run, but not a special attack spec. He's back on the attack weight. Now, weakness policy on both the ends, right, with the attack weight. But one change is going to be a Razor Claw on Snowy, whereas Obito is going to be playing with the Focus Band. Meaning, as soon as his Focus Band pops up, Obito will have a little more of a lifeline, you could call it, with a little bit of a blue HP. I want to see how that works out. There's still, however, Legion having the microphone, megaphone, we would want to call it, where they get a chance to get their unites charged up faster. Now, does that work out is something that we have to wait and watch. But one thing that Clown5 should have not let Griffin pick was this Glaceon. This Glaceon with the Icy Wind and Freeze Dry is causing the problem. On top of it, another ice Pokemon that they have is Ninetales. Double Ninetale trouble. Double ice trouble is what I feel Griffin are giving to Clown5. Game number 2 underway. Let's see how it goes.
Well, let's just see how this particular game is going to unveil themselves, because again guys, maybe this is going to be the possible last game from Team Clown5, or is it going to be a new story being written from Team Clown5 is what I'm looking at. To be honest, as a fan, I would definitely love to see a decider coming in, because that keeps us on the edge of the chair. But yes, at the same point, Clown5, Team Griffin, both of them, they want to evolve as fast as possible, and the speedster goes out of his way, evolving and seeing a lot of AOS energies, getting all those XP so that it can move a little bit faster and eventually get the best output. Oh, there you go, already a KO. Clown5 this time chose violence.
And looks like Mikey will also go down, even though they've gotten the first stack of 2 AOS energy. Counter stack from in from Clown5, and look at that, it's going to be a big one of 13, especially from the Leafeon. Now let's see how much more stacks that they can push through. We did even talk about the Blaziken being there, and you can see what the Torchic is doing. Torchic has AOS energy. Oh wait, doesn't have any AOS energy. Was it the first stack that Torchic did? I think I'm not too sure. I missed out because it was too early in the game. Now finally Torchic has moved up to the top path. However, looks like both the teams have let go of their Baltoys this time, like in that mid path region. A little bit of a change in approach from all these teams coming through in terms of exploring and doing something better. Snowy going in for that stack. Will still not evolve to Combusking. Has to back off. There are no other wild Pokemons, but Snowy uses the eject. Will not survive. Sings is there. He moves in. Sings might find another, but his Solar Blade was not charged. Shedinja Doll, he shouldn't have used my call, and the Glaceon is also down, and bigger stacks coming in from Clown5. Clown5 charging, answering right from the get-go here in Game 2.
Now that shows a complete change of pace from Team Clown5.
Yeah.
The way they are getting multiple KOs initially is something absolutely amazing. And they had to do this in order to break what? It's the momentum. It's the momentum that had to be broken from Team Griffin's perspective. And look at this, exactly what Team Griffin was doing in the initial first game. They were coming up with a lot of KOs, they were dumping a lot of goals, they were trying to break the tier 1, tier 2 goal zones as well. And that's exactly what Team Clown5 is doing, meanwhile keeping themselves safe as well. It's not like that they are getting themselves in a very tricky spot there where they are also getting KO'd a lot. So Team Clown5, a good job done and dusted for the first few minutes, but to be honest, they have to be very consistent with this particular approach. And look at this, in the tree grasses, in the tall grasses, we did saw that Slowbro hiding it out, and now currently he has been spotted. He is trying to get some good damage onto that node, but there will be a complete stack onto the top lane. It does feel like that. It's okay, Babu. The supporter goes down, that's for sure. It's going to happen. Leafeon on the other corner comes up with a beautiful point of his own, and the Ninetales unfortunately got KO'd over there. But Snowy, well, you won't survive. You won't survive. That Leafeon is something which is changing a lot of stuff, and also that orange and purple buff that this particular Pokemon has got is something which is going to keep the Team Griffin on its edge for a long period of time.
Right, as now Clown5, because of their stacks, they've been looking better. How does that work? Their 2 stacks attack weight, both on Leafeon as well as on the Buzzwole, and that's been doing damage. Now Team Griffin, to change things, they have to get this Registeel, and that's the reason they're fighting for it. And look at this, Combuskin still not evolved to Blaziken. That's something to be worried about. At least their Pokemon should have been at level 8, but the Solar Beam comes and it steals away the Registeel. Along with it, Sinks comes in, swoops, and then also finds a KO on Ninetales, while his comrade finds one on Ninetales, and one after another. Team Griffin having no control. Venusaur finds another, and this time the Blastoise going down, and this is where the level disadvantage that I was talking about comes into play. There is still the Verdant Anger that Legion has not used on the Venusaur, and finally he uses it. The Ninetales should again go down and be wide, but before that Glaceon finds one as a Slowbro. The front line going down. However, Leafeon might just go down because of Glaceon's targeted Icicle Spear coming through. Yes, finds value. Icicle Spear again coming in from Illusion. A 3 KO streak, might be a 4th. Obito gets damage but reaches the Citrus Berry and his Flux Zone in time to survive.
Well, look at this, 97-19. What a play from Team Clown5 right now, but still it is Team Griffin which is now picking up the pace, and they're getting all those Australian Straw Blues and the level buffs that they really want to claim from the start, from the get-go. But Obito, unfortunately, he's not going to survive from those Icicle Spears, and look at that, Glaceon finds a crucial KO onto the players of Team Clown5, and that heavy lifter is going to go out of the existence for now, for a brief period. Now he's again back and ready to fight back, but this time the Regieliki contestment is going on. Maybe this time Team Griffin is going to get that steal in their favor, but all of a sudden is the Eldegoss which is going to come. The Icicle shots are coming in, but Blaziken finds it, and the ally is going to be over there, and no healers for now for Team Clown 5 as the supporter goes down. And with that, look at this complete open opportunity for them to go for some good dunks, and this is how they're going to equalize the scoreline. And not just that, they're going to take a lead of 3 good points in their favor. Team Griffin is back in the game. It does feel like that, but how far are they going to go? That's the big question.
Illusion's bottom path fight on Glaceon worked out. That has given Griffin a chance to get back into the game. However, Clown 5, they will also stand their chance. They have their unites on the ready. All 5 unites for the bottom path fight, which is less than 5 seconds because of the Regi. And it is Clown 5 who have taken charge, majority of the control, but Ninetales as well as Cliffable are waiting. Slowbro along with Venusaur starts the fight off. In the meantime, over dunks coming through from Griffin on the top path. A 40 comes through along with another 20 or 30, but on the contrary, a 40 gets scored, but a Solar Beam again secures the Regi steal, and nice slow beam. Ninetales is not going to survive, even though the Shedinja Doll and Blizzard was used, will eventually go down because of the low HP it had. However, Blaziken here trying to help his teammates out, but is also low. Finally, again, the Icicle Spear doing the damage, but Cotton Cloud Crash could have come in any moment, but look at this Hydro Typhoon counters players' Verdant Anger, but the Verdant Anger is still enough to find value, make it more as the Leafeon chases the Blastoise to find one. Ninetales in between all this chaos, all alone uses the Unite, but is now stuck. The Sludge Bomb slows the speed, and Slowbro, which started the fight on Ninetales, finishes the fight, and now waiting for an overdunk of a 40, and nobody can stop it. That is Clown 5 getting back into the game at 220.
What a way to find their way back in the game. They have destroyed the tier 1, tier 2, tier 1 goal zones on both the lanes, and right now they are putting up a pressure on every single individual Pokemons. And it was about to be a total team KO coming in from Team Clown 5 onto Team Griffin. But right now, again on the top lane, once again the focus is a little bit on the Already Swablos so that they can have that level buff, and Blaziken is more than ready, and now he's calling his teammates to go for that Regieliki. They really want that 6 ally for themselves, and in terms of that, Blaziken is trying to melt it away. Look at that, he is already at 50% of that job. Glaceon also comes in, Ninetales also converging right over there, but the only guy which is defending right now the bottom lane tier 2 goal zone, it's gonna be the Blastoise. Unfortunately, the whole charm in the top lane is also not going to work out because there was a steal coming in from Clown 5, and the 6 ally is there for Team Clown 5, and Griffin unfortunately was unable to get the advantage, but no. Ninetales unfortunately is also going to get KO'd. All those heavy hitters are not being seen that prudent, that helpful for the team of Team Griffin, and at the same point Blaziken goes on. Not just that, we'll get to see Glaceon, and along with that another KO was there. It is kind of a total team KO.
3 KO streak coming in from the Buzzwall. The stacks worked off phenomenally, and Clown 5 look unstoppable. The Stack Master is here, happy. Can they do a lot more? However, Clown 5, they have this early game, they have the game in control, but will they be able to close the game? Final stretch in less than 10 seconds. Regirock has appeared, but because it's less than 10 seconds, nobody is going to go for the Regirock. Not get themselves the defense buff, but Sing's almost about to reach level 15. Whereas on the other end, it is just level 13, level 14 on 2 Pokemons, Buzzwall as well as Leafeon. Both of them, I think, fully stacked and ready for this final fight.
Indeed, they are ready, but let's see who is going to take that legendary pit in their favor. The Rayquaza is here, and it's something which can change everything for Team Griffin. Or is it going to be a situation where Clown 5 is going to bag out this particular game? That's what we are looking at. Look at this. On the top lane, we get to see all the players from Team Griffin maintaining their calm composure, but the Solar Beam is definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto those individuals. Not just that, he's going to take an edge on that Rayquaza as well, but look at this. Nobody has still got that KO. Nobody has got that initial opening. Leafeon on the other corner wants to find a sneaky one, but unfortunately due to all those tier 1, tier 2 goal zone already being destroyed, they can't really go for a steal. They have to approach either the base lane goal zone or the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom lane. But the Solar Beams once again coming in. They're focusing on that defender, and the Blastoise is already on the verge of getting KO'd, but all thanks to that Cliffable, he's still back in the fight. He's still surviving. What Clown 5 is trying to do is basically keep Team Griffin away from the legendary pit, and it is working out for them.
It is brilliantly. So far, Team Griffin, not even a single move has connected with the opponents to do damage, and Clown5 are loving it, and look at, as soon as Clown5 move in, all the players from side of Griffin are moving back. Finally, Blaziken finds the main crucial KO. The Venusaur is out, and immediately Hydro Typhoon, but it doesn't find anybody. The Hydro Cannon, my bad. The Unite doesn't find any value now. They have to move in for this Rayquaza. Not much time left, less than 30 seconds, but Obito is like, I'm ready for it. Whatever you guys do, we will charge upon it. Blaziken trying his best along with the spinning flame kick coming through, but Leafeon from the backlines ready. Solar Blade also finding Blaziken's KO, along with the last hit being secured from none other than the Eldegoss. Secures this game 2 for Clown5. Clown5, yes, were exhausted, but Clown5 are back into the game right now. There's nothing that Griffin can do against them. That one game was just, I think, the reader game here for Clown5, but this victory being secured from Clown5, they had overpowered Griffin just like Griffin did to them in game number 1.
To be honest, it just felt like a similar picture where Team Clown5 was unable to really put even 100 goals in the favor in the first game, and Team Griffin was there with 500 plus goals in the favor. It's just a complete vice versa situation for me, to be honest. And in the draft pick phase, I thought, literal opposite. In the draft pick phase as well in the second game, for a moment I thought that Team Griffin might take the edge in the favor when I saw Team Clown5 taking that Slowbro first of all, when they had their initial pick. They could have gone for that Clefable, which could have helped them a lot, but they were pretty confident on their picks, and that's how it worked out in their favor. Clown5, from the start, they maintained their composure, and as you said, it was kind of a reader game. They were trying to get an idea of what Team Griffin is capable of, and they're putting them in a very safe spot. Like, Team Griffin was feeling that, yes, we are here to win, and we are banging out the first game way too quickly, way too, I guess, efficiently in our favor. But Team Clown5, they had a different plan, that they wanted to keep the other team on a very safer note, that they are not going to put their 100% maybe and eventually put them on the backlines in the second game. They wanted to inflict that pressure, and we have seen that from the start till the 8-minute marker. There was somewhere, if I'm not wrong, 396 goals coming in from Clown5, where Team Griffin was struggling to get even 150 goals in their favor. At that point, what Clown5 did is basically keep Team Griffin away from the legendary pit, and they wasted approximately 1 minute and 10 seconds. That means approximately 70 to 80 seconds were already wasted from Clown5's perspective, and they had that lead. So Team Griffin, all in their urge, they wanted to push in, and that's where they committed some small mistakes, and that's where Team Clown5 was more than ready in a defensive position to guard that legendary pet. And also when they saw that opportunity, they swooped in and took that Rayquaza.
And one more thing, when you have a build, when you have your items, you need to make sure that your items are being used. Especially like attack weight, very well played from Sinks and Obito. Legion coming in, energy amplifier, meaning he could recharge his Unite super speedy. Does that, uses it at least 3-4 times, which again brings them to value. Same goes multiple times that they kept doing it, and Babu played it really well. Yes, he got caught a couple of times, but understanding the capability of secures, understanding the capability of valueful damage that they could do, especially Legion having his double attack specs play, right? Those special attack specs that he was playing on was just wonderful. Knew that his damage output on the solar beam is going to be on the higher end, and you could see in the final fight for the 1 minute and 30 seconds of that final stretch, every time a solar beam was sent out from Venusaur, it hit at least 1 or 2 players minimum. Every time, it never missed. Whereas coming in from the movesets from Griffin, there was Glaceon's Icicle Spear being used, there was Surf, Hydro Typhoon, Hydro Cannons being used, but none of them did any damage to the players of Clown5. Even if it did, it just did to the front line, meaning either the Eldegoss or the Slowbro, which is not effective. But look at how well Sinks was playing. Even in the final stretch, right? Sinks was nowhere to be seen. It was Obito, Joy, Bavu, everybody, every other player. Sinks was hiding. As soon as they understood Rayquaza was being drained, Sinks swooped in, final hit on the Solar Blade, Solar Boing coming through, one. And look at this was the Verdant Anger I was talking about, Unite coming through. Never shied away from using the Unite because he knew he had the energy amplifier, and multiple times that worked out. Only one fight that worked out for the side of Griffin was the bottom path, and that was all thanks to Illusion on this Icicle Spear and Ice Shard build.
Yeah. Other than that, every single objective, every single advantage that these guys from Team Griffin wanted to take was already been stolen, was already been dominated by the players of Team Clown5. So absolutely love the way the whole play went in. Even in the top lane, if you talk about the contestment, here's the Verdant Anger, the Hydro Typhoon. Every now and then, whenever that was coming in, they were finding multiple KOs. And as you rightly said, the solar beams that were coming in from this Venusaur was just so amazing. And also in the Legendary Pit, whenever the players from Team Griffin were trying to come a little bit closer to that legendary pet coming a little bit closer to take that Rayquaza advantage in the favor. What happens that the solar beams were coming in, they were eating away like 50%, 40% of the HP from that particular Pokemon. Not just one, but 2 or 3 Pokemons. And in a span, again, Team Griffin was getting pushed back and they were like feeling that they want to survive in that particular picture. But yes, there were 2 to 3 moments where we did saw a total team KO as well. Like 3 KO streaks coming in. Initially they start with Blaziken, then they get Blastoise as well, and after that all the other 3 Pokemons also started to fall down. So that's how the whole command was in the favor of Team Clown 5. And I absolutely love the way how both the sides of a coin is now being shown. They showed a passive game, they showed a game where they wanted the other team to feel comfortable, and Team Griffin actually felt quite comfortable in it and they were able to secure a good victory. But right now, Team Clown 5 decided to take them on edge and show them how it's done. And yeah, Clown 5 definitely was able to be quite glorious in it, but that doesn't mean that Clown 5 is going to maintain that momentum, because the momentums are meant to maintain that composure, but on the other corner, your opponent is also right over there to break that momentum. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case in the decider, and so happy that from the start we are already seeing deciders coming in, because a 2-0, well, that shows that the whichever team wins with the 2-0 was quite confident. They had that right idea, they knew what their opponent is capable of. That's how they were able to back it out. But on the other corner, 2-1 shows us that every single team, every single individual, every single trainer is on the edge. They might do it, they might not do it. But at the end, it was FSC Sports first of all. Now we really have to see who is going to be that particular team in the decider game. But even before that, I believe the player introduction is what we are pending with.
This time it's going to be Mikey coming in from Team Griffin. His favorite Pokemon is Blissey. He plays the support role as well, and again, for his intentions is to compete in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Asia Champions League 2024 finals is going to happen in Bangkok, Thailand. That's a big, I would say, pedestal to be at, Raider, because to even represent or go to that stage is meaning you have the entire nation on your back. So a lot of these new players do want to go there, become Team India, not just being called Team Griffin. Do they get a chance? Is something that we have to wait and watch out. Coming towards the side of Sings from Clown 5, same goes for him. I want to represent India on the international level and want to give my 200%. I really like all these new budding players coming through, right? Now, by meaning new, I'm not saying that they've not played Pokemon. I'm saying in terms of getting to this level. Previously, we would see them in India Open and eventually getting pushed out very early on, either in the qualifier stages or just when the playoff starts, they just move out. This time, they've made all their way from India Open to Asia Champions League, meaning yes, they want to get themselves on the international stage. And his favorite Pokemon is Zoroark. Now, Sings just showed us what he can do on the Leafeon. He has to continue it, but can he do it or not is something that we have to wait and watch.
I mean, in between all those Zacian, Mewtwo X and Mewtwo Y, the legendary Pokemons, we do see some interesting Pokemons like Clefable, Hoopa, which are able to change the whole game. Exactly in that fashion, in terms of the teams as well, there are some names who have been dominating from the get-go of this particular game being introduced, being published. On the other corner, now we do see some newer orgs, some newer teams, some newer individual players showing their stance, and that's what we love about the whole situation. Talking about Team Griffin, we have Mikey Tin. And he loves to play with the supporter role, and he loves to go with either the Eldegoss on the other corner. The Clefable is something that he loves to enjoy as well. Star Phoenix is a guy who loves to play with the Leafeon. I mean, his pick rate currently is in a frequent games, and later in some past games I believe it's been Leafeon, and also in the second game he was playing with the Leafeon. Venusaur is something that he usually loves to play with as well. But on the other corner, I do believe, I do remember that his favorite Pokemon is actually a Zoroark, which is again a Speedster. That's why he was a little bit comfortable with the role of that Speedster in the second game, and we did saw a big role was being influenced by this individual guy in this second game, where from the get-go, from the start, he was able to get some crucial KOs in the top lane and also switches it up in the bottom lane. He was able to get some interesting KOs. So that shows that if an individual gets his comfortable Pokemon, if he gets his comfortable choice of Pokemons or maybe type of Pokemon, he can really bring in the best value. And that's how Star Phoenix was kind of an MVP for me in this game, to be honest, because he broke that momentum that Team Griffin was able to avail from the get-go after winning this first game. But in the second game, Leafeon came in, Star Phoenix switched the whole things.
Now, one thing I feel like either one of these teams can run away with is depending on what the mental state is. Now, after that first game, I felt like maybe Griffin thought that, oh, we can defeat them easily. Let's jump in and see if that's
True,
going to happen
exactly.
here in the last one. Because the first game for Griffin was an easy sail. There was no storms or cyclones in their journey while they were sailing, right? On their Pokemon Unite journey. But as soon as the second game came, Clown 5 was like, hey guys, we have a new page in our book, and they open it up. Now, Clown 5, do they take it easy? I don't think, because after what happened against F side of FS, they'll make sure they put their A game in this third game. On one end, it's a support ban. That's a Cliffable coming through from Griffin. Clown 5 on the other end, an Umbreon ban. Meaning Lapras is going to be there for a whale. There is Blissey, there is Hoopa, there is Slowbro. And this time the first pick of
Nova.
Slowbro, Nova takes it away.
Joy, I believe you are not going to get your advantageous Pokemon, which is a Slowbro.
I think-
But on the other corner, you have a big chance.
Raider,
Yeah.
there was a bait. They're like, okay, there's a Hoopa. Do they go for a Hoopa? Give us the chance of getting the Slowbro. But there's no player who loves to
Okay.
play a Hoopa from the side of Griffin I've seen so far. Mikey generally plays Blissey, Cliffable and all. So if Cliffable is out, he's for sure going for a Blissey or might be back on the Eldegoss. Just now, we saw an amazing Eldegoss coming through, which would have given Mikey a chance that maybe I should go back to it.
He's testing our patience. I'm patiently waiting to see which is that Pokemon that we're going to choose. And it's a double all-rounder coming in from their particular perspective. It's going to be a Lucario, and with that we have a Buzzwole as well. Now Clown 5 on the other corner started with the Blastoise, and they have Attacker as well, which is going to be Legion playing on that Venusaur. But it's
What?
okay. Babu might actually stick up with the Eldegoss, and they could actually go for some different choices, but right now Joy is going to go with the Trevenant, and an Eldegoss will be coming in from Clown 5 as their fourth pick. But Ghoul and the other individual, Illusion, these are the two individuals who are pending right now. Delphox and Ninetales? This can be quite tricky.
Oh,
Okay, he switches it up.
man. Lucario and a Buzzwole, double all-rounder build. We rarely see double all-rounder drafts coming through. And also a
Yeah.
Delphox coming in the mix with the last pick coming in on Blissey. Last pick here as well. Clown 5 pick up a triple defender. This is a... Okay, I feel like this is something that Clown 5 do. Whenever Clown 5 get the second pick choice in the draft pick, right? They go for a triple defender setup. If they got the first pick, they always go for a double defender. This time it's a triple defender with only one ranged attacker, and they're putting all their eggs in one basket, that is on Sinks. We just were speaking about Sinks. He loves to play the speedster, also plays this ranged attacker Venusaur. He did play it in the first game. He's playing it again. But is it going to work? Illusion on the other end. This time no Glaceon. He picks up a Delphox, but Ghoul coming in on the Lucario. Quickly talking about stacks here, Raider. We end up seeing two attack weight stacks on both Buzzwole as well as Lucario. All-rounders justified.
Yeah.
No other stacks coming in from any players from Griffin. Moving towards the side of Clown 5, we end up seeing one special attack specs stack. That's all that Clown 5 have. Now two attack weight stacks versus one special attack specs stack, not too sure. However, Wise Glass as well as Choice Specs still there. We just saw the game from Clown 5 with this itself. The Venusaur Solar Beam kept Griffin in check. Can it do it once again?
It's a big question. Can they really bring that game once again into the picture, or is it going to be their opponent who is going to bring in their A game and maybe bag out the whole situation in their favor? Because trust me guys, as the situation says, this is a single elimination. That means if you slip, there is no question. If you slip, you're outside the competition. But yes, the experience factor is something which is going to be quite lovely. But then again, every single guy is here with the goal of either representing or bagging out the ACL in their favor in terms of finale. Moving forward, when it comes to Team Griffin, well, they have already started with Buzzwole and the Blissey going all the way in the top lane, where Squirtle is already ready, and there could be a KO coming in, or maybe a complete some goals coming in. Lapras on the other corner wants to go with a goal, and there you go. The goals are definitely going to come.
Everybody is going to go for stacks because both the builds on Griffin as well as Clown 5 is heavily favored towards stacks. Lapras gets the stack, Clown 5 can have a good game. If Griffin get the stack, Griffin is going to have a good game. Whoever has a good early game, I feel like will have control of the game. But right as now, 5 stack, unable to get it through. Finally, Ghoul does get it, steals the Citrus Berry, and nice punch coming through. Can he run away? Tries eject, but however the X-speed coming in from Joy is going to be good enough, but still has the speed. But finally the Ice Shard as
Oh,
well
the
as
Lapras.
Water Pulse coming in from the Lapras is going to put him to an end. It was not the Water Pulse yet, but yes, puts him to an end.
The Lapras was right on point over there. Legion was pretty much ready, and eventually he got the callouts that yes, there is a Pokemon which is trying to escape from us, and that's how they were able to get that advantage. On the other corner, in the top lane, we do see a complete stack of 3 individuals coming in from Team Griffin, although the Citrus Berry has to be there. But let's see if there is going to be a situation of some good chaos. Clown5, again from the get-go, they are trying to go for some good goal leads. They are trying to come up with some stacks, although it's not being that advantageous for them yet, but maybe that is going to be the case in the later stages. But yes, the evolution factor, that is something which is definitely helping out Team Clown5. It's the Water Turtle which is already here. Eldegoss on the other corner is also more than ready to support his teammate over there. And look at this. Look at this. The way Team Griffin is getting opposed every now and then by the players of Team Clown5 is something absolutely amazing. But maybe a dump of 22 is going to change a lot of things. On the other corner, the Trevenant is also on the verge of getting KO'd, but he still manages to secure some good goals. I mean, that was Lapras, if I'm not wrong, was able to come up with a dump. On the other corner, Trevenant again absorbed the damage, dished out some bits of it, but still at the end, the Legendary Pit Alternate Swablos are now at the console.
Lapras from the side of Clown5 already have a good stack done. Can they make sure that works in the team's favor? As you can see, not letting the Lucario stack. Lucario's only one stack, 2 stacks through. Whereas Buzzwole, not even one yet, Raider. And that is a cause for concern for me.
Really have to see how that approach is going to
stack.
change. As you said, another stack will be coming in from Lapras, and not just that, Team Clown5 is still looking to dominate, but on the other corner, the Water goes on. Eldegoss won't be able to survive as well. I do believe that he's going to get KO'd pretty soon. The Citrus Berries are now going to get collected, and there you go. We were talking about dumps, we were talking about Chaos Energy is being inflicted, and it is Team Griffin which is now putting up every ounce of their effort, but the Solar Beam once again damages the players out a lot. But now it all trickles down to what is going to happen in the bottom lane and in the top lane. Well, in the top lane, to be honest, it's a complete stack coming in from the players of Team Griffin. They have got the total control of the top lane, and on the bottom lane we do see a lot of heavy lifting shots coming in from Team Clown5 as well. But they are trying to guard right now their tier 1 goal zones, or maybe possibly go for a Registeel steal in their favor. Regieleki, well, that is something which is definitely going to get melted away, and that will be the 6th ally for the team of Team Griffin.
Griffin never got control of the bottom path, and that's the reason they decided to get a 6th ally for themselves. Registeel will be taken away from Clown5. A bottom path fight is for sure going to be there, finding the first K on Lucario. However, the Unite on Fireworks comes through. Scoring will not be allowed, and Trevenant looks super low. Can they find the KO? Flame Fire Blast does not hit. Fire Spin as well as Magical Fire gets a hit a little bit, but does not find the KO which was necessary here, Raider. On the other hand, the 6th ally used really well, and we can see Snowy on Buzzwole getting one or the other stacks through.
He is completely calm at this point, and he is going for a lot of goals at this point from Team Griffin's perspective, because Griffin knows that there is a stance, if Clown5 comes up with the lead, that they are going to waste a lot of time for them in the Legendary Pit. That should not happen again. They want to go with the lead, and that's why Team Griffin is right now coming out with some good scores. On the other corner, in the Legendary Pit, or not in the Legendary Pit to be precise, we do see in the Legendary Pit that the Blaster is also trying to converge himself right to the bottom lane, and the Solar Beams are coming in. They're trying to damage out the individual. So Carry is on the verge of getting KO'd, but what is that? Look at this opposition coming in from the players. It's okay, Babu is on the verge of getting that KO into his favor. Lapras gets the Blissey as well. Cliffable is already banned, so there is no notion of him coming into the game. On the other corner, the Slowbro finds one more KO. Buzzwole retaliates and gets the Eldegoss done and dusted. So all of a sudden, Clown5, which was dictating their terms in the bottom lane, is now getting pushed back a lot, but they revert back by Blastoise, taking down that all-rounder known as Buzzwole.
Griffin still have a lead here in the goal, even though Clown5 look better in fights. Level also looks a little bit favorably better here for Clown5. As you can see, 3 players at level 10, whereas only 1 on level 10, 1 on level 11 from the side of Griffin. Therefore, Clown5 look better on levels. However, scoring very well concentrated from Griffin. They're like, okay, bottom path fight is not working in our favor. Let's concentrate on scoring. In the meantime, Joy, I don't know why he's overextending. However, his overextending works as he steals away the Citrus Berry. With the X speed, will also try to run away. The Woodhammer has usual trouble, but in this time, Clown5, they've decided we are going to go for the Regieleki on top, and they've already initiated a fight. Lapras starting it out with the help of the Venusaur coming through. Buzzwole's KO being found. Fireworks a little bit further away from the fire fight that was happening on Regieleki. Delphox, overextension to find 1 KO on Venusaur, gets put down, and then the Verdant Anchor coming through. There was, yes, a little bit of a try coming through. Ghoul finally finding his first KO, I presume. Will immediately back off. The Surf also misses. Hydro Cannons also miss. And Ghoul, he'll be breathing over there to just survive that. I am up and I'll still be up. In the meantime, wanted to go for a 40 score Legion. Sees that the Buzzwole is still here fighting with the wild Pokemon leveling up. Therefore, Legion decides on the Lapras to back off.
Well, it's really important for that Lucario to survive at that point. Eventually, if that KO could have come, there was a total complete, should I say, control that would have been there for Team Clown5. But now it's the bottom lane part that is happening at this point. But on the other corner, Eldegoss is also going to come here and equalize the lead that was here for Team Griffin. Talking about the KOs, there might be a situation where we will get to see some good KOs. It's the Slowbro who goes down, and not just that, Lucario had to fall back. Again, there was a water pulse coming in, but still, I do believe every single individual from Team Griffin wants to survive a bit more. Reggie Ice is also going to get melted away pretty soon, as they took the advantage of the Reggie Seal in the initial particular circuit. Clown5 once again dominates in the bottom lane. Not just that, the top lane tier 1 gold zone has been destroyed. A vice versa situation coming in from Team Griffin and Clown5. Exactly what their opponent is trying to do, but Lucario misses a lot initially, and now he is getting cornered. And with that, maybe there is going to be a KO coming in, but oh, all of a sudden, he was able to survive. And all thanks to his supporters, he is there with the right HP. Now they are dishing out the whole output onto the players of Team Clown5. But still, Clown5 was more than ready to fight back as well. And they pushed back at the right time period. That's how Clown5 is still going to survive with their manpower.
But you can see still the ranged attacker damage from Griffin has not been that great compared to Clown5 on that Venusaur. That's something that they have to keep a check on. Also, their stacking not that great. I think Buzzwole right now has only done 2 stacks. Ghoul maybe just 2 or maybe even just 1. I'm not too sure. Therefore, Clown5 are still looking better. And you can see their fights are still working in their favor. Especially a triple defender play that they're making. There's nothing that Griffin is doing on the contrary. This time again, they get themselves a Regieleki for themselves. Will be able to push to the top path. But in less than a second, we're going to see the legendary pet fight coming through. Rayquaza is here and Clown5 have started it. While Lapras is keeping a check and not letting the players move out from their alley. Noah, however, steps out, but in the meantime, 100 gets scored. Griffin takes the lead with the help of their ally of Regieleki. However, after that, now they have to get into a fight. Finally, the damage coming in from the Delphox is hitting, as you could see. Both the Flame Charge as well as Mystical Fire is doing enough effective damage to keep the players in check. But Lapras, hiding in the tall grasses, forces the players off. Now, goal advantage, lead, Griffin has. Clown5, do they have an idea about it? 1 minute to be drained and the last minute to be counted any moment now. 20 seconds to go for the last minute of the final stretch.
And at this point, Team Griffin is the one which is trying to waste a little bit of time period at this point. They are trying to inflict all those damages. They are not, to be honest, totally committing with all those unites. And exactly that's what Team Clown5 is also trying to do. They are not also committing with those unites. But yeah, there you go. Finally, the unites will be coming in. Trevenant and the other guys are able to utilize it. But there goes a KO. There goes a KO coming into the picture. And it's going to be the attacker from the particular team of Clown5. This is not looking good. The fireworks coming in. There might be another KO coming in. Snowy goes big. Lapras is getting boinged every now and then. But still the KO was not yet there. 45 seconds more to go. Team Griffin knows that they've got the lead. All they have to do is just maintain that pressure onto the individuals of Clown5. They're doing it fluently, but let's see if that is going to help them a lot or not. Trevenant on the other corner also comes in, wants to dish them away. But look at this Team Griffin. Well, they are looking forward to go with a score of more than 100. I mean, to be precise, 100. And then eventually the Slowbro could be also going in right over there. There is going to be a KO. Trevenant goes down with that. Team Griffin is now still at the lead. But there will be some KOs also coming in from the opponent. And it does look like that Team Griffin is now in a very shaky corner. And there you go, another KO. Clown5 might just will be able to steal it away at the end in the last few 15 seconds. And that's exactly what they're going to do. There is nothing to look back at this point. Clown5 moves back to fight against Forge Legacy. Griffin on the other corner. This is it for them.
It's very close, Raider. It's very close. It was 307 and Clown5 were at 250. So the goal that they got was close to around 20-25. And that's the reason I said it was very close. They didn't get it through. If they would have got that 100 from Lapras, then for sure Clown5 would have gotten it. But Griffin, as you saw, Blastoise with him getting 100 as well as one more goal towards the bottom. There was also a counter score that Snowy did of around 17 or 20, which pushed Griffin's score to 307, and that's where Clown5 unfortunately will be sent back packing. Griffin continue their journey, and Griffin do not turn the odds or do not continue the trend of whoever wins in their league stage loses here in the final playoff stage, and finally continuing or breaking it. The trend had not started also. But Griffin, what a savior of Snowy coming through both the times. That 100 score on the top path with the help of the Regieleki, as well as the bottom 15 to 20 score that he did, was the reason Griffin win. Otherwise, there could have been a chance that Clown 5 would have inched up closer or maybe even taken it away. After Snowy's 100 score, Griffin were sitting at 289. But look at this. Damage heavy coming in from the side of Clown 5. Legion at 85,000 coming in. Joy with 45,000. Obito on 39. Sings on 62.
62.
But still they were further away from scoring goals. Whereas on the other end, Griffin, you can see, Noah with just 47. Snowy was around 50. Illusion was very close to 60. Mikey and Noah, again, them being support and defenders, nothing much you could do. Unfortunate. So, not too sure what you could call about this. Clown 5. I'm pretty sure you're going to be not just beating the bushes but beating yourselves up. Why did we have to not indulge in a Rayquaza fight? Why did we think that we were in a lead? And I think that gave them this disadvantage. Look at this. 700 and then the 18. That last 18 secured themselves the victory.
Buzzwole, man. Not just that, I believe Buzzwole was able to come up with approximately 65 to 70% of the goals for the team. Look at him. At the 2 minute to 4 minute marker, he was able to come up with a 61 goal, and then eventually from 6 minute to 10 minute, another set of 130, 140 goals coming in from his particular corner. So absolutely impressive performance coming in from the individuals of Team Griffin. But looking at the graph of Team Clown 5, well, in every single minute they were able to go for some good goals, but that was not enough. They were able to go with some small chunk of the goals coming in. Also 116 coming in from that Blastoise in the top lane, if I'm not wrong, while he was able to destroy the tier 2 goal zone, was good enough. But still, it did not matter a lot, because on the other corner, Team Griffin was also doing exactly same. They were also trying to go with some good goals. They were also trying to break the whole synergy and eventually get some good goals in their favor as well. There was the Buzzwole, who completely went out of his way in the top lane while having the 6 ally, which was the Regieleki, scoring a set of 100, which could have backfired if we decided to go with a complete control of that goal, and maybe the deeping back to the baseline goal zone and then retaliating over there could have backfired onto the players of Team Griffin. But they timed it quite correctly and they utilized their 6 ally in a very good manner. Well, while they melted down the Regieleki, they knew that the Rayquaza fight could have been initiated, and it got initiated for a few moments, but everybody was trying to conserve their unites. That's exactly what was happening at that point. Every single guy from every single individual team was trying to conserve their unites. Later in that particular segment, in just after 10 seconds, we got to see a lot of unites being utilized, and at that point, it was again a lot of chaos coming in onto the place of Team Griffin. But in terms of reciprocation, first of all, the Venusaur went down, and when you don't have that heavy hitter in your favor, all you can do is just tank up the damage, as you have a stack of 3 good defenders in your favor. Eldegoss is something which can give you the damage, but not that much, to be honest, when compared that to an attacker, which is the Venusaur, who already got KO'd way too early.
I think maybe the presence of mind or something, or I don't know what they missed here from Clown 5. They were on point, the fights worked in their favor. Yes, they were lacking in scoring. I think that's where they did not concentrate, because they thought maybe they're getting all the chaos. They did not think that maybe, oh wait, they got scores. But now that they see the screen of what happened, they will not be happy. Unfortunate, I think, along with Blastoise, right? Somebody should have gone to the top tier 2 path, and along with Blastoise getting 100, somebody...
Slowbro was on the way.
Scored. It was too late. They should have been together. That's what I was saying. Somebody together with Blastoise would have done the job. Otherwise, this game was far too gone. And Snowy's presence of mind, right? As soon as you saw he got the Regieleki and there was less than a second left, he's like, guys, nobody's going to defend this Regieleki. Everybody's going to look forward to a Rayquaza flip. And he got that 100 score. As soon as that 100 score happened, he told his teammates, and together they decided, guys, let's not pick a fight. Let's make sure we just keep our distance and buy time. That worked. Even Unite dumping came through. Even you saw Ghoul, who moved ahead, used his Unite on Lucario, on Venusaur, did do damage, but then eventually backed off. And once Buzzwole is back towards the bottom path, he collected a little more Chaos energy, and I think he used his moveset over there. It did not connect with everybody. And for a second he was like, wait, I'm towards their goal zone. This is my chance. I just have 9 Chaos energy. He scored that, doubled it to 18. And that secured the game. Whereas Blastoise alone on top tried to push and it was not enough. Unfortunate. And again, talking about that stacking, right? That's something that I felt bad about. Lapras, in that 0 to 4 minute mark, was done with 4 stacks. Only one stacking Pokemon that had Clown 5 Z. On the other end, there were 2 stacking Pokemon, right? Till the 4th minute mark, there were only 3 to 2 stacks done from both Buzzwole as well as Lucario. Lucario did 3 stacks, Buzzwole did only 2. Now they are your attack weight players, right? These are your all-rounders, meaning the damage output is going to be high. You need to make sure that people need to push for those stacks. Unfortunately, they did not get their stacks too. I might be a little bit belittling on the attack weight, but attack weight is too OP, man. If you're able to get your stacks through, unfortunate is going to be the case. But first game is what we are seeing here. As we did mention, right, Sinks was phenomenal in the first game on Venusaur. That's what was tried to be replicated in this last game. It did work out, but the final fight, something that went out of their minds or went out of frame. I'm not too sure how it played out in their minds. That is the reason they lost the last game. Otherwise, it could have been Clown5 itself pushing ahead.
Definitely that would have been the case, but talking about the whole analysis part, you will get to see that a lot of interesting plays came out throughout the game. Initially, if I talk about the first game as well, when the Pikachu was being utilized, at that point we were like, this choice can be actually a little bit more troublesome, and it did happen. We did saw a lot of Thunders being missed, but at the points where Thunders was being utilized, we did saw a lot of stuns being there, and then eventually the other guys from that particular team were getting the route output. But this is the game where Team Griffin was feeling the whole momentum in their favor. They were putting up a lot of pressure, they were getting a lot of interesting goals, but all of a sudden what happened, the Ninetales at this point was also able to steal the whole Rayquaza with that Unite being delivered. It was just so amazing because that Rayquaza could have been anybody's. There was the Thunder coming in pretty soon from Legion. It's okay, Babu was more than ready with the fight. Look at this, even our analysis part is enlightening us with that particular notion. Cynics was also there with the right amount of HP. He was also ready with the Solar Beam, I believe, but still, what happened? It was the Ninetales which was able to get the whole credit of that particular legendary pit.
This game is done by far in terms of just being present, right, of what's happening. Even if you get distracted for a second, the game goes the other way around. That's what happened here. You could see there's no unites from one end, right? Clown5. This was Clown5's game again, game number 1. But Unite was there. One was being saved from Ninetales, and that worked out. Second game, they tried to replicate the same thing, but this time, they were wary about it. This time, stacks came through from side of Clown5. And Clown5, they were right on point of what they wanted to do. Look at Obito. Obito had his stack, therefore he had the confidence that as soon as he goes in for either the superpower or smackdown, his damage output is going to be good. He got a 3 KO streak over there. Again, uses the Soul Swarm Unite here just before Illusion got a hit on one player. Obito connects that, does find the KO, and on top of it you could see Singh's ready, right? That presence of mind is something that Clown5 came through for that last game, for the game 2 in this best of 3, but game 3, they were not there. Unfortunate that was the case, but this is what happens when a chaotic fight breaks down in the final stretch. You're not sure of what's happening and what's not, and with this, Team Griffin will be fighting with Forger Legacy, and Forger Legacy are the 3rd seeded team. Now, Griffin, on a stretch, if they win, 4 games for them. Forger Legacy, 3 games, Raider.
Well, yet we have not seen even a single team fighting their second game, because if you talk about FS Esports versus Clown5, well, FS went out and it was a 6-seeder team, and with that Clown5 made their way into the next particular matchup where Team Griffin, which was the 4th-seeder team, was able to beat Clown5, and now Griffin is going to fight against the 3rd-seeder team, which is Forger Legacy. If the trend goes on and on and on, maybe Forger Legacy is going to move forward, but that all depends on those 10 individuals who are going to play off those or 2 teams, which is Team Griffin and Forger Legacy. Well, now it again trickles down to the question, is Team Griffin going to maintain that momentum that they've got against fighting against Team Clown5, or Forger Legacy is right over there sitting on the back ends analyzing every single part of what Team Griffin is capable of and how they are trying to play, how they are trying to put up that route output. But obviously, guys, you have to do your homework, you have to learn and get the whole analysis part of how the whole situation went down, how that particular team was either able to win or lose their again set of games. Now you can build your again type of attack and eventually beat down your opponents. But at the same point, those split-second decisions that come in that chaotic situation in the Legendary Pit is something which can change a lot of stuff, and that's exactly why Team Griffin on the other corner was able to get that victory against Team Clown5 in this last fight as well. Both the teams were conserving their unites, to be honest, in the game number 3, but then again the Buzzwole went in the top lane, he was able to go for a secure of 100. After that, they knew that they have the lead in their favor. Now they have a very clear indication that they don't even need that Rayquaza. They have a lead of more than 100 points in their favor. What they have to do is really deny the Rayquaza steal coming in from the other opponent team. It's not even the fight of survival at this point. It's just basically wasting the time, getting the right output, and maybe get some good scores of their own as well if that is the possibility. But on the other corner, what the Blasters did was went ahead and go for a score of 100, and that actually made sure that Team Griffin was also on their toes, because now the lead was not that much. Things could have changed a lot in just last 20 seconds, last 30 seconds. That's exactly what happened in the game number 2 as well. But then again, situation started to trickle down, and it was Team Griffin which was able to bag up this beautiful match. But now with that, guys, we'll take a short break, and after that we'll be back to see who wins. Is it Forge Legacy or is it Team Griffin? So stay tuned with us. Coming Alright guys, after a quick short break, yes, we are once again back at the Asia Champions League 2024 India qualifiers. We have already seen a lot of interesting matches. We have seen FSO Esports and also Cloud5 not giving that much of an output. On the other corner, now it's Team Griffin versus Team Forger Legacy is what we are looking at up next. Me, I'm Raider, and along with me, we do have Necros on the desk for this beautiful matchup. Necros, what are your expectations, to be honest? I have pulled till the brim with expectations from both the teams, but what about you, man?
I mean, I was super duper excited when I was sitting back and watching you guys when Lucifer and you were doing the previous game. For me, it seemed a little like, Griffin, after winning the first match, I was like, wait, is it really happening? Is it Cloud5 who cannot actually read what's going on? I mean, the way Griffin was performing, the way Griffin was demolishing each and every player inside of Cloud5. But then came the second match. Like, they had something, but you know what? We will have this kind of conversations later down. But for now, we have a little bit of interview that we would like to show you guys.
So I feel like our team is a very diverse team, and each of our players comes with a different set of skill sets. And we have actually we didn't initially have a very synergistic playstyle, but over time, practicing together and playing games helps us find like a middle ground, which actually I feel the combination that we come up with, it acts like a strength for our team. In addition to that, I feel like all our players are relatively younger, so we grind a lot, and a lot of the players are hungry to win, which is great. Okay, so the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League is the second official tournament that we have in the year for a region. I feel these tournaments keep the competitive scene alive in our country, and we really enjoy playing these tournaments and competing in them because healthy competition is fun for the viewers as well as us, and keeps the whole scene growing. In addition to that, like Indian teams, they get a chance to compete internationally.
I'd like to answer this question since I'm the youngest player of the team. I tend to be the most excited around here, and like the feeling of winning for me, this feels amazing, and I hope to feel this feeling over and over again in the future. That's why I'm most excited for the upcoming tournaments. Let's see where the Pokemon Unite team goes, and I'm really excited to see like what happens in the future.
Well, some of them are filled with the anxiety that they want to perform. On the other corner, there are some other individuals from Forger Legacy again who have got that experience factor. Talking about Volk, he's a guy who loves to lead his team, to be honest, in a manner where the team definitely gets a victory. And to be honest, they are the India Open runner-ups. So they have already shown their stance in one particular tournament just before this Asia Champions League regional qualifiers happened, although they were unable to become the champions of it, and it was Team True Gravity who stole that particular crown in their favor, who was the champions. But right now, Forger Legacy definitely wants to become that conqueror of this particular game. On the other corner, Team Griffin is also more than ready after beating Team Cloud5 in their against 5th seed match. They are now here with the beautiful, should I say, roster. Nova, Snowy, Illusion, Cole and Mikey 10 is what Team Griffin is all about. On the other corner, Volk along with Furia, Kurim, Ruben and Artist. These are the 5 individuals coming in from Forger Legacy, and they are indeed forging their legacy.
I would just want to say that, it's a kind of thing that breaks my heart. We are down to the last final 4 teams, and out of these 2 teams, like both of them are so super. You can see in India Open, one was second, one was third, but in that comparison, only one team will go forward to face True Gravity, those who were winners of India Open in the next round itself. But once again, when it comes down to Forger Legacy, I'm really looking forward to see what kind of Pokemon choices that they will have, because if we talk about previously, they had those more pinky Pokemon, specifically the Wigglytuff coming into the draft for themselves in the last couple of matches that they played. So the Wigglytuff factor actually worked pretty well for them. But coming to the team introduction part, we see them having like around 343,000 amount average damage taken, which gives us a kind of briefing info that they are more into those kind of I would say the frontline defenders. Specifically, you can see the Blastoise, the Clefable coming into play. So not only that, but also they do have a 294,000 of average damage dealt. So they are also some of a team who can reciprocate in both the ways.
Oh, definitely. Both the teams are very well built, and eventually, if we talk about the compositions as well, they love to go with the frontline attackers. Meanwhile, they also know how their backline attacking formation is going to work out. Talking about Team Forge Legacy, as we do see, their average recovery is also quite good. In terms of that, there is a good buffer in average damage taken and average damage dealt. Although I really wanted to see a slightly higher score when it comes to average damage dealt, because when you are able to dish out that kind of damage onto teams who are your opponent, I do believe there is going to be a sense of pressure from the get-go, from the start, that we have seen in the day number 3 of Asia Champions League regional qualifiers. Whichever team is trying to maintain their composure from the get-go, from the start, they're trying to put a lot of chaos onto the opponents, definitely dictates their term till the 8-minute marker. Obviously, the last 2 minutes is something which is quite of very tricky. You might actually get the Rayquaza in the favor, or might not just get it, even if you are dictating your terms, even if you are putting up a lot of pressure from the get-go, from the start of the game, you might not just have that Rayquaza advantage in your favor, because it all comes down to that last 10% HP of that Rayquaza and some last unites, some last moves coming in from the individuals of your opponent or maybe your own team. Leafeon on the other corner is a very good Pokemon, and we have seen already few of those steals coming in, both from FSC Sports and also Clown5, that the Leafeon can definitely take that edge in the fight. Beat Leafeon or some other speedster, I do believe that swift movement coming in from the corner can definitely be advantageous. It all trickles down to your timing, it all trickles down to your set moves that you are going to go with. But for now, yes, pretty excited about the first game that is going to be there in this match number 3 between Forge Legacy and Team Griffin.
Oh man, this match is going to be really interesting. But when it comes down to these kind of championships, like where you will be playing against the other players, or I might say the trainers from different countries, it more of like reminds of the journey of what Ash Ketchum had, going to different places with their own Pokemons, traveling around the world for the World Championship title, fighting with other trainers in their gym battles, getting the badges. It's also kind of a similar way where the best team among all these 6, out of which we are still left with 4 other teams, one team will go and fly down to Bangkok, Thailand, to play against the best of the best teams around the entire Asia region, continent. So it all comes down, Raider, that every other team, they are watching the cross-region battles. So the teams, those are playing from the Southeast Asia, maybe from the western side, they are also watching this Asia Champions League India qualifiers, because they also want to study about the teams. And also, it's a very big chance for one team, I would say, who is still there waiting for their own turn. That is going to be Revenant, the table toppers, the first seeded team. They are observing, they are watching all the matches that are happened throughout the entirety of the day, because they know that we have only got one BO3 series that we need to win to ensure that we will be moving or flying down for the ACL 2024 World Championship.
It kind of scares me that they have just one BO3, and that too the most crucial BO3, guys. Because from that BO3 we will get to know who's the champion, who's the one which is going to get that ticket to the Bangkok, and then eventually representing the Indian nation on that stage of ACL finale. Obviously from the East Asia we'll get to see 3 other teams being qualified. From the Southeast Asia we have other 3 teams coming in who are going to get qualified for the finale. From Indian subcontinent is just 1, and from Thailand there is already one particular team who has been qualified. So there is 7 slots which have been opened, but for India, that's the tournament that we are talking about. Currently we just have one opening, and that opening has to be in the favor of that champion team who is going to beat, or maybe who is going to be Team Revenant, because still now it's Team Revenant which is sitting on the top, which is at the best spot of their victory. What they can do is just basically bag out by a 2-1 or a 2-0. If 2-0 is there, we will get to see a complete, should I say, calm, composed and a very aggressive team at the same point if that 2-0 situation comes in. But I doubt that is going to happen throughout the way of the day number 3. From the first match to the second match, we have seen 2-1 is kind of the scenario. In the first game as well, it was Clown5, then FSC Sports, then Clown5, and that's how they were able to bag out their victory for the second game. And in Team Griffin's perspective, again, things like that happened. Griffin started it off with the first game in their favor, then came in the Clown5 who closed the moment in the second game with their lead, with their momentum, with their aggression, and in the third game, again, with a small margin, it was Team Griffin who currently is bagging out their second game to be precise, which is going to be the third match today. And now I do believe we have got the confirmation that the game is going to come, and it will be the TS Sky Ruins, and the ban phase is upon us. I feel it is going to be the Slowbro and maybe the Lapras ban, but we do see from Forger Legacy it's going to be Umbreon coming in.
I'm really looking forward to see what are going to be the picks for sure. Yes, we are seeing the bans. No Slowbro, no Umbreon. Gives an opportunity for the side of Team Griffin to go with the first pick. Maybe picking up a Lapras or maybe locking the Cliffable at first can be a good decision for them. We'll see about what's going to happen next, because when Griffin will lock either a Cliffable or something else, it will give opportunity for Forge Legacy for the next 2 picks, while Ghoul, he might be the first one to lock in the Leafeon, not to let them have that kind of chance. So Team Griffin wants to ensure that they have every good pick for dealing those damages, but Forge Legacy opens them a chance to get the Blastoise or a Lapras or a Cliffable for their side.
Well, let's see what they're going to pick. To be honest, first of all, it's going to be a Cliffable, as we did saw. Then Blastoise coming into the picture. As we saw already being locked by Team Griffin, their notion is pretty clear that they want to go with those steals, they want to go with those swift movements. But Nova? What? An individual which is not being seen throughout the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 and then the ASL as well in the day number 1, day number 2, including the first 2 games of day number 3. We now see a supporter known as Mr. Mime and another speedster as well. What is that? Team Griffin, either you are going to blow us away into the inevitable eternity, or we are going to see complete composed attacking formation coming in from Forge Legacy. And even Forge Legacy, they have got a very interesting choice. They have got a Cliffable and then Wigglytuff as well.
You know what, Raider? I expected the Wigglytuff to come in the draft. I mean, I'm not surprised that Forge Legacy, yeah. So, on the other hand, when it comes down to Griffin, I am really shocked. I mean, I did not expect this. 2 speedsters, 1 all-rounder, 2 supporters. Griffin, what are they up to right now? I'm really, really stunned. I mean, this composition. So Mikey might be sticking with Snowy around the corner, while Ruben will be following up with that Ninetales in the end. So for Forge Legacy, their front line is strong with Fura. They have got the 2 long-range attackers in the back. That is one Ninetales and another Venusaur. 2 supporters indeed. But for Griffin, these 2 speedsters, both playing on the attack with, not the boat, but 3 of the Pokemons playing on attack with that. It's Snowy as well. If the early stackings are not done by Team Griffin, my god, it's going to be very, very much, I would say, a hell place for Griffin, because if those early stacks doesn't come, this is just a GG game for them.
Oh, it's going to be pretty challenging for them if those early stacks are not going to be the advantageous stacks for Team Griffin. To be honest, they really want to go with those early stacks into their favor. And to be honest, I do feel that even the Rayquaza seal is something that they can work their way up if Forge Legacy decides to go all in onto the Rayquaza fight, meanwhile not getting the KOs on Team Griffin's individual. Because look at them, they've got a Leafeon, they've got a Zorak, they've got a Blaziken, and they've got a Mr. Mime, which can definitely steal it away. We have seen even the Eldegoss doing wonders, so maybe the Comfey is also going to be that individual who might just steal the whole advantage away for Team Griffin when it comes to the Legend Rapid fight. But there you go. With that, the game number 1 in the match number 3 is going to get started. Who is going to be the champ is going to be known pretty soon. We just have to wait for another set of 30-40 minutes, and then we'll get to know who is that particular team moving to fight against Team True Gravity. There you go. The battle is already started. All of the Pokemons are either going for the top lane and the bottom lane. Meanwhile, we do see Zorak and also the Venusaur trying to evolve as fast as possible in the mid lanes, and getting those orange and purple buff is something which can be very, very important. And look at that again. The early stacks are looking like they are going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they have given up the opportunity. Nova, he wants to push them up, but yes, the scores are coming up, but eventually the Leafeon, he was able to get that citrus berry, but nah, he won't be able to just survive for a very longer period of time itself. But it seems, you know, the Blaziken, or I would say the Torchic as of now, wanted to get all those stacks done on the early basis, but the Zoroark illusion on it will be coming into the play. Fura is still on level 4, is not even evolved to the Wartortle. The Ivysaur will be coming into the rescue, and it seems that Volk, he will be playing on the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain itself, not to go with the Solar Beam. So no secures as it seems, because at this point, even, yeah, that Solar Boinks is the only concern I believe that Forge Legacy has to take care about.
Let's see how they are going to put that fight in their favor. Look at this, Mr. Mime on the verge of getting KO'd, but eventually survives and gets the citrus berry as well. That's exactly what Ruben is also going to do on that Ninetales. But for now, Team Griffin is there with the itsy bitsy lead of 3 good points in their favor. 1.5 minutes have already been passed, and now it all trickles down to how those KOs are going to come. And look at this, Ninetales were already on the verge of getting KO'd. The HP is not that much, but it's going to be the Leafeon who is definitely going to get KO'd. Wanted to TP back, but that's not going to be the case. It's going to be the Wigglytuff who will actually find that initial KO onto that particular fight. But the Comfy Zora combination, well, it can change a lot of stuff, and I'm looking forward to it if that is going to be the case in the later stages or not.
I mean, you see that the Blaziken has still not evolved. He's not got the stacks that is needed, but Zoroark has to come into the question. Wigglytuff is completely not allowing him to slip away, but Zoroark, he will find the KO on Cliffable. Eventually checks down the target on Venusaur as well as on the Wigglytuff. He will eventually find the Ivysaur down, while Wigglytuff just wants to run away but won't be able to, as Illusion goes berserk at this point, opens up the tier 1, and eventually there's still 14 more scores that are needed to be dunked. And as far as I know, Team Griffin, they will be looking forward for a very big overdunk in the tier 1 of the bottom lane.
Definitely they're looking forward to it, but right now it is going to be a stacking up situation. We have the Wigglytuff, Ninetales, and also along with that Venusaur right over there. But on the other corner in the top lane, the Torchic, which has now been evolved to the Cumberskin, is now finally evolved to the Blaziken as well. So the final form is here, but the level advantage, well, it's nowhere to be found from Team Forge Legacy at this point, because Team Griffin, well, they are definitely looking like the guys who have got a level 9 Pokemon, a level 8 Pokemon, as they have 2 Speedster which can evolve really fast. But Forge Legacy on the other corner is definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto them. Snowy had to fall back. The Heavy Hitter is yet to evolve to its heavy hitting formations. Level 9 is something that I'm looking at for him pretty soon. But on the other corner, Team Forge Legacy, now they are trying to put some good pressure onto the bottom lane. Tier 1 goal zone, Ninetales, Cliffable, Wigglytuff, every single individual is right over here. But still, on the other corner, the Petal Dance won't be able to cut the deal in the top lane.
Oh, that was a nasty blow out of that position. Blaziken coming into the question. Don't want to let the Blastoise slip away. A plus 30 coming up from the side of Blaziken, but instantly Leafeon finds a double KO alongside Mr. Mime as a support. The Regice is still not melted though. Still, they want to find some more scores. They want to ensure that the Regice falls in their hands. Maybe Nova will be going with a 30 over dunk. This is a good opportunity for him, but eventually decides to back up as Ninetales is here. So Zoroark is taking care of other Pokemon, but look at the Unite dump. It's been activated, even the Comfy. Comes the Unite. Zoroark has to slip away from this position. He finds one, gets the Cliffable down, and opens up the opportunity for Leafeon for an overdunk. And instantly, maybe Venusaur is the next one, falling into the hands. But Blaziken comes into the question, and eventually the KO will be handed over on the sides of Team Griffin as they take a mighty lead already on the scoreboard.
This is just so amazing to watch, but Blastoise on the other corner wants to take that mighty away from the leading situation, but at the same point, Snowy is going to go and break down the tier 1 goal zone on the top lane, and that's exactly what Leafeon wants to do, Mr. Mime wants to do in the bottom lane as well. It has not been working out that well because of the whole push on Zoroark. Every single guy converged towards the mid lane and eventually tried to fight their way back, and it was quite beautiful to see how the whole Team Griffin worked their way up. Now it is going to be the 6 LI that they are looking forward to have in their favor, and they are going to get it. It is going to get a push towards the tier 2 goal zone on the top lane, and that is in turn going to provoke all the players from Forge Legacy, or at least 2 to 3 of them, to make sure that they are going to go and create a lot of pressure onto that Regieleki, melt it away so that that 6 LI is going to get nullified. But Nova on the other corner, along with that Leafeon, and now Zoroark and also that Comfy coming in, they're again going to put a lot of pressure onto those individuals. Look at that. They want to flee, but they can't really do that. And also that is going to be the case for that Cliffable pretty soon. But the Venusaur with the Petal Dance is right over here. The tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane has been destroyed. Multiple KOs are coming in. It is looking like a game where Team Griffin has got that control from the start. And as you said, Nikros, the stacks had to be there from the start. They have definitely done that.
Look at the level difference. It justifies everything. Forge Legacy, they need objectives to at least equalize the numbers. But Illusion, he was denied of the final move that could have got one of the KOs either way. But have to wait. The Solar Boings are still annoying. The Leafeon is again playing that X Factor. Both the Speedsters, they have leveled up. They have gelled up. Look at the level 12 for both the speeds as it seems, but for Legs, they are here for the stack push, and Blaziken, he's completely unable to do anything in this point. He can just fight back a little bit, but nothing more, nothing less. Mr. Mime comes into the play, Verdict Anger being played out there, but won't find, he does find a little bit value as Blaziken goes down, but eventually Mr. Mime, he will be compromised. Zora coming into the play, both the Pokemons are in a very low HP, good chance for the Blasters to get a KO. The Comfy is in the question, the Venus are also dealing a lot of damage, but the Zoroark will fall in the hands of Vulcan. He's just going crazy with those movesets, as it seems for your Legacy, they're slowly and gradually making their comeback.
Good enough comeback at this point from 50 points to 137. That shows they have gained 87 points all of a sudden, and they've got some crucial KOs. They've got the KO on Comfy, they've got that KO on now the Leafeon as well. But even before Leafeon going down, it was able to put down, if I'm not wrong, the Ninetales. So that's good to see. Now both the individuals want to stack up, both the supporters want to stack up at this point, and they are trying to build in a very good game at this point. Kuram on the other corner is also looking forward to build some good play of his own, but at this moment it does feel like that Forgeo Legacy is not going to go that easily down, and Snowy on the other corner had to run for his life, and Zora comes in, wanted to go with the KO, but Mr. Mime unfortunately gets KO'd, and now the Registeel is trying to be melted away by the players of Forgeo Legacy, and I do believe there is going to be no contestment whatsoever, and there you go, Registeel is fortunately is in the favor of Team Forgeo Legacy. With that advantage, obviously they're going to put a lot of pressure onto these individuals, but now Griffin is trying to scatter and pick every single individual down. They were on the verge of getting that Cliffable down and dusted, but eventually a support came from the opponent. With that, all of a situation, all of those, I guess, sudden change of pace is going to be there. But now, in the top lane, we'll get to say that Regieliki, the 6-1, is going to get credited in the favor of Forgeo Legacy. There is no denying it. And this is exactly like a game where Buzzwole from Team Clown5 was able to shift their momentum.
Now, I'm really concerned about the Regieliki will eventually make the tier 2 vulnerable on the top, but look at that level 14 Venusaur. It can cause a lot of trouble. The Solar Boy came into the play from the side of Leafeon, trying to put a lot of damage out there, but they are looking forward to push everybody away. Look at the kind of way they're just pushing all the players of Team Griffin away from the legendary pit. Zoroark is still on the top. The Blaziken also trying to divert the kind of attention of your Legacy, but they want to wrap them up from all the sides, and Zoroark, he has to be very patient among this as Mr. Mime commits the Unite. Also, the Solar Boy is coming into the play. The Hydro Typhoon does the effect at that moment, but could not find any value from the side of Team Griffin.
Zoroark. There is a KO, and it's going to be the Ninetale. Not just that, another Sweetster goes on. It's going to be the Leafeon who has been killed. Oh, what is that? Even Zoroark goes down. This is going to change the pace, but all of a sudden it's Griffin who steals it away, but he's not going to survive. That's what I feel. He might actually get KO'd. Okay, the KO came in, and it is going to be from that Blaziken. There is a KO streak of 2. On the other corner, Ninetales want to go for a dump of 98. He's going to be successful in it. He's going to break this tier 1 gold zone in the bottom lane, but who is going to really cash in the advantage? Is it going to be Team Griffin, or is it going to be Forgeo Legacy, who came way too close to sealing that Rayquaza in the favor? But unfortunately, even after getting all those KOs, it was the heavy hit coming from that Blaziken which changed the game. Now look at them guarding all those base lane gold zones. They're trying to guard the particular scenario of the bottom lane tier 2 gold zone, and also there is nobody on the top lane gold zone, so they might actually go for a sneaky one, but it's going to be a complete push coming in into the bottom lane tier 2 gold zone. Now they really want to avoid it, and they do it by taking down the Ninetales first of all, and not just that, we have a set of 24 coming in. Oh, there you go, the lead is finally in the favor of Forgeo Legacy. This can change every single thing. Zoroark and everybody wants to really go for some good goals, but nothing fruitful will be coming in. It's Forgeo Legacy who will be able to bag out this victory in their favor. What a play! From 9 minutes from the starting, I believe, till the 9-minute marker, we did saw Team Griffin all the way, ruling every single possibility out of the existence. But all of a sudden, with the lead of, if I'm not wrong, 60 good goals in the favor of Team Forgeo Legacy, we have the victorious one in the game number 1. It is going to be Forgeo Legacy, who had that hunger, that urge to qualify, that urge to move into the next stage. They've already got their lead in the BO3. Now, all they have to get is just a 2-0. That means they have to bag out the second game. Obviously, that is not going to be easy, but Team Griffin, alas man, from the start they had that control, but all of a sudden they lost it in the leader part.
I just feel like Snowy, he could have done a much more better job, but have to give all the credits to the side of Volk, because you know, those 8 KOs that he has in his name, in total being a part of 13 knockouts, it's not an easy job, but the way He, got the momentum back on his side with a total of 86,000 on overall that damage, leveling himself up and equalizing the level difference that they were facing from the very beginning. Whereas, how Griffin started, you can just get an idea because the Zorak is like in a 1 lakh plus damage. Snow is in 69,000, Goal is in 84, but in the comparison, I would say that Forger Legacy's Volk did a fantabulous job. Yes, they were not able to secure the Rayquaza, but that doesn't matter. They got the scores what they wanted, and that where everything just shifted. Even after when Griffin managed to have that Rayquaza stolen from the side of Forger Legacy, they did not have the players, they did not have the Pokemons to go for the scores, and neither the Comfy had a shield to go for a sneaky score and make it to a plus 100. So yeah, that's where everything just changed for the side of Team Griffin.
They just wanted to delay the inevitable at this point. I mean, they stole that Rayquaza in their favor, and it was looking like a game that Forger Legacy could have dictated after getting those initial KOs on the Leafeon, and then Zorak came into the picture, and the other guys also started to falter down, be it Mr. Mime or even Blaziken and Comfy combination was at the end. These are two individuals Pokemon which were surviving in the Legendary Pit, and we did saw at approximately 9-minute marker that Rayquaza was stolen. But as you rightly said, there was no shield advantages, to be honest. There was just the Blaziken who instantly got KO'd, and at the same point Comfy was right over there who was trying to flee away from the situation but also got KO'd. At the end, Zorak and the other guys came in, they wanted to go for some good goals, and at the same point even Forger Legacy was trying to deny the whole sneaky goals coming in from the players of Team Griffin, and that's exactly what they were able to be capable on. They decided to go for a complete push onto the bottom lane, and they were successful in it by taking down some early KOs. Obviously, there was the Ninetales who fell down, but in terms of that, Ninetales was also able to make the Zorak and the Comfy very vulnerable, and that's how those two individuals also went down way too early. And in terms of the play, I do believe Team Griffin was very good from the get-go, but in the later stages, again, those split-second decision that has to come in these tricky situations did not came in, and that's how, in the replay, you'll get to see again, the victorious one is known as now Forger Legacy.
I mean, from the very start, it was a little complicated, I would say. But when Goal and when Zorua came into play, it was all loud and clear. Getting those KOs, having the early game control in a very vivid way in their side, it all was favoring the side of Team Griffin. I mean, Illusion and Goal doing a fantabulous job in getting those KOs and slowing down. Specifically for the side of Forger Legacy was making a very big factor, but never in the imagination I would have thought that this is going to be like the ending will be like this. Yes, a Rayquaza flip might happen, but the way it flipped in both ways, it was something different.
Wow, what a play, man. From the get-go, was absolutely enjoying the rampage that Zorak was coming in. Also, all of a sudden, I did saw even Leafeon bringing in the best factor. Mr. Mime wanted to come up with a Unite. He was able to credit the whole job for Team Griffin a lot. But at the end, that was the best part for me. I really want to see that Legendary Pit fight once again, to be honest, because it all started with Mr. Mime getting KO'd, and after that, we got to see the Zorak being KO'd, the Leafeon being KO'd, and then eventually it was just all trickling down to that Blaziken and that Comfy combination, which was advantageous. But yes, even before that, if you talk about the command, slowly but steadily, it was getting slipped in the favor of Team Forger Legacy, because they had those Pokemons which, when evolved at the right time period, when evolved at the right level, they can be very, very good when it comes to inflicting those damages. That's exactly what was the case. It was just the Blaziken from the other team who can really inflict a heavy hit, and that's exactly what it did in the Legendary Pit as well, as you will get to see that. But there was nobody to really tank up that damage that was coming in the later part, when a complete stack was there in the bottom tier 2 goal zone. That's where I believe Team Forger Legacy won, and that's where Team Griffin slipped away.
Yeah, I mean, still, whenever it comes down, I think Volk has a major contribution. Eventually, the Venusaur coming in with those Petal Dance, Giga Drain, draining out the HPs of the opponent, also recovering for himself, played a very major factor. I mean, with everything, if you sum that up, when we saw the Venusaur stepping in, from that moment, Volk, when he decided to go, let's go up front and take the battle, from that moment everything changed one after another. It seemed to me from my one perspective that Team Griffin, they just completely lost the momentum that they were carrying forward throughout the match. They lost both the objectives, one Regieleki, one Regice, if I'm not wrong. So both of them being completely slipped away from their hands, getting those kind of AXP boost for the opponents. Equalizing the player, like equalizing levels is always something kind of plays a small, these kind of small things plays a major factor. But we'll quickly hop on to the player introduction and we'll see which are them coming on the screen. And first, it's going to be Volk. And when it comes down, I mean, this man is already all 5 in all the categories, but as he's the leader and the way he can play aggressive, I don't know why his favorite Pokemon is Comfy, but in the means of every way he can play literally every Pokemon that you can give him and he'll just give you the output.
Yeah, that's the best part, and his main motivation is basically to compete in tournaments with his friends. Nothing big, nothing small. He just want to play with his 4 amazing buddies and eventually perform in every single tournament, be it the Asia Champions League regional qualifiers. He want to perform, he want to put in the best effort, but at the same point he wants to play along with his friends. And Ruben, Artis and all the other guys coming in like Kuram from Team Forge Legacy, they have done a very good job of helping this individual outshine a lot. And with that Comfy, as you do see his favorite Pokemon, he's wonderful with it, as the stack of that Comfy on every single Pokemon has worked out way too well, be it Buzzwole or Zora combination or a Lapras combination that we did saw in a small stance in the first few days of the regional qualifiers of Asia Champions League. But now moving forward, Volk, you have already backed out the first game. Now the bigger part is going to come, that are you going to be consistent on that approach, or is it going to be a situation where the momentum will break and we might see something different coming in from Team Griffin? Because Team Griffin, well, Snow is more than ready. Again, he might actually stick up to the Zora coming in, and his play commit is simple and sweet. Thailand, here I come.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to go there. I mean, when you are there going on it's like a kind of once a trip, then you go there, compete with the best teams, and you also have a chance to spend some good vacation time in those beaches as well. So, I mean, we will be here as of now, but again, when it comes down to the favorite Pokemon, being on Zoroark, I mean, we are seeing Snowy playing more on these Blaziken and the all-rounders, but when the speedsters come into the question, it's always Illusion who gets the first preference to pick it, because he's always the one mid laner going in, getting the farms done and invading the backlands and finding the values for his team.
Well, we really have to see how that is going to be the case or not. Fura on the other corner loves to play with 2 interesting choices. He usually goes with the Blastoise, but then again, if you give him the Leafeon, he can again wreak the havoc, as we do see that his average damage dealt is quite high. On the other corner, due to the fact that he loves to play with the Blastoise usually, in the frequently used scenario, he has been picking a lot of Blastoise. That's why his average damage taken is also quite good, because he can really sustain. When you are a Blastoise, you can pack a punch, but at the same point your main job is basically being the frontline attacker, absorbing all those damages coming in from the opponent. So that is the case for Fura, and I'm looking forward to see Fura and his other individuals like basically Ruben, Artis and Volk, all of these individuals, how they're going to implicate their job and get some good play or not in their next game, as it all trickles down to a 2-0 or maybe a complete reverse sweep coming in from the players of Team Griffin. That would be great, because to be honest, from the get-go of this day number 3, we have not yet seen a team which has been like a contender for that other team which is already sitting at their own specified seeding position, that has, I guess, should I say, won against them. To be honest, if you talk about FSC Sports, that is the team which was contending themselves against Clown5 in the 6th seeder spot. They lost against Clown5 and now they are out of the existence. On the other corner, Clown5 also was fighting against Team Griffin, which was the 4th seeder team, and now Team Griffin was able to beat them. Now it all trickles down to 3rd seeder team versus 4th seeder team, because now we have really got that top 4 teams in this whole situation. But Team Griffin, they were looking quite good depending on the choices. Again, I have to come back to the fact that from the start they had that early advantage of getting level up evolutions, and they had that heavy rating situation from that Zorak. They were getting multiple KOs, but on the other corner, Team Forge Legacy had the right type of Pokemon, which when evolved at the right level, they can really inflict and really pack a punch. They had that Venusaur, they had other Pokemons, and eventually they were able to utilize it way too well. But now it all trickles down to this game. Either we are going to get a fresh start with a decider, or we are going to get a complete closure on Team Griffin. That's what we really have to see coming back to the bans. It's Slowbro and Umbreon, pretty similar to what we witnessed initially.
Forge Legacy will be more than happy of what happened, but again, when it comes down to the Slowbro, Team Griffin having the first pick preference gives an opportunity for Team Griffin, whether they want to stick with that Leafeon once again going with the first pick or something else maybe. But having 2 speedsters, the combination, I wouldn't say that it was bad, but in the end, when you needed those kind of late hits or someone who can take the damage, specifically the stance as you mentioned earlier, Raider, that was missing. But again, the first pick from side of Ghoul, it is Leafeon and Forge of Legacy, followed up Cura will have the Blastoise. As Cura might be going with the Cliffable once again because it can be a choice, but Volk, okay, he does lock the Venusaur and he wants to ensure that, this time if they want to break out draft, it won't happen because we will be keeping the Venusaur with us, giving an opportunity for Team Griffin to get the Cliffable, and Mikey won't even hesitate for a single second. But Team Griffin, are they going for again a double speedster composition? Yes, it is, but Snowy chooses to stick with Buzzwole rather than the Blaziken.
Interesting choice. Once again, we will get to see a all-rounder and two speedster coming to the approach. Griffin kind of knows that they were very close of winning that particular first game, and this time they are again going to put their cards all in one basket. And currently, after seeing those initial three choices, we have to see that once again how that approach is going to work out. Mikey again is going to go with that Comfy, I believe, because Zorak and Comfy was absolutely amazing. Pretty similar choices, guys. As what we are looking at right now, it's exactly what they were able to go with in the first game. Although Buzzwole was replaced with the Blaziken, now that Buzzwole is there, Comfy is going to be there. Comfy is very good with that Buzzwole and the Zorak as well. We really have to see how those stacks are going to work. On the other corner, pretty similar choices of Forge Legacy as well. They are not changing even a bit. They have got that Blastoise, they have got that Heavy Hitter Volt coming in with that beautiful Venusaur. On the other corner, I was for a moment thinking that the changes will not come. That's exactly what the case is. A small instance of that Lesion coming to the picture. All those were the mind games, and now Ruben locks in the 9 kills.
I mean, that's why, Lucifer says we should not speak until unless we get a green tick mark on the Pokemon. I mean, these players, I don't know what happens with them, but they like to play with our minds. So, yeah, it justifies, Ruben. It justifies. We'll have a talk if you win this match, if we have a kind of interview panel, we'll have a discussion about it. But once again, when it comes down, so 20 more seconds on the clock. Let's see what Team Griffin can make a difference, because a Blaziken being replaced with Buzzwole, is it going to be enough to stop Forge Your Legacy for winning this? Because Forge Your Legacy actually won the last match with this draft. And eventually it's the very same as it is. But ladies and gentlemen, just fasten your seatbelts, because I really believe this match is going to be a big roller coaster.
Oh yeah, definitely this match is going to be very, very interesting. A, because of the choices that the teams are trying to come up with. B, because of Forge Legacy is already there with the lead. And C, on the other corner, that Team Griffin was very close to be honest in the first game. So these are the three factors that I'm definitely counting on, and I'm looking forward to see how Team Griffin is going to avail this second game in their favor. Or is it going to be Forge Legacy who is going to get the first 2-0 of this beautiful day, which is going to be the third day of Asia regional qualifiers for Indian subcontinent. But yes, looking forward to it. Again, in the mid lanes, we'll get to see both of those individuals who are the heavy hitters from both the teams. We get to see the Zorak trying to evolve. We get to see Volk on that Venusaur also trying to evolve as fast as possible. And honestly, Volk is a guy who can really bring in the value. So that's why this time Venusaur is in his favor, and he's looking forward to bring in the best pitcher for Team Forge Legacy. And again, they have to avoid those initial stacks. Let's see if that is going to be the case or not.
No. Leafeon evolved, Solar Boinks coming into the play, but once again manages to quickly shift from a different place, ejects himself out of that equation, and eventually will get a chance to make a fallback without conceding any single knockout. But Team Griffin, the stacks have started. Buzzwole also needs to level up. Snowy, he has to be very cautious, because the last time the Blaziken did not work, only 3 KOs in his name. This time, if the Buzzwole doesn't work out, same repercussions might be happening from the side of Forge Legacy. But Zoroark comes into the play, instantly finds the 9 tails, and the stacks are still continuing from both the ends, as it seems the Solar Boinks will be coming up. Wartortle Cliffable continues their stacks on the top. There's nobody to interrupt, while Buzzwole seems to be stealing those buffs from the side of Forge Legacy.
Oh, he's definitely trying to do that, and at this point it does feel like that Forge Legacy was kind of on a note that they didn't had any goals, but all of a sudden we got to see the Wartortle, the Venusaur, and also the other Pokemons coming in from Team Forge Legacy were able to come up with some good decent scores of their own, which was really very important. They really don't want to give that whole advantage from the start to Team Griffin, and Team Griffin, if they feel that momentum in their favor, they can really be, to be honest, indestructible. But let's see if that is going to be the case or not. Buzzwole on the other corner is currently all alone on the top lane. Zorak and Comfy combination is something which is still working out way too well. Mr. Mime also goes in right over there to support and get the alternate swap loose. And now it is going to be a contestant on the top lane. Look at this. Blastoise is now getting encircled with multiple Pokemons, and along with that we will get to see even the Clefable coming to the picture. Wigglytuff also squaring right over there. Venusaur also coming in. The top lane is now going to be well fought. Let's see if there is going to be an instance of chaos coming in. Illusion instantly backs off because he knew there could have been a possible KO coming in, but there was a KO. It was for the all-rounder, and which is the Buzzwole right now. And again, sticking up to the petal dance, I do believe once again Forge Legacy can maintain that composure throughout the way. Once again, they have to focus on their leveling up scenario, and once they do that, I do believe the job could be done quite easily.
Oh, now this is a good chance. The Buzzwole might just... The Zorak might just get the KO, but now he's trapped. He's completely trapped. Has to get out of that kind of area. But Venusaur on Volk is already on level 8, and look at the damage he's giving. The Buzzwole still struggling, still not able to complete his stack. But Leafeon finds the KO of Ninetales. But before eventually going down, Leafeon, the Ninetales, was able to get the KO of that Buzzwole itself. The Regieleki is still being contested by Forge Legacy. There's nobody who can just get the last hit. Probably Zorak wants to find a KO, but he will be eventually getting a little bit, I would say, strangled down. He might have got one other KO, but the Unite completely being missed from Illusion. Oh, that was a big blow, but eventually will be able to secure the Regieleki in their favor.
That's good. He misses one thing, gets another one, and he also got that initial KO in the favor. Regirock on the other corner has also appeared. So it could be Ninetales who might actually go for that contentment. On the other corner, the Regieleki is now trying to get pushed back because that 6 ally definitely had to be neglected from the perspective of Team Forge Legacy. If that is not the case, the tier 1 goal zone is again going to be quite vulnerable. But what is that? Every now and then the Ninetales is just getting taken down by this beautiful ghoul guy who is there with the Leafeon. And it does feel like that now Snowy is also going to go with some good interesting goals. But even before that, Zorak yet to be KO'd. Zorak yet to be shown that there is a vulnerability scenario for him. That Comfy combination, that stacking up scenario is definitely working out for them. Forge Legacy, who wanted to come up with the, should I say, closure initially in the first 2 minutes, was there with that. But now currently after like 4 minutes and 10 seconds have been passed, it is looking like a game where Forge Legacy is also unable to get the right output. But Leafeon unfortunately gets KO'd with this. The Petal Dance is still going to be equally outperforming. The Citrus Berries are going to be advantageous enough. Let's see if Zorak is going to find some more KOs. But with that, the lead that Team Griffin had is now just getting contradicted. Although the KOs are getting followed up by both the individuals team, be it the Ninetales getting KO on Zorak or the Clefable and the Wigglytuff also KO. The Wigglytuff KO that was there on Buzzwole, and now Buzzwole also goes down. It's a complete KO streak coming in from that Ninetales, finally proving themselves fruitful.
All of them are moving on together, giving a complete advantage that if anyone goes down, we will have an opportunity for a good trade. And you know, they've left the bottom tier 1 just for an overdunk and an overdunk opportunity. But Team Griffin, they have to realize once again, slowly and gradually, Forge Legacy, they are equalizing the level difference that they are having as of now. Zoroark needs to step in. The Leafeon also needs to level up as fast as possible. This Regirock is going to be very crucial. While the Buzzwole, I really doubt that he has completed his entire stack, but eventually won't be able to get a lot of damage for himself. And he's being one after every time. You can see Buzzwole, he's facing in a 1v4 situation whenever he's trying to put up a lot of damage. But look at that kind of difference he's want to make. Zoroark comes into the play. The Unite is being committed. Buzzwole will find the Ninetales out there eventually. Are trying for a good reciprocative attack. The counter attack on the side of Team Griffin will be fruitful as the Solar Boings come into the play. The Venusaur is now trapped, but will be able to get his justification as the backup arrives. But still, the Venusaur survives. How? I really don't know. I guess this moment, Volk, eventually he's got the kind of momentum he's going on. But once again, Raider, I am really looking forward to what Team Forge Legacy are up to, because at that moment, it really felt to me that, you know, the Volk is definitely going down. There is no chance that he will be making a comeback, but still he manages to survive.
Wow, what a survival coming in from that Venusaur. I mean, Team Forge Legacy knows what their cards are, and they knew that who is their heavy hitter, who they have to survive till the end. Ninetales have not been able to get that output. Look at him, again getting KO'd way too early by that same exact Leafeon. But on the other corner, that Venusaur has built in that level advantage in their favor. That's exactly what they wanted to completely maintain. On the other corner, right now, that stacking up scenario on the top lane is definitely working out for the players of Forge Legacy. Not for the Forge Legacy, but for Team Griffin, and they're getting multiple KOs over there. The Hydro Spin comes in, with the Typhoon being utilized, we get to see another KO coming in, and it's going to be a KO streak for that Blastoise. Finally, they're trying to show that right output, but how is this going to happen? Is it going to be a scenario where this Venusaur is going to get completely KO'd, or is it going to be a situation where he's going to survive? He's already at level 14. What is that? He can be quite chaotic in the later stages, and the way he's getting all those goals, the way he's getting all those KOs is something absolutely amazing. And look at this, at 2 minutes and 27 seconds, we get to see the Regieleki, the 6th ally of this particular team, Forge Legacy, already getting summoned. Not just that, now they really want to go ahead and melt down the Regice as well, although now they are backed out because they do know that this is the time to create a defensive position, go for a good positioning, and then eventually survive. Wigglytuff instantly backs out as it gets a solar point.
Forge Legacy, they are determined. They don't have the scores. They will be focusing on melting it down. Zoroark as well as Buzzwole waiting on the top lane. Still looking for a sneaky score opportunity. Wants to get somebody off guard out there. Leafeon also staring down the bottom lane itself. Not overextending, waiting for the last minute hit, but the Blastoise single-handedly taking the control, not allowing, restricting the movements of the Zoroark. But this Rayquaza melt will be going in the favor of Forge Legacy. 4 KOs on a streak. That's a team kill. Forge Legacy. They are going.
Unbeatable is the case for Forge Legacy. They are forging their legacy up to the victory. Look at them taming every single individual from Team Griffin, getting out all team KO. Every single guy got KO'd, and with that 607, the highest that we today witnessed, maybe that score is going to get implicated even more once we get to see some more KOs coming in. 633, there you go. The final stretch is yet to end. 1 more minute to go. There might be some changes in scores, and it is still looking like Forge Legacy is the one which is going to have that advantage. Another set of KOs. Buzzwole goes on, Mr. Mime goes on, Zora goes down. Now it is looking like Comfy is going to go down, and that's exactly what is happening. With that, another set of good goals are going to be there. Look at Forge Legacy cooking away to their victory. They're going in right into the flux zone and still putting the players down. Amazing play from Forge Legacy, completely nullifying every single thing that Team Griffin was trying to implicate from the start. Look at them going all the way to at least 800 in their favor.
Oh my god, Forge Legacy, what a match! What a match! It turned out to be a 2-0 in the ACL single elimination bracket. Oh my god, it is something when we have got 4 best teams in the lobby, and then also we are seeing a 2-0. It's something that you really need to have a concern. But that Giga Drain working like a big elixir to this life of Venusaur. Every time he's stepping in, for him to, I really want to see how much damage that he has taken, the Venusaur, because whenever he was barely surviving on a single HP, Giga Drain coming into the play, and boom, he's again back on the track. Look at the assist coming in from the side of Kyurem, Fura, and Volk. 11, 12, and 12, and look at the KOs. 6 KOs for Volk, 6 for Ruben, 5 for Artist itself uncliffable. Oh my god. That was some real deal.
One hell of a match, one hell of a fight coming in from Forge Legacy. Now I'm even more excited, guys, because we do know what is up next. It is going to be a redemption story between True Gravity and this beautiful team known as Forge Legacy. Remember, guys, the Pokémon Unite India Open finale? Yeah, you're getting some glimpses. That's exactly what we're going to see in the next upcoming match. On the other corner, yes, Team Griffin definitely wanted to put in the right output, but I doubted myself after seeing one Team Griffin decided to go with the same exact composition. We talked about this, Necros, on the caster deck, that Team Griffin, the only reason why they lost that first game was basically that they didn't have that heavy hitter and also those absorbing potential Pokemons like Blastoise or some other Lapras or Trevenant or some other defender that could have tanked up all the damage that came from the stacking up scenario from Team Forge Legacy. They were unable to absorb the damage. Yes, they were dishing out it, and at the same point, Forge Legacy had their Pokemons at the right level at the right moment. And in this game, in the second game, what they did was completely safeguard that Venusaur. I have not yet seen Venusaur completely getting KO'd more than 2 or 3 times throughout the game. He was there, he was surviving, he was the first one to reach to level 15, and on the other corner, even the Speedster were not at level 15 from King Griffin. That shows how calculative Team Fortress Legacy was. That shows the calculations coming in from Volk. That shows the preservation of Volk till the end, and in the final search time period as well. It could have been anybody's game, but all of a sudden a steal came in, and that was Team Fortress Legacy's.
Just 2 stacks for Buzzvole, and that actually changed the game. I mean, I was really talking about 2 stacks for Buzzvole, 2 stacks for the Zoroark. Only, the Leafeon got a chance to have his 4 stacks. Nobody got a complete chance to complete their entire stack build and, use it to its full potential. While if you just talk about, on the other hand, you will see, the Venusaur, Forza Legacy never aimed for having big scores. They were more focused on leveling up, and they did it brilliantly. They got the damage they wanted, how they wanted to play the game, how they wanted to portray the entirety of the series. They did it very, very nicely, and you can see the final stretch justifies it very precisely, getting the Rayquaza. Before that, it was all under control of Team Griffin. But in the replay, we will be able to witness what actually happened in this very match, because from the start, it all just went like, Griffin having control, trying to find the values. They were getting the KOs, and it was looking like, this time they can find some good output for themselves.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those matches where we were like kind of on the edge throughout the game. This might happen, that might happen, we might see some interesting KOs, but every now and then the way Venusaur was still unscathed. Yes, he was like basically at 10% HP, 20% HP, but still somehow his supporters, be it the Cliffable or the Wigglytuff, and along with that the tankers that he had, Blastoise, and along with that even Ninetales. For a moment, we did thought that Ninetales is unable to get the right output. He is getting KO'd every now and then. So it was looking like a game which could have been in the favor of Team Griffin, as they were putting a lot of pressure on that Ninetale. But on the other corner, that pressure that was there on Ninetales was being relieved by this Venusaur. How he was getting those KOs, how he was retaliating with the Petal Dance. I do believe the Solar Beam could have been very advantageous for them, but not that much as compared to a Petal Dance. Because if you look at what Team Griffin was able to bring in was basically some close range fighters. They had Zoroark, they had Leafeon, which has to be in a closer vicinity, in a closer area to really come up with some good attacking formations onto the players. And in terms of that, I do believe the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain was something absolutely phenomenal. That's why we do see Volk as one of those experienced players who is building his team with those rising stars to a very good situation, to be honest. And yeah, what a play. At the end, I have to say that total command was there in the Legendary Pit, and after that, in the basin goal zone, you talk about the bottom lane tier 1 goal zone, you talk about the top lane tier 2 goal zone as well. Every single thing was in the favor of Team Forza Legacy, and they were looking indestructible. Every single guy which was coming in from Team Griffin was getting instantly KO'd and instantly sent back to the basin goal zone and waiting for his respawn.
I mean, throughout it was a 2-0 game where we are seeing Griffin moving forward to face true. It's Forza Legacy moving up to face true gravity in the next, or maybe we can call it the semi-finals of ACL 2024 India qualifiers, because after that it's going to be one finale where Revenant will be waiting. But again, everything just went all in the way. I mean, the way the first composition happened, we were seeing, the speedsters when we were surprised, both the speedster, Leafeon and the Zoroark alongside Comfy, how is it going to work out? But suddenly, in the early game, we were seeing the difference. They were finding the chaos, pressurizing the side of Forza Legacy, pushing them back from their own goal zones, and it was finding a lot more value. So it summarized a little bit, that yes, they are getting a chance to find good outputs from themselves, and the kind of damage in the early game that they were giving to the opposition was literally ruthless.
Right, definitely. The way the opponents were able to establish their own courage was something absolutely amazing. Even in the analysis part, you will get to see a lot of interesting approaches being delivered. Leafeon, that is one single Pokemon who I guess was able to keep that Ninetales on its edge throughout the game. We got to see multiple KOs, and that's why I believe even when level 13 was being hit by that Leafeon, he still started to step back a bit. Mikey on the other corner was right there in the fight. Fura was there with the Blastoise in his favor. Kyurem and Artis were already trying to fight back. And Volk on the other corner with his Petal Dance was also giving out a lot of output. But look at this. This is the first game that we are talking about where Blaziken and the other individual Comfy were surviving. Blaziken came back with the heavy shot. And he was there with the stack as well. Instantly when he got that KO onto that Rayquaza, when he melted it away, he instantly wanted to go with that stack so that somehow he could have survived with the shield advantage, but that didn't came through. He got KO'd instantly, and after that, what happened? That Comfy also got taken down, and with that, completely things started to change. I'm talking about the second game right now. Look at this, every single guy with some or the other AOS energy, and the stacks also coming in from even that Zorak with that Comfy. They wanted to get some good KOs, but what happened? Due to that petal dance, all thanks to him, every single attack went and returned in a failure.
I mean, everything was just kind of falling into the hands of Forge Legacy. The way they have made a comeback against Team Griffin, they have shattered the dreams of one team, that's true, but now we're left with final 3 teams. Radar. It started with 6, now we are down to 3, where Forge Your Legacy will be playing against Team True Gravity. But so far, I don't want to say it, but let me just come to this point. FSE Sports Clown5 played against each other, where Clown5 won, moved up to the next round, faced Griffin, where Griffin won. Then Griffin went to face Forge Your Legacy, and they got defeated by Forge Your Legacy, and now they're coming up to face True Gravity. It's a big chance for them to take a revenge and shatter the dreams of the players of True Gravity. But you know, True Gravity had I would say a big lot of time for them to observe and plan out the things that they want to implement in the game. While Forge Your Legacy, they might have got a 2-0 scoreline, but they are a little bit drained out at this moment.
Definitely, I mean, when you talk about the whole scenario, I do believe the current situation is something which is looking quite credible. And as you said, every single team is getting their second chance. Whoever is winning, they're getting their second chance to fight in the next particular matchup, which is basically Clown5 fighting against Griffin, then Griffin winning against Clown5, and they fighting against Team Forge Your Legacy. Now, it's a 2-0, which has not been the case from the start, from the get-go. It's finally a 2-0 coming in, and it shows that Forge Your Legacy is right there, ready. But at the same point, I have to coin in the term that there were mistakes on Team Griffin as well. The draft, first of all, which was kind of a very suspicious one at the moment. I was like, what will happen, how it is going to be a situation where they're going to get the right output. From the start, they were doing exactly what was supposed to happen. That they had their switcher, they were getting the Comfy combination onto that Zorak, they were getting multiple kills. That was good. But on the other corner, in the second game, Team Forge Your Legacy knew what might happen, what kind of choices the other guys are going to make, and upon that, they with a very beautiful approach that they wanted to save their Venusaur, and the way Volk was able to be there with the level buff was something absolutely amazing. But with that, guys, we're also ready with the team interview.
When come to the stunts, right, I think everyone is mechanically gifted and everyone have enough skills to back up their gameplay, and we also have good communication and we also have trust with each other.
This year, hopefully, we did pretty good. We got second place. There were some losses, but yeah, second place is pretty good for us, and we expect to go Thailand by winning 2 matches. And there are good opportunities for us, like financially also. ACL gives us a lot of, it helps us in rewards and all.
I'm very excited for the upcoming tournament. I'm anticipating intense competition and extraordinary plays and display of skills from all players, and the electrifying energy of the crowd. It's a thrilling celebration of talent and passion. Get ready for an unforgettable spectacle. Thank you.
Oh man, the way just told us that True Gravity has always been one of those teams who loves to play, who loves to have some tough competition against themselves, but best. So in that kind of way. But if you talk about the rosters, the India Open champions team True Gravity will be facing up against the India Open second position team, which is Forge Your Legacy. On the other one side, we have Zisol, Vulcan, Vixion, Melon, Suyu. Then on the other side, we have Forge Your Legacy. As in the roster, it's going to be the same: Volk, Fura, Kurim, Ruben, as well as Artist. So now this sums up that this match, it can be a match of redemption. It can be a match of revenge. But for Team True Gravity, they just want to make sure that they win at any cost. But in a different case, in the normal league stage, it was a different scenario where Forge Your Legacy, they were able to beat Team True Gravity with a 2-1 scoreline. Will they be able to do it again in this very single elimination bracket day? That still remains a question mark.
Well, to be honest, in the league stage, the cost of losing against Forge Legacy was not that big of a deal. Because Team True Gravity was able to redeem themselves after beating other teams, and they were able to secure their second seeding position. But trust me, this particular game, it can change every single thing for both Forge Legacy and Team True Gravity. I am still getting the deja vu of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023, where both these teams fought against each other in a PvP situation where True Gravity was able to beat Team Forge Legacy. And after that, in the league stage, again Forge Legacy showed that from that tournament to this one, we have evolved a bit. We have shown the talent, we have shown that kind of courage that we can really put you down. But to be honest, there are a lot of teams who have shown and also hidden a lot of strategies of their own. So I am looking forward to see what Team True Gravity is cooking and how they're going to perform. Is it going to be a 2-0 or is it going to be a 2-1 coming to the picture? Again, both of those stances are going to be equally well fought. I do believe both the teams are more than ready to fight back. True Gravity sitting on the back end would have been analyzing how every single team is going to perform, because from the get-go, from the start of this day, we never knew that total eliminations will be coming in for FSC Sports, then Clown5, then Griffin, in a manner where their seeding positions were pretty similar. Remember, the irony is FSC Sports was at the 6th seeding position and they went out at the 6th position in the regional qualifiers as well. And then eventually Clown5 at the 5th seeding position, they also went at the same position. It's Team Griffin that we were talking about, and Griffin also went at the 4th seeding position. Let's not jump to the conclusions, guys, because there are still a number of variables where maybe the 3rd seeding position team can beat the 2nd position team and then go for to be there on the 1st position seeding team and maybe beat them as well. You might see that. Forge Legacy, the journey up ahead is going to be very well contested, and True Gravity on the other corner is just about to start. All the best to both the teams, to be honest. Really have to see who is going to be the champion.
I don't know what Raider had in the lunch, or maybe what kind of Pokemon does he have in his Pokeball. If I don't know whether he has it, but it seems like he's having a Zatu to tell of the future, and the way he's just telling, it scares me. It literally scares me if I was one of those teams. But once again, the way he just explained the kind of superstitions, I might just say, that position-wise it happened to be the numbers or the way they have ended the ACL. I really wish it gets a little bit more interesting, but you know what, Revenant, they're just chilling at this moment. They're like, you guys can fight as much as you can, we just have to play 1v3 and we are preparing for it. So even for this match, we'll be watching it over and over, because out of these two teams, only one will advance to play against each other. For Revenant, they have defeated Forge Your Legacy, that too with a 2-1 scoreline, but when it comes out of True Gravity, they got taken down, or maybe they got defeated by this only one team. Yeah, it was a kind of different situation as far as I remember, but still, a loss is definitely a loss. So I really hope that Revenant won't be wishing that True Gravity comes into the final, but we'll have a look on this first match draft between True Gravity and Forge Your Legacy.
Well, we are more than ready to see how the ban phase is going to work out. Umbreon is what Forge Legacy is going to ban. On the other corner, True Gravity is going to go with the Venusaur, one chaotic Pokemon that Volk loves to play. And with that, Lucifer, you're back on the desk, mate. What are you expecting from this game?
I mean, if Forge Your Legacy were able to put down Griffin when they bought in Speedsters and they were going all ham, this kind of a ban had to come out, Raider. I thought that was just an amazing and mind-boggling game, not even a mind-blowing game. So Venusaur ban coming through, and right next to it an Umbreon ban, but immediately Gravity start picking a frontline defense. You see there's a Blastoise to make sure they stabilize that with Asuyu, and then we see Z-Shawl as well on Lapras. On the contrary, Ruben says, guys, that's okay. If the Venus is gone, we've still left with our Glaceon. And along with that, you remember what happened. Forge Legacy was that one team. I was talking to you about this, right? Forge Legacy got chance to play this Hoopa twice. First time, it didn't work out. Second time, it was a banger game where they completely crashed their opponents. And right now, getting a Hoopa on hand, trouble might start brewing for True Gravity.
Oh yeah, definitely that can be the case. And when Forge Legacy already has got that momentum, it's a 2-0 that they were able to get against Team Griffin. I feel that pressure is definitely going to be there on the minds of Team True Gravity. But then again, it's a team who has been the champion of India Open 2023, who has been sitting at the second seeding position. I really expect a lot from their corner as well in terms of competition, and what they have logged in terms of the last two Pokemons is a Speedster, Mixion playing with the Dodrio, and on the other corner, Z-Sol coming up with that Inteleon. I do believe once again the Felsinger combination could be there along with that slingshot. On the other corner, Volk, okay, a Decidui. Oh, things are going to haywire, that's for sure.
This is the only team which has been playing this Wigglytuff throughout, and nobody's able to break this out. And I think teams need to start figuring out of how to find their way through with a Wigglytuff, as well as right now Walk playing on a Desi. I thought Ruben will take it up and Walk will go to Glaceon. As of now, it doesn't seem to be the case. There's, however, a stacking Dodrio. Now, Dodrio is known as the goal-scoring machine, but on top of it, if it gets his stacks through, which should be easily possible, Raider, right? If it happens, I think Vixion might just take this game away. So Vixion is going to be very crucial with a combo of Z-Shall, a Snipe Shot or Liquidation. I'm not too sure, whatever it is. But on the other end, something that the Dodrio needs to be worried about is going to be Kyurem again. We did see Kyurem play really well with the slaps coming through, as well as the Sing. So Vixion's move gets countered coming in with the Sing, gets dragged towards the Wigglytuff. Game changer. Forja Legacy might just win this game as well. But game number 1 between these two teams is going to go underway. One of these teams is going to back off. So far, one after another game here, Raider, every team has been eliminated, right? The first team to win was Clown5. Came into the second game, got eliminated. Griffin came to the next game, got eliminated. And right now, Forja Legacy, do they change fate? Game number 1 on.
Let's put the game face, guys. Let's see what happens next. I mean, this particular matchup is going to be really very important because, again, as a casters, we are also having fun checking out that every single second game that is being there for these individual teams have not been that grateful for them. Be it Team FSC Sports, well, FS started with a elimination for themselves, but it happens, guys. It happens when you are trying to perform and eventually things do not work out in your favor. Then it was Clown5, then it was Team Griffin, now it's Forja Legacy, which is now on the edge. But still, Forja Legacy have already broken down a momentum that was a 2-1 that we were usually seeing in the first two games. They brought up a victory against Team Griffin in a 2-0 situation. And answering to your question, Team True Gravity can be nullified by Forja Legacy by once again neglecting the effect of that Dodrio. That's exactly what Forja Legacy did against Zorak and the Comfy combination in the second game, if you remember, against Team Griffin. That's exactly what they have to do. Forja Legacy now have got that blueprint. They have already done it in the previous game. It has not even been like 10 to 15 minutes before that particular game happened. But obviously, the new team is there. New type of formation is going to be there. New strategies are going to be there. It's true gravity that we are talking about. So, let's see how the cards are going to be played at this point from even Team Forja Legacy.
Top path attack coming through, which works a little bit better for Forja Legacy. However, goals faring a little better for True Gravity. 2v2 versus bottom, but a 3v2 on top, and it is Forja Legacy who gain advantage in goal. Again, everybody, this is the fight between India Open's champions versus the runner-ups. In our league stage, right, day 1, it was Forja Legacy to win against True Gravity. Can Forja Legacy do it for a second time here? In the start, at least, they're able to push a little further, but seemingly True Gravity are getting lower EOS energy to make sure they get their stacks through as well. But seems to be a fight broke out at the mid path. Dodrio somehow was able to run away. Hyperspace hole being used. Therefore, Melon also doesn't find any value.
That's the best part of having an Hoopa, changing the whole momentum, shifting your players right to the safe arena and then eventually bringing them back. Oh, the Spirit Shackle goes in, gives a heap of damage onto that individual, but not enough to completely put him down. On the other corner, the Jack button has been pushed. He kind of steps away from the fight. At the same moment, we'll get to see some more crucial KOs, and the goaling machine is not yet stopping it. I'm talking about Dodrio. He's still coming up with some good goals, but Glaceon, the Icicle Spears are not going to take it easy. And there you go, some more interesting KOs coming in. Complete stack onto the top, onto the bottom lane. On the other corner in the top lane, we do see that Lapras trying to defend, but Vixion is still unscathed. He's still trying to come up with some good goals, but Decidui and the other individuals, they're more than ready. And look at this. There might be some more chaos, but they are now trying to shift towards the top lane so that they can for sure put down that Blastoise, and then possibly even the Dodrio could be countered.
There are big attack builds being run from the side of True Gravity, but as you said, Desi as well as this Glaceon doing a lot of damage. Look at Vixion trying to run away, gets the Citrus Berry. His tri-attack misses, but still he was ready because his boost on agility was there. The passive, which worked out, finds one, and Wigglytuff a little bit late into the game. However, it seems to be on both the ends. Even after the Reggie spawn, 20 seconds done, team fight has not yet broken out.
Yeah, we got to see some crucial chaos coming in initially from Team True Gravity onto Team 4J Legacy, but once again the hyperspace holes are going to be equally important. All the players are now going to stack up possibly on the bottom lane. They wanted to avoid that goal coming in, the Spirit Shackles being delivered, not being so advantageous, but Clefable on the other corner falls on. Knock comes in, but misses a lot, to be honest. There was not a lot of players who can really get the right output out of it. But Spirit Shackle this time definitely gets connected on the Blastoise, but he was right there in the flux zone, and even if I'm not wrong, the Citrus Berry was right there, so they were kind of unscathed. But triple trample, got a good KO. But after that, let's see what happens next.
That's almost, I guess, a fully stacked Dodrio. That's the reason it's doing so effective damage. Z-Shall from the backlines gets a big snipe shot hit coming through, and now Hoopa is the only one, finds a KO on them as well. Even though they got the bottom Reggie Rock, but the top Regieleki doesn't seem to be going in their favor. A fight has been broken down with Slowbro and Glaceon. This time easily sends that Slowbro packing. In the meantime, easily taking away a Regieleki is True Gravity. Now the goals, yes, 4J Legacy still lead on that charge because they were just able to destroy the tier 1 on bottom. Can a tier 2 be broken on top? 4J Legacy letting the Regieleki gets closer, but Vulcan, he let the other players get closer super, but then finally decides to regroup with his teammate. That is going to be Blastoise, a Suyu along with the Clefable on Blastoise as well as Clefable. Let's see what magic they can do. As of now, 3 players from the side of 4J Legacy have stacked up on the bottom. That is on the backs of Glaceon. Now this Glaceon is super crucial. They also know that there was no stack build coming in from the Desi, and that's the reason they're just playing with that Cursed Instant as well as Charging Charm, which is working out so far. And look at this, with the Sing moves in, trying to grab the players. Knock again goes through, does effective damage on the Blastoise, but not to find a KO. Previously a KO at least was found on Clefable.
Yeah, this time the KO did not came in as the Blastoise was right over there. He was able to tank up all that damage. And not just that, even the hyperspace holes are not active, as they did saw that a lot of players were trying to converge towards the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane. But that is not going to cut the deal. And also, Fura has not been able to provide the right output at this point. Being a Lapras, he has kind of sitting on the back end, so I really have to see how that frontline attacker is going to work its way up. And look at this, every single individual, the Blastoise, the Clefable right over there, along with that the Dodrio are right over there. So I believe Lapras is on the verge of getting that KO. Spirit Shackle again was unable to find any kind of output. Oh, this is not looking good. This is not at all looking good. But still, somehow this individual is surviving, and there goes the hyperspace hole. So all of the goals that we were expecting that might come in will not be there. The Typhoon is going to be there. Dodrio goes down. Not just that, I do believe even the Clefable is going to fall short of breath pretty soon. But look at this guy, Asusuyu, falling back a bit, and also with that Berry being in their favor, they're going to fight back. Ooh, finally it connects. Spirit Shackle was missing a lot, but finally it connects. And 2 to 3 KOs already coming in the favor of 4J Legacy. That shows Legacy is being tamed by this individual team.
20 to break it and 30 for an overdunk. 4J Legacy at 193, and they have top as well as bottom path control, and they're going to speed their way as soon as they get the Regieleki. For sure they're not going to push to the bottom, and you can, I'm sorry, not the top, and with the bottom, with the hyperspace hole off the rings and bound, they call everybody here. Knock being used. There's no way the Inteleon could do anything, and everybody forced. And look at this, they're looking forward to an overdunk. In the meantime, the rings and bound charged Hoopa finds a Slowbro KO, and Fura is ready. They all chase them away with the Spirit Shackle, and being disciplined, 4J Legacy even retreat back to their goal zones, get a full heal, and also to the Reggie, and they will get the Reggie steal as well. And look at the goal difference, 273, and with 50 seconds to go, 4J Legacy have control of things.
Every single situation is now under control of 4J Legacy. You talk about the lead, you talk about the AOS energy, and you talk about the level advantage as well, the evolution advantage. It's right over there in the favor of 4J Legacy. Their heavy hitters are looking quite good. Decidueye already at level 13, Glaceon is already at level 12. Even the Lapras, the tanker of this particular team, is already at level 13. So I do believe the legendary fight can be a little bit more on the edge of Team 4J Legacy, but still, they have to play their cards in the right manner, otherwise things will change a lot. Having Hoopa definitely is something which has helped them a lot from the get-go. The way the hyperspace holds and also the rings and bound at this point in the later stages helped them out was amazing. A lot of Spirit Shackles being missed by Decidueye. Well, you really have to find that output. Yeah, he's trying to check if there is somebody sneaking in that tall grasses or not, which is a good approach. But to be honest, from Team True Gravity, I have not yet seen Inteleon being that chaotic.
Something that they have to watch out for. And look at this, just basic touch coming through, but finally they've found Lapras unable to chase it. They decided maybe find a KO on the Lapras and decrease the front line defense, doesn't work out. With the Spirit Shackle, the warning Spirit Shackle I'll call it as of now, keeping True Gravity in check. They've already wasted 30 seconds here, Raider.
Yeah. It's the crucial 30 seconds that they've already wasted. At this point, Forger Legacy is basically trying to pass some time, meanwhile checking out some good goals. But Vixion wanted to go with some good dumps, and he did. He did individually went for approximately 70 to 80 goals in the favor. 68, okay, that's the right amount.
Spy
and on the other
Vision's
corner,
out
Team
here.
Gravity is now coming a little bit closer.
Knock Knock being used, Rapid Spin trying to find a KO, but it
Oh,
doesn't work
the KO
out.
could
Finally,
be
the
there.
Hydro Typhoon on the Unite, and also the Ring Sunbound coming through.
Sutsu.
Dodrio finds one. That's a crucial KO to be found as the the Desi goes down. Can they find a counter KO is something that I've looked. Inteleon is super low, but they're unable to find. Finally, the Lapras goes, charges up on the Inteleon. Slowbro, half of his HP is drained, but it is using Amnesia to heal itself. But finally, the Blastoise is here, and Hoopa is super low, tries to use Phantom and wants to run away, but the Blastoise is not letting it go and finds the KO on the Hoopa. Numbers have been even, but the goal of 68 which went through have taken the advantage for True Gravity at 296.
Wow, again isolating the Glaceon, putting it down. Once again, Dodrio is right there with the AS energy, and look at him, already buying his way right to the base and goal zone so that he can go ahead and secure some good goals as well. What a play from these individuals, what a performance that has been delivered by Team True Gravity till now. The way they were able to establish their own momentum was something absolutely amazing. What a interesting approach.
Yeah, less than 15 seconds to go, Raider. We've hit a pause over there, and
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything that could happen. Forge Legacy was that one team I still remember towards like less than 3 or 5 seconds when they had the secured Rayquaza, and Fura was the one who ran into the goal zone with the Rayquaza shield, got that 100 scored. There can still be such an instance happening, but on the other end, contrary, Vixion on that Dodrio has been causing problem in this match for game number 1.
Be it the KOs or be it the goal scoring machine, he's definitely one of those giants who is doing every single thing. He's looking quite good with it, and also the way with the triple tramples he was able to get those initial KOs on the Decidueye and some other Pokemons was quite good. Still, Decidueye is there with the level buff, level advantage was there in their favor. Although the best part for me was Team True Gravity isolating that Decidueye and getting it out of the equation first of all. And then what happens that the other Pokemons were also trying to get the right output. Once again, at like recently before the pause was hit, I believe before that 10 to 15 seconds initially, we did saw that 3 Pokemons that were left from the particular perspective of Forger Legacy decided to go all in on the Legendary Pet, and they tried to melt down the Rayquaza. What happened over there? That Glaceon once again got isolated, and who took it down? Who took him down? Well, it was the giant known as Dodrio. The Vixion guy was absolutely on point with it. But look at this. They're trying to melt it away. Who takes it? It's the Inteleon. And with that, I do believe Team True Gravity is definitely going to seal their victory in this first game of match number 4. And True Gravity is now showing their true signs that we are the champs of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. We are the ones who are sitting at the second seeding position. We are not going to let you go that easily, buddy.
Very well played coming in from Vixion here, and not just in terms of scoring but also assisting and finding knockouts. But on the other end, Forger Legacy, their early game was looking good, but one game that Vixion played was his early stack that he almost finished super fast, but also not indulging in a lot of fight. Unfortunate it was, but still we ended up seeing the game not working out in favor of Forger Legacy. Suyu did get also good stuff, as you see, right? With the rapid spin, he dived into the mid of Forger Legacy. That's where I think the problem sprung. Walk on Desi was towards the bottom tall grasses, and once he started using Spirit Shackle from there, they knew where he was, found where Lapras was. Lapras does make a move through to try and fight with Inteleon. I think that's where a little bit of a problem happened. Maybe a fight which Forger Legacy did not want to start, but as soon as Vixion started scoring goals, the fight had to be pushed for. And which True Gravity were ready for. Vixion, I think, called for it, or one of their teammates, they made a call for it, which Forger Legacy were not ready for. They couldn't stop the 68, nor they could stop that team fight, which True Gravity forced upon Forger Legacy.
I mean, when you see that there is an opponent who is scoring goals and goals every now and then, you actually get in a panic situation that are you going to commit onto the Legendary Pit, or you are going to deny that individual who is coming up with the goal. To be honest, trust me, denying a Dodrio is just not easy. It's just not easy. He is going to go ahead and score something like basically almost a 12 or 24 is going to be there. Yeah, it's kind of impossible. And due to that, Forger Legacy decided to go all in onto the legendary pit. But then again, the isolation came in onto the Glaceon and he also got KO'd. So, True Gravity, from the get-go, from the start, they played very well. They were with the right strategy, and the best part for me was that strategy was there from both the teams, but then again the execution that came in from Team True Gravity was definitely right on point. Because if you talk about Forge Legacy, the way they were getting that level buff for that Decidui was quite good, but eventually in the later stages, the way Decidui got accelerated early and was eventually taken down was something that if it would have been not there the case, if Decidui could have survived in the game, maybe things would have been a little bit more different. But at the end, guys, this is how the trajectory went down. From the start, True Gravity was struggling a bit. It was Forge Legacy who was dictating the terms in terms of lead and in the Eos energy. But in the later part, we got to see after the Rayquaza advantage also came in, it was Team True Gravity all over.
You could see in the graph, Raider, Dodrio, I take my words back, I thought he was a fully stacked Dodrio, but they did not let him go for a full, I would say, Eos dunk coming through. He was being stopped when he was going for the 3 breakdown of a dunk. So he was only able to do either one part of it or the second part of it, not all the 3 parts of it. Therefore, his full dunk was not being done. Whereas on the other end, Lapras on that special attack specs, Fura was able to do enough damage, and that worked out really well. That's where I think Forge Legacy had the confidence to push up for fights, and it worked out. And you could see Vixion not putting out enough damage. That's where I was like, hey, seems to be that not enough attack weight damage is being done. However, I think towards the end of it, True Gravity played smart. They kept themselves in a distance from Forge Legacy.
Exactly.
Did not indulge in any fights. You could see here, right? 5-minute mark. There are fights happening. Slowbro taking on a 1v2 situation. On the other end, there is a 3v2 happening. Here we can see them taking a Regieleki. But this Regieleki eventually gets stopped. Asuyusiu initiates a fight towards the tier 2 on top. But this chase was just wonderful. 2 KO streak being found, and immediately as soon as they destroy that goal zone, they take Regieleki and add it as his 6th ally. And Rings Unbound, what a change of pace. Artist very smartly played. Calls all the players to the bottom. They win that fight as well, get to 273. But here is where things fall flat. We missed a little bit of the fight where initially it was a Lapras chase. From Lapras chase it went to be a Vixion's Dodrio chase, and from there it ended up being that was Desi being KO'd, right? Once Desi was KO'd, as you rightly mentioned, Glaceon was also eventually KO'd.
So yeah, I mean the heavy hitters were already gone, and there were not a lot of Pokemons which were left from the perspective of Forge Legacy, and that was a moment where the other team also knew, to be precise, Team True Gravity knew what they had to do, and they completely chimed in on that particular scenario, got that advantage, and at the end, yes, the particular game number 1 is in the favor of Team True Gravity, but Hoopa is something which definitely was able to put up a lot of heavy lifting shots onto the players of Team True Gravity. If that Hoopa would have not been there, that momentum shift that was coming in on the top lane and in the bottom lane, all of a sudden would have been not possible, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to see if in the second draft we might see that Hoopa ban coming in. If that Hoopa ban is not there, still I have to say that the counter was more than ready from Team True Gravity. Whenever that moment shift was there, they were getting the chaos. Still, what happens after that? They were not able to completely capitalize on it. They had to back out. As you rightly said, that the discipline was there from Team Forge Legacy, but if they were able to capitalize on that scenario, if they are able to break the tier 2 goal zone as well, if they are able to put that pressure, that would have been lovely. But talking about Forge Legacy, we have Kyurem. His favorite Pokemon is Blissey, and the player comment that he has got is qualify for the PU ACL, that is going to be the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024, and compete in Thailand. His goal is to compete basically, but on the other corner, I do believe Volk has got a larger goal from Forge Legacy, and that is to basically make sure to win the finale.
Yeah, he has been on that stage ACL 2023, but this time wants to make sure that 2024 they maybe win a title. They were close, right? They did the job, but it was not enough. Coming into the discussion of the game, we move into the next player is Zishal. Now Zishal also has been one of those players who has gone to the international stage and tried to fight it out, but that was when he was under the banner of Revenant, and right now with True Gravity. So it's a fight between all these teams which have been scattered, right, as these individual players into various teams, but everybody's intention is clear. Some they're looking at the nearest goal, but some are looking on a wholesome picture. Here Zishal, as he mentions, wants to be a world champion.
The goal is quite a big one, to be honest, but he's actually on the way. The way Zishal performs, the way he brings in the A game for the team is something which is very, very valuable for Team True Gravity. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see how he's going to bring in that A game in the second game as well. Because again, Forge Legacy is a team which was able to beat their opponent Griffin, namely with a 2-0. Now it's Team True Gravity's turn, and the history is going to repeat if Forge Legacy loses against Team True Gravity. That basically whoever is the contender for the next seeding position is just getting beaten down. I mean, the first few stages we did saw that. Maybe that is going to be the case again, but let's not jump to the conclusion once again, guys, because things might change. We might see a complete reverse coming in from the players of Team Forge Legacy, and we truly believe that they have got that potential. No doubt in that. You talk about Ruben, you talk about Artis. Every single guy has got that potential. Volk is somebody who has to be there on the A game. But yeah, in this particular previous matchup, I do believe that Decidui was kind of on a path where he would have got a lot of output, but eventually that was not the case. Shuram on the other corner, another giant from Team Forge Legacy, usually loves to go with the supporter role, and as we do see, average damage taken is quite high, but at the same point, recovery, it's quite amazing.
Now, we were just talking about Kyurem of his stage that he was in, and now he wants to qualify and compete in ACL. Can he do it or not? It all depends on the game. And as you mentioned, right, now previously when True Gravity won, it was a 2-0. That was all the way in India Opens when they became champions. In the India League Day 1, it was 2-1 in favor of Forge Legacy. Now the first point already in favor of Gravity. Now True Gravity, they just need one more to repeat what happened in India Open Grand Finals. Can they make it 2 of it? Now with Kyurem, he is the new addition here for Forge Legacy. When Forge Legacy was playing in that LAN stage, it was not Kyurem over there. And Kyurem's addition has made a change. Yes, that Wigglytuff so far Raider had been working. But here in this game, you remember the entire 10 minutes, they disregarded the Wigglytuff being there. They never indulged in a fight with Wigglytuff. If they saw that Wigglytuff, they're like, okay, let this be. We'll move around in a different position. That was smart from True Gravity.
I mean, coming back with an experience, I do believe True Gravity has to come up with this kind of play. And that's why this is one of those teams who was on the top when it comes to India Open 2023, and they were able to crown as the champion as well. So yeah, definitely, as you said, that they are completely trying to neglect all those parts of a game where things might not be favorable for them, not be fruitful for them, or they might just be able to dish out their time, or all of those efforts will go in vain. While fighting against a really tough, things like that will happen. But on the other corner, taking down the objective guys are something which was really very important for these giants, be the Residue or eventually the Glaceon picks that was coming in every now and then. So it was quite impressive the way Team True Gravity decided to choose and isolate those individual Pokemons who can actually shift the momentum rather than going for a Pokemon which is kind of occasionally very, very fruitful. So yeah, it was a good play in the first game, but now patiently waiting to see what happens in the second game. The game number 2 is going to be equally important, one of the important games to be honest, because we might just see a new phase of Team Forge Legacy where they might be able to bag it out. But on the other corner, Team True Gravity, I believe Zisal is just having fun with us by banning that mine. Oh yeah, there you go, the Blastoise ban is here.
Yeah, that initial bans, right? Like how we initially tried to bring out nice storylines and maybe they play this combo, that combo and all. They're and like, oh, we put one thing for you, you start talking about it, then we change the whole perspective of things. But finally, with the ban being done, a Blastoise and an Umbreon lock-on bans coming through, meaning the front line is going to be weakened a little bit. But is there that Dodrio pick we see again? To start things off, they do not want to give away the Venusaur. Rixion immediately locks it on. Now, Forge Legacy, after losing the game, did have a chance to go for first pick. They decided they wanted to go for second pick. I want to see what are their two choices to start things off. Cliffable, yes. And then we see a Glaceon coming through. Now, Glaceon didn't feel super effective for me. Maybe because it was very chaotic, that game. Because I think a lot of eyes were on Desi, and Desi was doing, yes, effective damage, especially with Cursed Instant as well as a Charging Charm coming through. But does it continue? To continue the victory here, True Gravity come in with the next two choices, Vulcan with Eldegoss and Lapras on Melon with the Resonant Guard. All these new items that I'm seeing that teams are putting into use is working out like a charm itself.
they've put in the effort and they have figured out how they can utilize that particular held item or battle item in the favor. And I do believe in that terms, Team True Gravity once again can bring in the A game. On the other corner, Nordfura is going to be there with the Buzzball, the all-rounder. And obviously it can tank up a little bit of a damage and also give a very huge amount of damage onto the opponent. Curium on the other corner is going to go with a Slowbro. And yes, Slowbro was, if I'm not wrong, banned in the previous game. But at this time, they get that opportunity. They go for it. Okay. This is interesting. A Crystal and a Chandelier being delivered. True Gravity is back to their square when the usual play that Team True Gravity is able to come up with is right here. And on the other corner, Forger Legacy might actually go with a Gardevoir. Inteleon. There you go. What? Switches?
Wait
Hello?
for it, Raider. That's how the name of the game is. Finally, we ended seeing the Guardi being locked. This is exciting times now coming through now, because not just we, I would say in Pokemon Unite in general, we don't see always a Guardi coming through, especially in the Indian circuit. In other circuits, I've seen at times they do bring in the Guardi, but whenever the Gardevoir comes out from any one of the players from the Indian circuit, meaning that's their last and final card that they're pulling out. And here it is for Forger Legacy. They either equalize the score or they're sent back packing, and True Gravity continues their journey. So far, every team has just been winning one game each. Quickly talking about the stack builds here. There's an attack weight stack coming in from Fura, and I see a special attack specs on Cliffable. When we move to the other end, there is the Crustle attack weight, and no special attack specs or anything on Lapras coming through, along with energy amplifier. This is going to be interesting. A Crustle attack weight. I'm mostly inclining towards the X-Scissor move coming through, because of which, again, stun damage comes through. It kind of acts like a combo move. Let's wait and watch of what happens here, because this is game 2. True Gravity on the verge of winning again. Forger Legacy, one game to equalize the score. Can they make it happen? Game number 2, go.
Let's go with this game number 2. This is a make or break situation for Team Forger Legacy. On the other corner, even Team True Gravity. If they lose this one, the cushion is now going to get utilized if they lose this particular game. Because yeah, if they lose this game, there is a situation they might actually win the game number 3 as well. That has been the case from the get-go for all of those teams who have lost their second game. But moving forward, Team True Gravity and Forger Legacy, both of them now once again want to go with those stacks. At the same point, also want to evolve as fast as possible. So in the bottom lane, we'll get to see the EVs working their way up, and Team True Gravity still wants to have that advantage. But let's see if that is going to be the case or not. Slowbro currently being cornered, and maybe there is a case where he's going to get killed, but I feel that is not going to be easy enough.
I'm still looking at the stacks. Neither of the teams have gotten their initial goals dunked. A top path push is happening from the Crustle. There is the Ivysaur also moving over there, but Crustle as of now gets evolved as soon as it reaches level 4. So therefore, without stack itself at level 4. In the meantime, this little Litwick already trying to do damage to Slowpoke, but eventually get back. Kyurem so far has not even gotten a single Eos energy, meaning he's not yet gotten any amount of good experience. But finally, Guardi also on the top part, damage being done. They try to catch Guardi, but it's not going to be happening while keeping distance and playing really well so far. Does damage to Asuyu, and that pushes the players back. In the meantime, Ruben also evolves from Eevee and now trying to do damage. But Zishal, is he playing Flamethrower? I would want to take a look at it, because yes, it came like one stretch. But we'll wait and see if it is a Flamethrower, because Flamethrower recently did get a buff, Raider. I'm not too sure if it is the same moveset or not. Generally, we have not seen players using it.
I mean, after seeing True Gravity and the play that they usually come up with, I do believe their homework has been done. So I feel that can be the case. On the other corner, Asuyu is now going to fall back, because again, the HP was not that much. He is going to take that Citrus Berry. I mean, both the Citrus Berry is now in his favor. That's amazing. On the other corner, as rightly said, not even a single goal being delivered from both the teams. Obviously, the fight is going to be there. Be the Legendary Pet, be the
first KO?
Bottom lane.
No.
Possibly?
Very close. Slowbro is super
low, it is
and
going to be there.
It is from the Venusaur. Vixion finds that first KO here. And now things are going to start changing from either ends. There will be finally, I think, goals being dunked. But look at this Side Shock being used from wall. This time the bottom path. 30 seconds to go for the Regis to spawn. But Again, still no goal, and we have passed 3 minutes of this game here, Raider.
Yeah.
No goals from either end, especially Forger Legacy having a 2-stack Pokemon coming through. They're also not doing it. It's only 1-stack Pokemon coming on the side of True Gravity, which is the Crustle. And for Crustle on the defender stacks, I don't think it's going to be crucial, but if it gets through with the stack, it's going to be trouble for Forger Legacy.
Yeah, definitely that is going to be the case, and I'm looking forward to see if they're going to build in some kind of play at this point or not. Chandelier also back to his final form, and he definitely would love to perform at this point, sitting on the back ends. This individual attacker can bring in the best play. Artist looking forward to go for some good goals, but meanwhile Lapras is right over there neglecting all those facts. At the same point, if we talk about Forger Legacy now, their focus is a little bit shifted towards the whole approach so that they can take that Reggie in their favor. But oh, look at this, Venusaur right over there waiting patiently, and finally he gets it done. Now our urge of seeing a goal coming in from a third particular team is just definitely going to get fulfilled. Oh, the Guardi gets KO'd. Not just that, the Crustle get KO'd from the opponent as well. It's a Glaceon who gets a best output, but Slowbro is on the verge of getting KO'd. It's a triple KO coming in, and finally True Gravity will be able to, I believe, put this whole tier 1 goal zone down, and that's exactly what happened. Now they have got that lead, they've got that level buff, and with that they've also secured some good KOs onto the opponents. So True Gravity is looking forward to maintain that composure, maintain that momentum onto the individuals of Forger Legacy.
1-0-3 to 0 Forger Legacy. Can they find anything in this bottom path? They've all started their way towards the Reggie of the bottom. Lapras is going to be the one to initiate and give calls of what's happening. They see very low health of Regirock, and before anything could have been done, no value being found with the Bubble Beam. But Kyurem again jumping in, Telekinesis holds Vulcan, but no damage being done on Vulcan. But yes, it is the Flamethrower coming in from Zishol, as you can do so much damage that it is doing. Finally another big fight being broken, and it still doesn't find value. Shedinja all being used, but again Verdant Anger, that energy amplifier doing justice, finding a 2 KO streak on the Venusaur, and looks like Lapras Melon might just go down, but no, says the Chandelier with the help of Venusaur. That's a 3 KO streak, and True Gravity rightly charging through at 172. Fura, this is his time. He needs to start stacking up, but immediately Lapras Express being used and delivering the Venusaur. Fura instantly will be KO'd. Sludge Bomb on him. He cannot survive further. Water Pulse also coming in. He tried to use Smackdown as well as Superpower, but eventually the Venusaur going big from True Gravity puts him down.
He is unstoppable at this point. The way the output is coming in is absolutely amazing. Venusaur getting multiple KOs. Not just that, Chandelier started it off with multiple threads of KO coming in. And Forger Legacy, now they are definitely struggling because both of the tier 1 goal zones in the top lane and in the bottom lane have already been destroyed. Look at the level buff that these individuals have got. But in order to counter, even Forger Legacy is now building up that pace. Glaceon, Buzzwole, and along with that Guardi, where all the heavy hitters, the all-rounders and the attackers have got their level 11 in their favor, which is good. All they have to do is just time the attacks rightly and then again come up with a good stack so that they can have the best output. But I really have to see what is going to happen in the top lane, because right now the Reggie Elite is at concern. Once again the Verdant Anger could actually find it, but no, this time it is going to be the Glaceon who gets it away. Buzzwole on the other corner reciprocates by getting KO'd by the Venusaur. A good play coming in from the Venusaur.
They were all about to catch up to the Glaceon, but Glaceon with the Glacial Stage, along with the help of Slowbro, runs away. In the meantime, Cliffable on the bottom path finds one on Chandelier with the help of Gravity and also trying to get their scores. Duncan. A 35 goes in. Now it's time for the Cliffable to get the 40, but the Lapras with the Bubble Beam is not allowing them, and finally they would have to retreat back. But the Unite being committed, and then another Unite, that's going to be the Slow Beam. Do they find any value? No, the Crustle survives. However, the Guardi goes down because of the Lapras, and that is again Forger Legacy in a little bit of a trouble. 3 minutes 20 seconds on the clock. A lot to go in the game. Reggie is back on the bottom. Can they go for a Reggie fight? It looks like a little bit of a segregated and separated fight. Buzzwole, a little bit of an overextension. Kyurem on the other end, still keeping Lapras in bay, making sure that Lapras doesn't move to the top path. Lapras right as now does not have the Unite. On the other end, Glaceon does have the Unite, but Glaceon's Unite is not so powerful or valuable. Does help Glaceon to move around, but other than that, not much value. But finally, because Forger Legacy are not here, True Gravity say, how long will the Regirock stay all alone? They decided to get it for themselves, and with 40 seconds to go, Forger Legacy, they have to do something new. But yeah, Eldegoss, what is this overextension? Might be free level experience that would have been given away, but still Vulcan is trying to run away, putting spores down, but this Psy Shock should find value. But
look at this.
Warning Solar Beam. That, however, buys time, but not enough to survive.
I mean, it looks like once again Team True Gravity is going to maintain their composure. Right now they are stacking up onto the bottom lane, but I really have to see how that play is going to unfold, because then again in just 15 seconds we'll get to see the legendary boss Pokemon Rayquaza being delivered right over here in the legendary pit, and due to that obviously things will change. We'll get to see complete stacks coming in. No speed cells whatsoever, so I won't see some steals. Maybe there is a possibility that on the top lane and the bottom lane we'll get to see some steals coming in from the individuals, but Kyurem already getting low on its HP, output being delivered. Look at this, all the individuals from Forge Legacy are now sticking towards each other, because they do remember that in the past few games that they have lost, what happened is basically either they isolate their opponent or they get isolated. Whenever they isolate, they were able to back out. But look at this, Crustle already on the move from the top lane.
Nice move that he did do heavy damage on Volk on Gardevoir, but immediately Volk backs off with the help of his teammates. They were close by. I'm still waiting for who starts off with the Unite. The slow beam coming from the Slowbro is the starter. Even the singularity being used. That is going to be the first KO on Eldegoss. Crustle waiting in the tall grasses right behind them. They have no idea about it. They should go for a check. Xcaesar comes out again. Big damage being done on Gardevoir, but still somehow survives. The flamethrower catches the Gardevoir. This is problem. Finding another with Xcaesar. Glaceon is down. Both the ranged attackers are out. It's Buzzwole. He has to function. Fura finds one. Make it a 2. Gets a 2 KO streak. That is a savior KO streak, but Zishol in the meantime still surviving because there's no heavy hitters now. On the other end, trying to run away is Fura. Can he make do of possible, because Eldegoss is back, Gardevoir is back, Fura does not survive, Buzzwole goes down, but Gardevoir is alive. Zishol, does he go down? Very low in damage. Yes, the last hit Slowbro puts down, but a big dunk of a 54 coming through. That seals True Gravity's victory. 30 seconds on the clock. At any cost, True Gravity cannot get this victory. Forge Legacy want to continue. Very low health, and yes, they secure it. 20 seconds on the clock. All of the goal zones are still viable on the side of True Gravity. This is an easy score coming in for Forge Legacy. They have to just dunk goals, and I think they've timed it perfectly. Only the top path is where they cannot secure goals, but everywhere else they can score. Another 100 coming in, which will push their score to 380. And this is Forge Legacy evening the numbers.
They're fighting back. What a way. What a play coming in. Every now and then Venusaur and the Chandelier were getting the KOs, but at the end it's Forge Legacy who's back in the fight, who's back in the momentum and bagging out some decent scores in their favor. All of a sudden True Gravity, which was dictating their terms from the get-go, from the start, is now at a spot where they have to fight back in the game number 3. Otherwise their existence in the ACL Champions League, to be precise Asia Champions League 2024 India regional qualifiers, is just going to get shaky if they lose the next particular game. But then again, Forge Legacy, what a comeback, man. Yeah.
Fura has 2 KOs, and both those KOs was in that final stretch.
Absolutely.
And those were the KOs that helped Forge Legacy to get back into the game. What a way to find, and as well as Kyurem's 1 KO that he has on the Chandelier, much needed. Zishol just kept overextending even though he was low, and at a time that Surf hit really well, and one boosted attack coming in from Kyurem, it hit him on point. Slowbro finds a KO on the Chandelier. These 2 players, Fura as well as Kyurem's knockouts, were the reason Forge Legacy just jumped back into the game. Otherwise this game was far from gone. True Gravity would have gotten a clean sweep just like they did in India Open's Grand Finals. Now this 4th match is also coming to its last game. So far every game is moving towards its decider. Not a single game that we have gotten a clean sweep, except for the 3rd one.
Yeah, it was the 3rd game. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know here, Raider. 1-1 is the score. Forge Legacy, they have to put all the laurels. They have to dress up Fura, give him all the glory. If not for his 2 KO streak, this game, True Gravities. Forge Legacy, they will breathe for another game 3.
Well, let's put in even another nail biter, that basically whenever a particular team was able to back out the first game, if they lose the second one, they are able to win the 3rd one. So what is going to happen, guys? Again, a trick question. Again, a trick coming into the picture. Maybe True Gravity.
A lot of theories today. None of them have been working so far, except for one, that no team is able to win 2 games on a 2 matches on a stretch. But who knows, Forge Legacy can finally break it, because FS, we thought initially will make a game, right? Or Clown5 will make a game, but that theory also was broken down.
Yeah, every single team that we expected that maybe they're going to bring in the A game after looking what they are capable of, how they bounced back in the second Saturday, or should I say on the 16th of December, in the second day of this regional qualifiers, that these teams like Clown5, even FSC Sports, even Team Griffin, they were retaliating, they were putting down the giants to sleep. For a moment, we did thought that things might change, but as it seems, that is not the case. Now we are left with the top 3 teams, out of which the top 2 teams are now going to be very clear after like 25-30 minutes, and eventually in these 25-30 minutes we'll get to see the game number 3 coming in the match number 4, which will clear the fact of which particular team is going to fight against the top seeding team, #1 seeding team known as Revenant, which is calmly sitting on the top right now waiting for their opponent, at the same point learning every single strategy and every single play that they can really bring into the picture. As we do see that this fight is also going to go a decider, I do believe that it's kind of an advantage for Team Revenant at this point, because Revenant, they have now a very clear insight of what both the teams are capable of. Obviously, after fighting in the first 2 days, they already knew it, and now again they're seeing both the competitors fighting each other, be it Forge Legacy or Team True Gravity. They know what the cards are, how their play is going to come. Maybe Team Revenant is going to have that output in their favor, but all of that happened after this game number 3 happens. But for that, yes, check out the replay, check out how it all trickled down to the game number 3.
Initial fights, as you can see, towards, I think, 5 minutes till that Forge Legacy were on 0. It was the bottom path where everybody took up a top path fight and a bottom 40 was scored. Wait, no, bottom. When they were all bottom, it was the top path. I think Buzzwall got its first 40 or 30 score. That was one. But after that, none of the fights were working in favor of Forge Legacy. They tried their best everywhere. Top, path, bottom. But here is where I felt like everything fell a little bit flat. Even though they got the KO on Eldegoss, they could not find the other. Especially the Crustle hiding in the tall grasses. They had to keep a check of it. They forgot that the Crustle hit him. But Buzzwall swooped in at the right time. Look at Buzzwall's HP also super low. But Buzzwall ends up finding a 2 KO streak. And then this overextension coming in from Z-Shawl is that game changer move coming in from Forge Legacy's Kyurem as well as Fura, which pushes this match number 4 to game number 3 here, Raider. Now anything can happen. I'm pretty sure True Gravity will not be happy, meaning their mental game right is now a little bit dicey. Whereas Forge Legacy, they'll be thanking their teammates for doing what they did over there, and for what they did as a team, they might just come together and decide this is a gift that we would want to give, and it is also the time of Christmas right around the corner. Why not, right? Give your teammates the victory here, a victory to become one of the only teams from India to represent India in Bangkok, Thailand in Asia Champions League. Who that is, we still one game and one more whole match to go to decide.
I mean, while talking about being that #1 team from Indian subcontinent going to the finale, we already have chills. But what about that team who is really going to go? What about those 5 individuals who are going to represent their nation sitting on that land arena in Bangkok, Thailand? I mean, the joy is going to be immense.
Yes.
It has been an enormous journey from the get-go of Pokémon Unite India Open 2023 to the regional qualifiers, the day 1, day number 2. Again, it has been very tricky. A lot of teams have faltered down, be it FSC Sports or Clown5 or Team Griffin. Everybody had their own part of journey. Everybody had their own kind of struggles and also the overcoming that they were able to bring in. But again, FSC Sports, Clown5, Griffin, these teams are already out of the existence for now in this particular scenario in the race of the ASL finale. But then again, Forge Legacy, True Gravity, they are in a very nail-biting scenario. On the other corner, the one team which is feeling comfortable, well, we are saying that they are feeling comfortable, but to be honest, I do believe that there is a sense of tension in their mind as well, because they don't have to fight any other games. They just have to fight one game, and that game is the most crucial game at this point.
Exactly.
That is the only game which is going to change every single thing right now. Let's have a look at the players as well, so that we have a clear idea of what the individuals have got in their mind. Talking about Forge Legacy, Riven. This guy loves to play with Mew, although we have not seen yet that Mew combination coming into the picture. But then again, his play comment, his dedication, his motivation is basically to win the World's Champion Series.
Oh, as of now, Ruben has been a very crucial player for the team. We ended up seeing here as well, worked out really well. And this man is not beating around the bush. He's not trying to sell himself low. As you can see, all of the things, aggressiveness, goal defense, combination, strategy, mental strength, all on the higher end of the spectrum. and his intention is also clear. Not just win here in ACL, right? When he says win worlds, meaning he win every title as it progresses. Towards Vixion, this man has had a very different journey which has been going all throughout. He was the India Open's champion in 2022. In 2023, even though his team qualified, True Gravity, they won it, but he was not playing on the LAN stage. He would have been the only player who would have won India Open twice. I mean, he is still, unfortunately, was not in the playing five in that time, unfortunate reasons. But now he is here. So I would want to see what magic he does. As you can see, my current goal is to win, not qualify, win, and meet my team so we can have fun together. And his sentence of saying meet his team is being, yes, as I mentioned just now, India Open, unfortunately he couldn't make his way there. He was, I think, feeling a little bit low, therefore he had to kind of get back on good health, and unfortunately couldn't make it to India Open. But here Vixion is not selling himself short or not pushing himself everywhere. As you could see, he was not all on aggressiveness, not full, but he was just one step away from it. I think his strategy also, he said that not that great. I think it all comes together between the player discussion. Now coming into the player introduction of what they've done in the game so far. Starting off with Ruben from Forge Your Legacy. As I said, he's been playing the Desi or the Glaceon. Not the Mew so far, but his favorite Pokemon, the teeny tiny Mew, which has the ability to reset moves.
The squishy one is not yet here, but I do believe once again Ruben has definitely given his output for the team of Forge Legacy. The way they were able to, again bringing the A game against the team Griffin. Griffin is not a team that you can really beat down, that you can easily beat down, to be honest. But then again, Forge Legacy coming up with the 2-0 was a statement. On the other corner, True Gravity was able to break that momentum after bagging out the first game. But then again, in the second game, we do see Forge Legacy again bringing that justice, bringing that enormous kind of experience in their favor as well. On the other corner, when we talk about Vixion, well, he loves to play with the Glaceon and Venusaur. Usually, we have seen 40% of the time that he is going to go with the Glaceon. We really have to see what happens next. The last game of this match number 4 is something which we are trickling down to, because that game is going to give us an idea of who is the opponent of Team Revenant. Because Revenant, as n number of times we have said, is already there at #1 spot in terms of CD. That doesn't mean that they're going to go for the finale yet. They have to fight against either Forge Legacy or Team 2 Gravity. So the battle is yet to happen, and that is one of the most crucial battles, because to be honest, for Team FSC Sports, for Clown5, for Griffin and any other team which is there at the 3rd position or 3rd or 5th, 6th position, all of them had the idea that we will win this game and then we fight back again in the next game, then we do that job again in the next particular game. Specifically about FSC Sports, if they would have to fight against Team Revenant, they would have to fight in, if I'm not wrong, 4 to 5 battles. That would have been the case, but that was not the case. Till now, we have seen every single individual team who won the first game has lost the next one. But maybe Forge Legacy is here to break that charm. And obviously, when you want to forge a legacy, you have to break that momentum. You have to break the circle. You have to bring in your own effect. And in terms of that, Forge Legacy have already got the second game. I'm patiently waiting for the top 2 phase once again to come in and eliminate us when it comes to the bans. And also when it comes to the pick phase, the final preparation is something which is again going to be quite tricky. But yeah, both the teams are on a very good note. Both of the teams have got their, again, should I say, experience factor coming into the picture. But what are you thinking, Lucifer? What will happen in the 3rd game?
I think it is all about who has the most hunger here. Like, after getting this chance where their teammates gave them another life, right? Fura as well as Kyurem. Because of that, if that hunger pushes them enough right now, guys, this is the game we have to win. It is Forge Your Legacy, and as you said, they will forge a legacy if it happens right as of now. I mean, yes, not become the champion immediately, but they'll be just one step away. And of all things, right, so far that I've seen the journey of these teams, there have been only 2 teams who have represented India on the global stage, but have not been like champions coming through. Now, when we started it off, it was Marcos Gaming. When 2022 India Open happened, they were the team who came out last, but they eventually qualified and made their way to the top seed in ACL 2023. Now going towards 2024, right? That was Walk there in 2023. Right now he is here. This time I'm pretty sure not just qualifying, he would want to become a champion. I'm not too sure if that happens or not, because that's a long journey. moving towards the side of Gravity, right? Now they have a
Yep.
very mixed roster coming through. There's Zishal over there. We end up seeing a lot more changes from their end as well, because again, this is a roster that we ended up seeing being the Griffins versus Gravity, and also Walk was a part of Griffin, Gravity. A lot of changes that have happened, that these players have known each other. Now with Vixion being there, and Vixion, I spoke to him earlier, I think 2 days back or something, he was mentioning that unfortunately I couldn't make through for ACL. I wanted to play on the international stage, and eventually it didn't go through, but this is his chance. Now True Gravity, at least for that sake, would want to push through. Now yes, they do not have Merriam, who played in India Open. That time it was Asuisu who came through. Asuisu is still playing here, but with Vixion back and Merriam not being there. So it is about this hunger. Whether Walk, after reaching that stage, being a little bit further away from his team, yes, this time it's a completely different team, but still is he ready, looking forward to becoming a champion and getting himself a victory, and also representing India on the global stage while taking a trophy on that stage? Or Raider, the other end of things, where Vixion, even after winning India Open 2022 and here India Open 2023, does he finally get to go to Asia Champions League finals, Bangkok, Thailand? So it is about this little hunger there in a couple of these players from either teams, but also it depends on, I feel like, the draft of who's choosing the first pick. What do you think? Should the side of Gravity pick first pick, or is it Forger Legacy? Now Forger Legacy, they won, so Gravity, they have a chance to decide first or second pick. What would be your choice?
I definitely believe that the first choice could be in the favor of Team True Gravity. When they have the chance, they can really utilize that particular chance and finally nail their first Pokemon in their favor, so that they can have that edge onto the opponent. And then after seeing what the opponent is also capable of, they can go along the way. But then again, maybe that is not going to be the case. But for me, if you personally ask me, I do believe if I have a chance of picking the first one, I would definitely love to go with it.
I mean, not too sure if True Gravity think the same way. I'm saying in contrary of how Forger Legacy played, right? Forger Legacy lost that first game, and they still decided to go for second pick. Gave that first choice pick for the side of True Gravity. It was almost not going to work out, but towards the end, teammates saved, it worked out. Right now, Forger Legacy have won. They do not have the chance. It's going to be True Gravity to decide. So we are kind of in a speculation of what's going to be happening. We're just waiting for all the players to join in and we push the game. Because again, as we said, right, all these games so far have been super close, right? Neck to neck they've gone. Towards like the nth second, last 3 seconds, last 5 seconds, somebody is scoring. Only 18 goals being scored, 20 goals being scored. One team at the end second pushes the goal zone and gets scores. And it is that reason that a team is winning. Here as well, towards, I think there was 25 seconds on the clock, 30 seconds on the clock. Towards the 25 seconds, they secure Rayquaza. Everybody runs from top, bottom, and they start destroying goal zones and secure hundreds of goals. That is the reason Forger Legacy make a comeback. But otherwise, it couldn't have been the game. And this is the game I predicted when we started, right? Like how Forger Legacy got their victory, Raider, in the last game that they played against Griffin. It was there. That was Blasters. It was Fura again saving the team. Scored, and that is the reason Forger Legacy came up in the 3rd seed. Otherwise, Forger Legacy could have been in the 4th seed as well, and Griffin could have got a better qualification, and there could have been so many things. Right, as you know, that is one thing that I'm pretty sure both the teams need to discuss of why they're playing, what they need to do, and where is the game changing into, right? This game looked very close, both in terms of battle, both in terms of scoring, towards the end. Not in the start. In the start, the odds were completely in favor of True Gravity, even though the fights were a little bit okay. But we still have waiting for a confirmation that teams join in and we are ready to kick things off. But if I ask you for bans, Raider, what bans would you go for? So far, I was thinking support and defender bans, but I was inclining too much towards support bans coming through. But eventually, it's not the case. It is the defender bans coming in throughout the games. A couple of ranged attackers, but what do you stick on to now?
I mean, a defender ban is something that is kind of inevitable for me. Personally, it could be Blastoise or it could be Slowbro. Both of these particular Pokemon have given the right output. Blastoise, Blastoise is the one which I am kind of inclined to due to the fact that how game changer that Blastoise can be. On the other corner, definitely a supporter ban is something that I'm looking at. It could be Cliffable possibly, because Hoopa, if it is going to go in the favor of Forger Legacy, maybe in this game they are going to bring in the A game out of that Hoopa. In the first game that we did saw against Team True Gravity, that right output was not there from Forger Legacy. I mean, they were trying to come up with some good moment shifters, be the ring sunbound being utilized at the later part of the game, or the hyperspace holes coming from the starting whenever it was unlocked. But still, it was not that efficient for them due to the fact that the other 4 Pokemons were not able to capitalize on that particular advantage. They were shifting the momentum, they were switching from lanes to lanes, but then again, it was not that output for, not that great for them. But yes, all of that prediction, all of that exchanges between the whole casters are now going to get clarified, that which are the particular Pokemons getting banned. Well, I do believe the Defender ban is going to be there, but the choice is a little bit different. It's not the Blastoise, it's going to be the Umbreon ban that is going to come on the other corner. True Gravity is going to ban that range attacker, which is going to be the Venusaur.
Yeah, it seems like for True Gravity, the fear of Walk or Ruben playing on Venusaur is super real. This is player ban coming in from True Gravity. This is not a Pokemon ban that they're doing. So this player ban, so far in the first game it did work out. This is again the last game, similar reputations, Umbreon being banned, and Umbreon we have been seeing, right? A crucial Pokemon, especially in changing the game. Snarl, stunts, or even with foul play, you can pull the player to a fight that he's uninterested on, and then the mean look coming through. Blastoise is going to be the first pick coming in from a Suyu. On the other end, Walk as well as Artist immediately lock onto Glaceon as well as Clefable. Yes. I was thinking.
I like how you doubted for a moment.
Exactly. That's the reason I was counting. I was spelling the name out according to the timer.
Yeah, interesting guys, because again we have seen a lot of mind games being played. Oh, Forge Legacy, you get declined with that Hoopa. You choose the Clefable. On the other corner, the Hoopa is going to be there with Vulcan. Oh, it's going to be very interesting for me. But the Wigglytuff coming in, once again, Team True Gravity can just completely deny the fact that these guys have got a 5th Pokemon, which is a Wigglytuff, in order to really secure their victory. Buzzwole on the other corner is also going to be the all-rounder for Team Forge Legacy. I've not yet seen any attacker or all-rounder coming in from Team True Gravity, but these last 2 picks, Vixion and Zesol, might be the final 2-1. Vixion, okay, this is going to be interesting. A Dodrio coming in once again, and a Chandelier, or maybe something different. No, it's just the Chandelier that is going to get logged. On the other corner, Ruben. Let's see what he's going to cook.
I hope they have something new here. Fura coming in again on the Buzzwole, and Ruben picking up a Desi. Wigglytuff still in play this time, along with the Clefable, as we already saw in the first 2 picks. Wait, Ruben? He's changing things up. A Pikachu coming through. And now this Pikachu can be the reason of concern. The main reason of concern, I feel like, is that Thunder coming in. Vixion, he tries to go for a score, is trying to run away, and if the Thunder hits, it's going to do damage. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a Thunder play or an Electro Ball play coming through. We would have to wait and watch. But Zeshal on his Flamethrower, I love that. Poltergeist and Flamethrower. Is it going to be the same or not? We have to wait and watch. Final preparation phase here, Raider. Quickly again, we have to talk about the stack items if it's there. Yes, it is an attack weight stack coming through on Buzzwole. A special attack specs on Artist and Clefable. On the other end, it is the Dodrio only on that attack weight and nobody else. We however still see the new items, right? 3 of them using the Resonant Guard from side of True Gravity, and on this end it is only 1 player using on that Wigglytuff.
Yeah, this approach is definitely going to be quite interesting, and with that, final few seconds before the chilling game number 3, to be honest, between Forge Legacy and True Gravity is going to come. The anticipation is quite high. It's basically a deja vu for me again of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. Although that was a 2-0, this is a 1-1 right now. We never know which particular team is going to bag out the victory. After seeing the approaches, it's kind of a similar one for Team True Gravity and also a similar approach for Team Forge Legacy as we compare this game to the game number 1. Although Hoopa was in the favor of Forge Legacy, this time it's in the favor of Team True Gravity. It's basically a vice versa situation coming in. But again, look at this. The players are trying to level up as fast as possible. It's the Doduo right now who really want to evolve as fast as possible, because then again, he is a goal scoring machine, and if he gets that level advantage initially, I do believe exactly like how Vixion was able to do in the first game, this individual is going to bring in a very good advantage for the team known as Team True Gravity.
As of now, making sure the wild Pokemon Bunny's Chaos Energy is not being stolen away on the bottom path. We saw the Pikachu keeping things in check. But on the other end, top path already, as you can see, the Glaceon has moved out. However, a little bit of a damage coming in from the Hoopa. Fura tries to go ahead, but there is still that stack I'm waiting for. Only 4 being put down from Forge Legacy. They start off scoring first, but do they continue scoring till the end?
We really want to bring in the A game at this point. Look at that. Forger Legacy with the starting 4 good goals in their favor. Now they really want to maintain this composure. Can there be a possibility of those goals coming to the picture or not? Alterian saw Blues now at the concern. And it does feel like that. Every single individual is now trying to have that advantage on the top lane. There is another contestant going in. The Buzzwole, the Cliffable. And along with that, we did saw a complete approach of that beautiful Wigglytuff also there on the bottom lane with the Pikachu combination. They're trying to melt down that Slowbro, but Dodrio finds a Glaceon. That's a crucial one. That's the KO that everybody was really seeking for from Team True Gravity. And once again, Dodrio starts off with some crucial KOs. And if that is going to be persistent,
he had gone to take the
he's right
blue
there in
buff.
the mid lanes.
Yeah. However, Cliffable also on the contrary went to take the red buff. I'm not too sure it will be successful. Looks like the Dodrio doesn't have the hint of it. They're all waiting for the 8-minute Altaria and Swablu. As you can see, both Slowbro as well as Dodrio right dead center at the legendary pit. In the meantime, Asuyu as well as Fura fighting for the wild Pokemons on top. Glaceon eventually take us the revenge on Hoopa. Overextension coming in to take away the buffs, but finally does get punished. For now, it is a game of even Stevens matchup going on either end. True Gravity still haven't scored a single one, just like how Forger Legacy were in game 2.
Yeah, pretty similar picture, but to be honest, Team True Gravity has got some good level advantage that they can really crash in. Look at level 8 Dodrio coming to the picture, but Glaceon finds Water Turtle. Not just that, we might see some more KOs coming in. It's Glaceon instantly getting traded off, and also the Cliffable getting out of the existence. Now, if we talk about Buzzwole, falling back a bit, the stack of 30 can be definitely the case. Oh, there you go, one of the KO will be coming in. It's the Vixion who is bringing in the A game, and there you go. Multiple KOs are being delivered. At this point, it's the Wigglytuff, if I'm not wrong, which is trying to deny those goals coming in.
Yeah.
But still, the goals are there, and True Gravity are there with 73 amazing points. A lead of 69 amazing points.
As you can see, still True Gravity ignoring that Wigglytuff, they moved away and got that Buzzwole. Now, if they keep doing that, that's a cause for concern for Forger Legacy. Forger Legacy still sitting at 4. Regis have spawned both on top and bottom, and Vixion already taking this Regice away and having no clue is Forger Legacy. Pikachu trying to only defend the goal zone from the Slowbro, has no idea that this Regice is being taken for free. In the meantime, a Regieleki fight on top, and the Dodrio wins with Cliffable taking it out, as well as securing the Regieleki on both friends. It is True Gravity winning it out. Maybe a third KO streak, but the hyperspace hole from the same teammate. But it still ends up getting the third KO streak, and in time make it a
not
4.
Just that.
And they secure the Regieleki, and in time also destroy the top tier 1, because of which Regieleki is right now trying to push to tier 2 on top. And with that, True Gravity are at 153 as the Slowbro gets a big 30 on bottom as well.
There you go, multiple goals coming in, 158 from Team True Gravity, a lead of 150 or.
Oh, wow.
Not just that, now once again they're going to melt down that Pikachu, and with that, few more goals coming in. Just one, but then again one is more than enough. On the other corner, Forger Legacy goes in for the set of 18 goals coming in with that Cliffable Hoopa. Now the supporter versus supporter approach can be definitely decent. Now Hoopa is going to collect those AOS synergies. Melon at the same point is going to break down the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane as well. But to be honest, I do remember in the second game exactly similar things happened where Forger Legacy was there with 2 broken tier 1 goal zones, and due to that, when Team True Gravity had their own tier 1 goal zones already unscathed in the legendary pit, when the requires advantage was in the favor of Team Forger Legacy, it was very easy for them to go for those scores. They went in for, I guess, set of 300 goals coming in, but now Unite's being dumped. Oh, the Ring Sunbound is already there. Let's see who gets the KO. Is the Pikachu alive? Yes, Pikachu is right over there, but he is on the verge of getting KO'd. Even before that, we'll get to see the Glaceon. Not just that, Pikachu is also going to get KO'd. Wigglytuff right over there coming in. Buzzwole instantly got KO'd initially, and with that, I believe a total control from Team True Gravity is right there in the game.
The only player in Forger Legacy who's playing the objective so far has been just Cliffable, finding goals either in top or bottom depending on where the players are. And finally Kuram also joining those forces, but Forger Legacy, they are 200 goals away from where they have to reach the destination. The time on the clock, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Vixion could have found another KO, but he's like, guys, that's okay, I've already found enough for myself. But Vixion right now is the main crucial puzzle piece that Forger Legacy have to break and make sure it's lost. Z-Shot on the other end also troubling them with the Poltergeist as well as Flamethrower. Finally the unit comes out from Pikachu, finds a crucial KO, but the Slow Beam was also being used for the Hyperspace Hole that teleports Melon as of now on the Slowbro, but he comes in time to try and steal, doesn't to work. The Wigglytuff secures the Regirock on bottom. Now they're going in for a team fight. There is the Hyperspace Hole as well as the Dodrio moving in, but the Dodrio's move are not connecting.
Wow,
but
what a
still
play.
Blastoise moves in, and Blastoise is the one along with the help of Dodrio to find KOs, and in the meantime a 40 being scored from Buzzwole on top, but his entire team being wiped on the bottom.
This is scary. This is scary for Forger Legacy at this point. Whatever happening to them, I mean, the way they are trying to go for some good goals, completely getting neglected. But Buzzwole fortunately was able to go with the stack of 40, if I'm not wrong. Kind of a good one, but then again, we are left with just 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And in these 3 crucial minutes, we will get to see how Team True Gravity is going to play. Because at this point, Artus is on the verge of getting KO'd, and he is definitely going to get KO'd, no denial in that. Pikachu, every now and then with his own Thunder and also the Unite moves, he has shown that he is capable of putting down the players. And after that, Chandelure got KO'd, things started to change for Team True Gravity. But all of a sudden, Hoopa, the way these hyperspace holes have been changing the whole trajectory is something amazing. But this time, it won't work out. Buzzwole on the verge of getting KO'd. Yes, indeed, he's going to get that. Wigglytuff is also on the verge of getting KO'd. Let's see if the concern is going to rise over there. No, not at all. Once again, they are going to just completely neglect the fact that there was a Wigglytuff right over there.
They would have to, especially because Glaceon was right behind it.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, but Slowbro is still trying to push up. He's like, that doesn't matter for me. I am a defender. My front line is strong. But I feel like Forger Legacy, they have to work on their front line. Before their front line kind of acts, whether it's a supporter or defender, the ranged attackers or the all-rounder fall flat. This time, nobody from the side of True Gravity close on the top path. Therefore, securing Regieleki becomes a little bit easy. But there's only 20 seconds on the clock, and it is going to be the final stretch. The Regi before that is not going to be possible. In the meantime, you can already see pings coming through from True Gravity. They're like, they might go for a bottom path push. Let's just wait it out here, and also their rotation becomes easier because they have a Hoopa hyperspace hole. They can go top, put another hyperspace hole, they can go bottom. In the meantime, Hoopa, keeping a check on the tall grasses, does spot a Cliffable and will tell his teammates where they are. But however, I really like the positions coming in from Glaceon as well as Pikachu, letting all the front line go ahead. Pikachu and Glaceon playing a little bit back, waiting it out, but reading it right that Dodrio might go for some goals, but looks like no fights happening. 20 seconds gone after the final stretch. Now it is Forger Legacy who would have to force the fight. Dodrio still hiding in the tall grasses towards the bottom. As soon as a team fight starts, he's going to go for a goal, and he goes for it. In the meantime, a team fight has started. His speed is going to be good. He can make it in time. Pikachu's Thunder comes out. Can he find some value? Slow Beam coming out along with the Hydro Typhoon being used. They find a KO already. Glaceon is down. Now Pikachu needs to find value, but the Blastoise is chasing the Pikachu along with the Dodrio, and if the Pikachu goes down, problem strikes. Yes, it is a 2 KO streak coming through. In the meantime, Fura trying to still help his teammate with finding 1 KO and immediately tries to run. Cliffable trying to heal, but eventually gets put to rest by the Blastoise. It's only Kyurem as well as Furia surviving. Buzzwole as well as Wigglytuff. 133 to 363. 57 seconds on the clock, and Kyurem! No! This game is gone. It looks like there seems to be a problem on Kyurem's end, and 40 seconds on the clock is all that we have. This game looks like it's out of reach for Forger Legacy. The fight again, Fura finding that savior KO, but it is not going to be enough because none of the ranged attackers were there. Yes, they've just respawned, but there's just 50 seconds on the clock. But yes, Forger Legacy are the ones who have done just with bare minimum time left, Raider.
Yeah. I mean, they have already done wonders. I mean, if you talk about the game number 2, again, things like that happened. They were able to get that Rayquaza, and to be honest, the only difference that was there in the game number 2 was basically that their tier 1 goal zones were available. So it was a little bit easy for Forger Legacy to go ahead and just go for some easy steals at this point. Kyurem right now is facing some technical issues, network issues are there, but then again, once again, when the game is going to get resumed, these 40-50 seconds that are there are going to be a little bit tougher on Team Forger Legacy due to the fact that the tier 1 goal zones are already broken down. Even if they get the Rayquaza advantage, maybe there is a situation where their shields are going to get broken. After seeing how capable Team True Gravity is when it comes to their heavy hitting formations, I do believe the shields are going to get melted away, as Team KO would have not been possible for the players of Team Forger Legacy. If they get a Team KO, which has not yet been the case for Team Forger Legacy, then things might change. But True Gravity is one of those teams who is kind of on the verge of getting multiple Team KOs onto the players of Forger Legacy. The way they are hitting, the way they are putting up an advantage, and Vixian on the other corner is just going swooping from the tall grasses, going for some good goals, coming back again, getting some good KOs, isolating players like Pikachu and Glaceon, getting them out of the existence is something amazing. So Vixian, once again, the man, the myth, the legend for me, to be honest, in this game, and again, showing a lot of pace.
We get back into the game, and with exactly 50 seconds left, Walt starts it off along with the help of Furia. They're getting their Rayquaza HP drained, but in the meantime comes in from the back lines. However, Slowbro still survives, but Blastoise, look at the amount of damage being done with the Hydro Cannon. Glaceon tried its best with the Dodrio, again swooping in, and the Pikachu make it a 2 KO streak twice from this Dodrio. This time a 3 as it picks up the Wigglytuff as well. It's all up to this Cliffable. As Buzzwole also goes down, there's not much time left, and that Cliffable alone cannot drain the health, and this is True Gravity winning it out. Nobody is going to stop. A big 100 is also going to come through, and with this they seal themselves the victory at 625 and ahead is what True Gravity go, and the theory of a team winning only one match stands true to time.
Oh man. Who says that we need a Rayquaza advantage for more than 500 goals, guys? Who said that? Well, True Gravity is denying every single ounce of that fact, and you do see that despite of the fact that Rayquaza was not melted, these individuals went in and were able to secure 653 goals, out of which 299 goals, just one shy of that triple century, was coming in from Vixion. Not just that, look at the number of KOs, 14 to be precise, and those are the crucial KOs. And on the other corner, Vulcan, man, you were part of 22 KOs. Amazing, congratulations.
I think Vulcan alongside of Vixion is going to be the player of the game. Vulcan was on point on that Hoopa hyperspace hole at the right time. Players were just going back to the base and then coming back into the fight. The timing of that hyperspace hole was so finicky as well as so gut-wrenching, because Forger Legacy would almost leave them around half of their HP or 1/4 of their HP, and the hyperspace hole immediately gets used, and therefore the KO does not come through. And Vixion, what a smart play from this lad coming through, right, of how he managed to score goals. Initially was being denied, somehow managed to find a way, got his stacks through, and the tri-attack damage that he put down was just amazing. Unfortunate that Forger Legacy could counter nothing for that. Tried their best. Volk, as you can see, 78,000 damage coming in. Ruben also on 59,000 damage, but that's not what was enough. Suyu was way better, as you can already see, sitting at 53,000, and he's a defender. Now Blastoise is kind of played as the ranged all-round attacker and defender as well, because he does the best of all. But great try coming through from Forger Legacy, but this was your journey. True Gravity continues, and they will try to look forward to keeping that champions title, not only of India Open, but as well as getting another title of India League Asia Champions League's champions. Now, do they become that or not? One more obstacle in front of them, Revenant Esports.
As I said initially as well on the day number 1, now the champions of India Open 2023 are trying to be the conqueror of this Indian subcontinent. Can they really become that? Well, one more match to go, and that will give us the whole idea of who is actually going to be the conqueror of this particular Asia Champions League regional qualifiers, and who is that ticket to the finale team going straight up to Bangkok, Thailand. Again, the journey was not that easy. Top 6 teams from the Indian subcontinent were fighting initially in the day number 1 and day number 2. We got to see the round robin method, where every single team was able to get a chance to fight against every single opponent, and through that a lot of experience was gained, a lot of interesting output was gained. But yeah, we'll talk about all of that when it comes to the caster deck. But even before that, the graph really showed how Forger Legacy struggled to finally secure their goals in the final stretch time period. There was not even a single one, if I'm not wrong, coming in the final stretch time period. That was so scary to watch. But then again, I have to say, Forger Legacy was right there in the game for the initial 8 minutes.
Yeah, the fight was there. It might have been that the lead in terms of goal was True Gravity, but still Forger Legacy were in the game. The fight was on point. They tried their best, but it was just, I feel like, Vixion of how quickly he was able to change things up. And look at Hyperspace Hole. On point. Vixion was not letting go of it. And Vixion comes in the right time. His front line starts the fight, and then he's there to end it all. And I think that's something that teams need to pay attention to. And if Vixion is not there, meaning that their front line is going to be ready to put you down. And look at this, only 2 front lines, Hoopa as well as Blastoise, they were still able to find KO. Slow Beam coming out again here. The Unite from Pikachu was good. Therefore, they were able to closely get this Regirock for themselves. However, after this fight broke out, we could see that Dodrio still was functioning. Look at Vixion still finding value, not letting them go, along with a Suyusi on Blastoise, finding another KO. Glaceon goes down. Cliffable will try to run away. Cliffy will still trying to run and maybe score goals. Nothing works. This Dodrio is there always right behind his front line, and I think one of the best frontline and backline plays, or frontline and speedster plays, I've seen here coming in from Team True Gravity.
Well, indeed, Team True Gravity definitely made a mark at this point due to their performance, due to their synergy and their experience factor. Look at Dodrio. I mean, he went in and scored 100, and what happened after that? Instantly pushed back himself right in the fight and isolated those two crucial Pokemons which could have really impacted the fight. What he got was Glaceon and then a Pikachu as well. And even after that, when the unpause was hit, once again he did the same thing. He was able to isolate 3 good Pokemons out of the picture and eventually forge a legacy. I mean, every single time whenever they are trying to establish the counter, there comes a Dodrio exactly from their own goal zone and swoop them out of the existence. They were not even expecting that there will be somebody coming in from the back ends. But then again, you have to expect, you have a Dodrio lurking in the tree grasses. There is a Dodrio who is scoring against you, who is getting those goals in your favor. I mean, every single thing that usually Team Forge Legacy loves to play well was now in the favor of Team True Gravity. You talk about the Speedster play, you talk about the Hooper play. Kyurem, usually I've seen him playing a lot on that particular scenario in the recent picture, and he loves to play with it. Forge Legacy again changes a lot of momentum, just like FSC Sports using that particular Hooper, but not even FSC Sports was capable of doing that today, and exactly that's what happened to FSC Sports. Oh, sorry, Forge Legacy to be precise. So, the whole trajectory of one particular team winning one game and then eventually losing the second one has been true enough for now. Let's just not hope that that is going to completely resemble the scenario in the next game as well. Best of the luck to all the teams, to be honest, who have fought, who have lost, and who have won as well. Because then again, this is the part of experience that you are going to gain. But True Gravity and Revenant, these are the two final teams, the top 2 teams from the Indian subcontinent, who are now going to fight in the match number 5 today, which is going to tell us who is the one who is going to get the ticket to the finale right there in Bangkok, Thailand.
I'm not too sure, but I'm a little bit worried here for Revenant Esports. The only reason is because they were sitting back and watching all these games. If these games would have been cleaner, it could have been one team just dominating throughout the matches, and then we'll be like, oh, okay, it's kind of going one side here, or it is one team having control, they know what's going on. But so far, all the games have been, as I said, neck to neck. They've been super close. Till the last 1 minute or 30 seconds, we are still unsure of what's going to be happening. So Revenant, I just hope after sitting back and watching all these games, they've not taken all of it to their mind that even at the end anything can happen. Rather, being positive about it. Right now, guys, we are the ones. We just have one game to win. And if they do that, it can work out. However, this is the start of the game that we saw, the first round. And you could see completely in control, finding a lot of value was Forge Your Legacy. I feel like Forge Your Legacy should have controlled themselves in the final fight. What is your suggestion? Even though we see that here the Dodrio was not effective because again stacks only 3 was done and the front line was being wiped. And I think that's something I feel like they improved on. Do you agree that they got an idea that the front line was looking weak? Let's correct it.
You're talking about Team True Gravity's frontline, right?
Yeah, in the first game.
Yeah, definitely that is the case. I mean, when they saw that their frontline is not working out, they're getting multiple KOs onto themselves, and every now and then their supporter or eventually the defender is getting picked off, they decided to completely work on that note. And yes, it worked out way too well for them. And that's how they were able to completely embellish a victory in the first game. But then again, if you talk about the second game, True Gravity struggled in it due to the fact that they were trying to absorb a lot of damage, but their heavy hitters, well, they were getting countered every now and then. You talk about the Venusaur, you were talking about the Chandelier, they were getting countered. And on the other corner, the Glaceon, and along with that Buzzwole. I do remember that last KO that happened in the Legendary Pit when the Finals time period came. It definitely changed all of the things. But even before that, this is a moment where Team True Gravity had that initial lead in their favor. But what happened? They started to counter it way too well.
This game here, when they got out the Crustle, I thought, okay man, this is done for. And Crustle played really well, got his team a chance to win. Yeah, but the Buzzwole came in and swooped in as a savior. And when Crustle as well as the Chandelier got separated, that's when the game came back to Forger Legacy. All thanks to a little bit of a mistake coming in from True Gravity. But in this game, as you could see, no mistakes ever being done. Look at how well the front line is. Dodrio, he's in the picture as of now, right? But before that, he was not. It was this Hoopa that you can see in the picture and Blastoise over there in the picture. These two front lines trying to cause trouble. And Dodrio, he swoops in, picks up the KO, knowing that he's the speedster and his damage output that he'll be able to do, especially towards when somebody is super low, is what he was immediately jumping on. Otherwise, if the fight is not breaking in that manner, it was him scoring. What would be your counter, even not in terms of changing any Pokemons here, Raider? What would you change which could have worked out for Forger Legacy? Whether it's this,
to be honest,
instance
first
or
of
some
all,
other.
yeah, see, the thing is that even against Team Griffin, Forger Legacy, the way they were able to counter them was basically isolating those heavy hitters, isolating those opportunistic hitters like the defender, like the speedster, sorry, which were able to bring in the best shift for the opponent. So in terms of that, I do believe in this game as well, against focusing on Dodrio, getting multiple KOs onto it and eventually isolating it, could have been the best beneficial stance for these individuals of Forger Legacy. But then again, that was not the case, and that's how they were able to, I guess, get lost. In fact, also, the best part for me was True Gravity completely focusing onto the other four Pokemons, and they were not even considering Wigglytuff right there in the game. They were like, you do whatever you want to do. We are going to focus on the rest of remaining four Pokemons. We are going to put them down. We are going to break their spirits and let Wigglytuff score 10, 20, 30 years energies. That's all it can really do once it does not have the stacks. And if we focus on Wigglytuff, we are going to waste our time, we are going to waste our energy, our unites, our moves, and in terms of that, maybe there is going to be a third guy or fourth guy from the Forger Legacy team who is going to beat us down. But yeah, all of that has now trickled down to the final two teams. True Gravity versus the first seeding team, Revenant. Whoever crowns as the winner of this match number 5 after 3 games happen, possibly 3 games happen, is going to be the champion, is going to be the guy who is going to fight for India in the regional, not in the regional qualifiers, in the finale of Asia Champions League.
When we talk about True Gravity, right, they were the only team who were able to take down Revenant Esports in the league stage. In day 2, we ended up seeing the game. But no other team was able to take down Revenant Esports. Now, Revenant Esports also, it was a little bit of a little issue that happened because of which they lost the game. But that's how it is, rules and regulations coming through. But on the other, right, I want to talk about True Gravity's journey in India Open. India Open, they played all throughout in the winners bracket itself, made their way to the grand finals and won the grand finals in a clean fashion. Yes, it was a 2-0 coming through. Now True Gravity stand another chance here to become the champions of the India League stage. Now, do they become and qualify to go to Bangkok, Thailand and represent India in Asia Champions League or not is one game away. Whereas Revenant, their story, however, was not that great when India Open happened. Unfortunately, did not even get a chance to come down and play in LAN. They got eliminated super early. They were right next to Clown 5. And now Revenant, because of that early elimination, even when I got a chance to talk to the players, right, they mentioned because of that early elimination, they got a chance to kind of practice and watch these games which happened on LAN and understand how these teams are functioning. That gave Revenant a chance, and now they understand how to counter, how to play, what kind of a draft we can bring through to deny our opponents from winning games. And that is the reason Revenant almost had a clean streak in our India League, both on day 1 and day 2. I say almost because one game is the only loss that they have. Now Revenant, do they get the victory today? We spoke about it, right? Revenant has been seeing all the games, but all the games have been super close. Do they take it to their mind thinking that, guys, it has been close, we have to watch our steps, we have to be very cautious? If they put pressure on themselves, True Gravity might take it away. If Revenant do not put pressure on themselves, I think Revenant should have a good time here to become the champions in the India League.
Possibilities are endless at this point. Both the teams are quite well built. Both the teams have got their own part of experience, and eventually, if you ask me, Team True Gravity, well, they have fought against Forger Legacy and it was a very good match. But then again, the only small slip up that they had was in the second game, and that's the slip up which actually costed them the second game. Otherwise, it could have been a 2-0, exactly what Team Forger Legacy was able to do against Team Griffin. That could have been the case, but now the fact is it was a 2-1. That means True Gravity has a scope of doing mistakes, and that is where Team Revenant has to hit them. That is where the opportunities can be cashed in. But even before that, we'll take a short break, and after that, we'll be back with the one last final match, which will be held between Revenant and Team True Gravity. So stay tuned.
It's time for the final fight here in the India League of Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League, where one team will get a chance to represent India on the international stage, and this only one team will try to get home a global trophy. Whether it's Revenant Esports or the side of Team True Gravity will be decided in the best of three that's going to happen now, and I'm going to be bringing in back Necros with me on desk. And Necros, what are your thoughts? So far, no teams have won 2 games on a stretch. Is it True Gravity who are going to break that theory, or is it going to be Revenant who are going to stand still to it and true to it?
Before moving on to this discussion, I would like to appreciate the prediction of what Raider did just couple of matches ago when he was casting on the desk. He told the entire audience, you know what, every team who were in the seeded positions ended in that position itself. But for True Gravity, if this kind of I would say thing actually applies or not, we will get to see. But for Revenant, yes, for them it was very advantage because they were watching all the games throughout. They haven't played a single match in today's day, but they have observed. And as you mentioned earlier as well, Lucifer, that not every game was going in a one-sided way. It was nail-bite, a cutthroat competition between both the teams. So even for RNT it's going to be tough. But before that, we'll have a quick look in their own team interview.
The strengths of our team would be a very strong early game, and most of our players, I repeat, most of our players are really versatile, and often that helps us in winning lane matchups and giving us a lead. But we are also very good at throwing. I don't know if that is counted as a strength or not, but yeah, that's usually how it goes. And yeah, trying day by day to improve that strength of by not throwing more games. But yeah, eventually we'll get there. I mean, ACL is, at least for me, I just treat it like a Worlds, like it's like a mid-year tournament, which is also like a Worlds, and I think it's like a very good opportunity for everyone participating. Like, the scene is very new and people need more international exposure, and people need to realize they need to be more try hard to get better results for India and keep trying hard and make Pokemon Unite in India better seen, more recognizable. So I would say this is just like a Worlds, and people should treat it like a global tournament.
This is going to be the final fight here in the India League. Other regions have slowly come into conclusion or will be coming into conclusion to decide their final teams who will be treading down to Bangkok, Thailand. Here from India, whether it's Revenant Esports or Team True Gravity were the champions of India Open 2023, whereas in India Open, Revenant were one position short of playing on the land stage at the 5th spot. Burzum, we just saw him talking right as now. The team has had a very long journey, and Revenant, he has stuck with that team. He's built that team. He's broken it. He's made a lot of ups and downs, and he's been through that. Now, what new does he bring through is something that I do want to see. Along with him, Tensei, Apple, Goku, Genius. On the other end, we end up seeing the team just played Zishol, Vulcan, Vixion, Melon, and Suyu. Vulcan and Vixion here, Necros, were super crucial in that third game. Can they again step up, put Revenant down, or is it going to be Revenant taking them by a storm?
Looking towards the stats, we can just say that in the means of average damage dealt and in the means of average damage taken, Revenant Esports, they are balancing. In spite of having, if you see the frequently used Pokemons, they have emphasized themselves on Lapras, Snorlax, Blastoise, but more or less in this kind of meta, we have seen a lot of kind of compositions today, right, Lucifer? We have seen a triple defender composition, we have seen a single defender composition as well, but when it comes down to Revenant, I really want to see them coming up with some unorthodox picks which might just surprise the side of True Gravity, because in the means of recovery as well, we will keep that aside, but eventually the kind of input or kind of impression that they create with these stats, it's really remarkable.
Talking about True Gravity, we just saw them in play right as of now. This team also has that defense. Both these two teams, as you could see, average damage dealt and taken have been similar in stats. very close. Nothing much to differentiate. Even in terms of their Pokemon choices have been very similar. Today's day has all been the game of defender bans, but the game was always being played by the support players, whether it was a Cliffable, right now we ended up seeing a Hoopa, and how that worked out. We did have a double speedster game where I thought, oh, this looks very smart coming in from Griffin, maybe they will take it all away, but against Forger Legacy they were unable to do much, and it was Griffin Forger Legacy taking it away. But when the tables turned, Forger Legacy couldn't. Now, Team True Gravity, what do they bring in? They have done justice. They've gotten themselves the name of champions in India Open. Revenant, they've longed for these titles. Revenant have always been part of these major stages in the Indian circuits, have been part of the major stages in the international circuits as well. But they've longed for the title. Do they get it? Let's jump into this match 5's game number 1 and decide if they do get it or not, starting off with the ban phase.
True Gravity will have the first pick preference, while it seems like they are banning the Cliffable from their side, while Revenant will be banning the True Bros, the Slow Bro itself. Now it is going to be raising some kind of questions that what kind of support we will be witnessing. There is a Hoopa, there will be Blissey as well, but for the kind of composition or kind of the draft, what Team Revenant True Gravity will make still remains as a question.
Well, Cliffable, I feel like they do not want to give the chance for the side of Revenant to have that unknown entity move during its Unite, and we have seen a lot of Cliffable secures as well, so they're a little bit worried of Gravity as well as AO Synergy. Maybe we end up seeing True Gravity playing with the Speedster, but on the other end we clearly understand why the Slowbro is banned. As you said, that Slowbro is annoying. Whether you use Telekinesis, whether you use Surf, Amnesia, the move set is not much of a matter. It is the amount of time that the Slowbro can survive. Now with the picks also coming in front of our screens, Melon immediately going with the Umbreon, meaning Mean Look can still be played. We'll wait and watch out. But on the other end, Apple immediately locks onto the Venusaur. Has been crucial in majority of the game so far, whether it be steals or finding KO streaks. Goku right next to him picks up the Blissey. When it comes to a Suyu, this time he's going to be playing a Lapras with Vulcan getting another chance on Hoopa, but there comes in the double defender from Revenant, Genius and Tensai picking up Blastoise and Snorlax.
This is going to be interesting. I really want to see what counter picks will be coming up from the side of True Gravity's Soul. He has been very much promising on that Espeon previously in the previous rounds, as we have witnessed, and again he's going with that same pick, while Vaxion, it decides to bring the Dragonite into the play.
Last pick coming through with Dragonite on Vixion's end. I will talk about it, but I'm waiting for what Buzzum is going to lock into. I think he's still having his second thoughts of maybe we need to change things, and yes, at the last second he changes it, moves into Dodrio. Now Vixion was the one playing Dodrio. Now Dragonite has not been seen in the Indian circuit so far at all, whether it be India Open, whether it be the qualifier stages. I'm not too sure if it was in the India Open's qualifier stages where thousands of teams were there. Was it then? I'm not too sure if it was, but I don't think it was seen because Dragonite has fallen off the meta for a long time. Rarely do we see, but I do want to see how they play this out. Now with the preparation phase coming through, I will quickly talk about the stacks and what can happen over Dragonite later once we are in the game. There's only an attack weight stack that I see from side of Revenant and a special attack specs on the defender. Coming into the side of Gravity, there is again this defender special attack specs, but there is no attack weight stack coming through. However, weakness policy along with the resonant guard on your Dragonite. Now Vixion, what has he cooked up to make his team the India League champion in Asia Champions League, as we are going to underway game number 1 of match number 5.
A lot of questions as a fans, as an audience, it will be, because as a casters we were also surprised seeing the Dragonite coming into the kind of composition from the side of Team True Gravity, previously known as India Open champions.
Feel like as we go in game number 1 between Revenant as well as True Gravity, it might be an outraged Dragonite, especially because of the weakness policy being there. I'm not too sure whether he's going to go for a Dragon Dance or Extreme Speed, whichever works, but as of now, going into the mid path, early evolution is what they're looking forward to. Yes, it is not going to be a super early evolution. Coming in from the Dragonite is right now in the Dratini, goes to the Dragonair, and then the Dragonite is what we end up seeing. But early score coming in from the Blastoise and their special attack specs. Same goes from the Snorlax as well. So we end up seeing early goals from either end of these teams for now.
Focusing on those early stacks has always helped the teams if they can manage to do it. But look at Tensei. He doesn't even care about the Flux Zone. He goes all in to just get the scores done, while this time it seems Genius. He will be trapped and now Tranquil to get the KO done, while it will give and open a lot of opportunities for the Lapras to get some more stacks up for himself.
Dodrio is ready, taking a small nap here, resting. Tensai. Eevee tries to check the tall grasses, might just be caught because of the Dodrio as well as the Ivysaur. In the meantime, the Dragonair gets a little bit of a score, trying to put Genius in trouble on the Squirtle. Squirtle is still not evolved to the War Turtle, and not letting it get any Eos energy or wild Pokemon is still causing trouble. Dragon Breath also doing damage, and the special attack specs done coming in from a Suyu as well. Tensai, a little bit of an overextension, gets the Citrus Berry, but on the bottom path, Apple, he's very close to finding a KO. Espeon is low, but then comes in the Vulcan's Hoopa, and that Hoopa helps the Espeon find a KO on the Dodrio. But before going out, did still get a 2-2-2 Eos Energy dunk. Scoreline therefore 35-39.
The scores and the stacks are going good for the side of Team True Gravity. They have focused it on, but restricting Genius to go and complete his stacks can cause a lot of trouble, because I believe that Genius was about to play on that Rapid Spin and Water Sprout, maybe in that kind of moveset combination to deal a lot of damage towards the side of Team True Gravity. But if the Blastoise is being restricted on the top lane, it might be all going down to Burzum to take the responsibility up in his sleeve. But as of now, the scores remains a little bit same, but if you just see the level difference, it's still not very vivid. But I believe the Dodrio can still be a X factor for the side of Revenant.
Venusaur fully evolved, Blastoise however not, still on the War Turtle. On the other end, Espeon looking forward to finding something on the Snorlax, even the Umbreon ready, but none of them initiating a battle, because it's not going to be of any value picking up a battle with Snorlax. With 20 seconds to go, they're looking forward to wild Pokemon, and it looks like Umbreon has already been called for the top path. Team fight coming through. Can they trap a player? Apple doing effective damage. Was very close to finding a KO, but the Hyperspace Hole saves the Lapras, and they will be back in the fight with better health. And yes, they are, and the Ice Beam also coming in will push the forces of Revenant back.
The Hyperspace Hole again helping with that quick switch from the bottom lane to the top lane, bringing everybody on to the top lane to get this Regieleki on their side. Adding the 6th ally will eventually grant a lot more advantage for the side of Team True Gravity, and as it seems, everybody, Dragonite and Lapras, will be focusing on it, and eventually the 6th ally being added to the side. Revenant has to force down to get the bottom Regi in their favor, as also to stop the Regieleki on the top.
They're playing a secure Dragonite against Revenant Esports. It's a Hyper Beam Dragonite. It's interesting. Riders now do find the KO. Will send back the Blissey, and on top of it will also send the Blastoise. Therefore, they get a chance to destroy the tier 1 on top. Dragonite secures again the Regice on bottom, and this is why the Hyper Beam secure Dragonite is going to secure all the objectives. But a little bit of an overextension, and Dodrio puts it to rest. However, immediately counters with a KO is going to be Umbreon. Uses its Moonlight Trance Unite coming through to save itself, but however needs to run back towards the tier 2 because the bottom tier 1 just got bursted. But nice mean look that it used, and Espeon coming out with a Unite. Burzum will not survive for long on the Venusaur, will be put down to rest, and Z-Shawl Riders chasing with a Psybeam. Apple super low, and yes, gets the hit, and the Dodrio will also be put to rest. Trying to go in for a score, but hiding in the tall grasses was Snorlax, not for long. Still using the block, but I didn't think it found enough value because Mean Look was being used, and now Tensai, Snorlax being forced off. Do they find the KO? The Ice Beam, yes, along with Umbreon's hit, does find the KO. Espeon puts Blissey to rest, and now that goal zone will be broken with an overdunk of a 40 coming through as True Gravity take charge to 224.
In the meantime, also we saw the Blastoise completing his stacks on the top lane because he got an opportunity because there was nobody to guard the tier 1 on the top. 30 more seconds for the Regieleki to come back into the question. Revenant Esports this time will be focusing on getting these objectives because almost the level difference that was there from the side of True Gravity has been rationalized because either one on the sides, the tier 1 gold zones have been breached. 2 for the side of Revenant, 1 for the side of True Gravity, but eventually this Regieleki might just turn the tables from either of the sides.
5 seconds on the clock, but Dodrio in the meantime running astray, trying to cause trouble and also trying to separate the players of True Gravity, and it seems to be working out. Lapras has moved way further away from the teammates. Dragonite already starting Regieleki, but will eventually have to push back because he did see that there were players in the tall grasses. Now Blastoise with a water spin and water spout tried to cause trouble, but they were ready for it. However, now chasing Vulcan. Vulcan immediately backs off. In the meantime, it seems to be a bottom path push. Dodrio, they find it. Now Snorlax alone on the bottom path. Immediate recall happening as Blastoise is jumped back to the base. But it doesn't go bottom. Blastoise goes top, but Lapras Express coming through finds damage on Goku on that Blissey, but not a KO. It was just a warning, Lapras Express, I feel, to drag the attention of players from Revenant Esports, and it successfully worked. Dragonite alone on the top will secure Regieleki again, and no contention coming through. And in the meantime, bottom also, they will be securing the Regirock from themselves. How are they able to segregate Revenant's players and push them towards their own paths? This is wonderful from True Gravity. It looks like True Gravity have hypnotized the players of Revenant.
Oh, the unit coming up from Hoopa eventually wants to push this Regieleki in the tier 2 at this point, no matter what it takes. But the Hydro Typhoon coming up from side of Blastoise won't be causing a lot of damage, but this 40 might be denied, and eventually the Snorlax hops in. Hoopa might not be able to survive, but the hyperspace will still be that doesn't gonna make an effect. He will be able to make an escape from that kind of point, but eventually the kind of mind game that True Gravity is playing with the side of Revenant Esports, I don't know whether it's intentionally whether Revenant then just giving them the chance, or is it really that Revenant cannot have any read of what Team True Gravity is doing at this point.
Apple hiding in the tall grasses at the top path, but he cannot move out. There's Lapras as well as the Hoopa ready. He might spot the Hoopa, and yes, he would have already. With the tri-attack stats, Lapras is ready right on the backline, puts the Ice Beam, and will help the Hoopa back off. In the meantime, looks like there's a bottom path fight about to start off. Dragonite leading in the forefront, and with the Hyper Beam tried to do damage, but because the Dragonite was ahead and also running a weakness policy, they decide, let's just back off the fight. Now with 30 seconds to go. Final stretch about to start in 30 seconds.
It's going to be very important. Looking up, we have got level 13 Venusaur, Dodrio on the right side on the side of Revenant Esports, while Dragonite and Espeon can be of some little cause, trying to clear those tall grasses at this point, but Umbreon, with the mean look, will restrict the movements of the Snorlax. Eventually will be forcing them to back off. 7 more seconds on the clock, and we see a Dodrio, just tailing around the bottom lane, trying to go for a sneaky score. If he does that, that's going to be a 100+ score coming up from the side of Revenant, as there is nobody to stack, but on a counter, it's Lapras coming with 100 more.
The 100 wouldn't come through from the Dodrio. It is only going to be a 68, and then the goal zone would be destroyed, I presume, or maybe the 100 does come through. And yet it doesn't get stopped. 324 to fight 251, and finally the fight breaks out. We end up seeing the first KO. That's going to be the Blissey. Is there a follow-up? Yes, the Venusaur falls apart, making the Blastoise as well. Snorlax goes down, and Dodrio in an instant. That's going to be a 3 KO streak coming in, and the Dragonite plays right into tune with Hoopa finding a 2 KO streak, and that's the entire team wipe on Revenant. An easy secure of a Rayquaza coming through from True Gravity. They already had control from the get-go. Will also end this game in control, and that is True Gravity getting themselves the first point, just like how they secured it in India Open. Do they get a clean sweep against Revenant? Now Revenant, this is what I talked about. They were a lot in pressure because every game was close. And this looks like it's so further away from them, but still 50 seconds on the clock. Every player finding one or the other KO, and now they're chasing the Lapras. Lapras, I think the shield is still there, and yes, that's the reason they were chasing it. Lapras will dodge all of it, has still 50 Eos energy, and easily will be getting 100. In the meantime, Revenant run up to the top path because tier 1 on top is still going to be there. 30 seconds on the clock, but pushing to 700 is going to be tough. Maybe they reach close to 400, but with so many people in contention, Dragonite back in action, Snorlax super low along with Blissey. Hyper Beams again secures a 2 KO streak, maybe even a third here as they put down the Blastoise, and now looking for another one, and they put Venusaur as well as down, and a second team wipe coming through from the side of True Gravity. Revenant, there's nothing to be left here in this game. Gravity secure themselves the first point without even a doubt.
I mean, it did not even seem to us that True Gravity struggled for a single moment in the final stretch. Every piece fell into where they wanted it to be. True Gravity, the amount of mind game that they played from the very start gave them the fruitful result. You can just see every player has got their equal contribution. 10 plus assists for the Lapras, the Umbreon, the Hoopa did a tremendous job. On the other hand, not only Vixion and Zisol got the KOs, but also
Necros, forget
the
about the
contribution.
KOs. Look at the goals they've scored. Asuyuski
Yeah.
on 288, Melon on 187, Vulcan on 108, Vixion on 213. The only player who did not manage to score a lot was Zishol. But I have zero complaints coming in from his end, because him on that Espeon, the damage, the ability to stun players is the reason that the other players were able to assist and find knockouts as well. Very well played coming in from True Gravity, understanding every Pokemon's capability and using it in such a manner, and there was nothing that the side of Revenant could do from their end. As you can see, Apple with just 32,000 damage, and that is, I think, the least amount of damage that we have seen from Apple in any game. On the other end, Burzum tried his best but will be capped to 60,000. Blastoise on their end found nothing.
I mean, those early situations, the early stacks being denied, being restricted by the side of True Gravity did actually result. I mean, after that, Genius got a chance. He was going with those scores, but it was a little in the mid-game, it seems. But before that, already True Gravity, they had the control. I would say that they were literally, controlling the entire side of Revenant and just moving them on their fingertips.
Great stuff being pulled off from either ends as of now, but one end has been stronger. That has been the team True Gravity's end, and they are right now have to put up one of the best games, because again, if they go down at this point, come on, they were the champions, right? And that's the reason we are seeing that play coming through from their end. And I really like the moveset coming in from Espeon, right? Was using stored power as well as Psybeam. And stored power is again very similar to, not very similar, but functions in the same way as Glaceon's Icicle Spear or Icy Wind works. It locks onto a Pokemon or locks onto multiple Pokemons, and that stored power, depending on whether you have 8 or you have 6, however it is, it sends out these small particles, psychic particles, which does damage. It can be to one Pokemon or it can be to multiple, depending on how many targets are around. And I think that was just brilliant play coming on top of it. That does damage, and then put Psybeam. Psybeam stuns them for a second, and then somebody can jump on top of it. 846 to 283. 600 AOS difference is what True Gravity kept themselves from Revenant Esports. Now, game is still not done. That was just game number 1 of match 5. Game 2 is still underway. So far, except for match 3, every other game in the second game we have seen an equalizer come through. Can Revenant pull up the socks?
Yeah, that's very big coming up, but eventually we'll have a quick look at what actually happened throughout this very match, the first match of this finals, I would say, for the ACL 2024 India qualifiers. As of now, it was a good game control coming up from the side of True Gravity, restricting. So for the first, I would say, 4 minutes, Blastoise got a chance to get only 2 scores done, and eventually same goes for the Dodrio as well. Not able to complete their stacks, but still Vixion, I would say, the Dodrio was trying to find a lot more value from their end.
It is that one point that Raider spoke about. We were discussing of what would have been better coming in when we saw the previous game. It's about how Team True Gravity were able to separate. I even commended them in this game, right? Once they understood that, oh wait, there's a fight happening for Regieleki, you saw Dodrio was being chased from Lapras, and now Dodrio went away, right? And once Dodrio went away, Lapras Express came through with Umbreon, and that dragged all the attention of the players of Revenant towards mid-path, top and bottom, towards the goal zones. And they forgot about the Regis, they forgot about the objectives. And therefore Regi on top was secured from the Dragonite, and on the bottom it was secured from Espeon or I think Hoopa, not too sure, but one of them. Therefore they were able to push the players from Revenant to a position where they would be unable to contest for these objectives. And that's just a smart move coming in from True Gravity, like using a couple of their players to act as distraction, to move in different directions, and if it works out, it did work out, paid in huge dividends. And now True Gravity have that 1 point lead. Now I'm pretty sure Revenant are not going to be happy, right? They had the top spot, they're the first seeded team. And we spoke about this storyline. The only team that Revenant lost to in the India League was in day 2, none other than True Gravity. So Revenant would want to avenge against them, take revenge. Can they do it? Now they have to, because if they don't, it is going to be Team True Gravity who will also be going to Asia Champions League final in 2024, Bangkok, Thailand. One game away is what they are, Necros. What do you think? Do you think Revenant has a chance of a comeback? Now they also stand a chance to make sure they get the first pick.
Yeah, exactly. They have lost. That means they can have an opportunity to get the first pick in their favor. But eventually, what they have done so far was literally interesting. But once again, we'll have a call of player introduction coming up from the side of it. It's going to be Tensei. He has been phenomenal. His favorite Pokemon is Mime. When Mime is in meta, he was there, who was, very, very much prominent with this game. But on the other hand, again, every player's dream is to go international and play against the best team, and that's what he also aims for.
Can he do it or not is something that we have to wait and watch. So far, he's also not selling himself short. However, after this game, I think Tensei can increase his goal defense stats, because on that Snorlax, he did do justice of how much ever he could do when he was getting overpowered. You can't do much about it. That's okay. Well, yeah, man. A fellow Mr. Mime player, I do like it. I eventually certain times try to play Mr. Mime. When a couple lose a lot, that's how the trend is. But it is interesting to get to know your players a little close up coming in. This was from the side of Revenant. Now we move towards Vulcan coming in from Team True Gravity. Now Vulcan was playing Blissey, Hoopa, Eldegoss. But Blissey, Clefable and Eldegoss. And once he saw that the Hoopa is open, his Hoopa was on point, and he says it's his favorite Pokemon as well, doing justice to it. And I really like being optimistic is what his player comment is here, Necros. I want to give our best shot in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. At the end of the day, everybody's interest is, yes, winning for India, getting a global title home. But being optimistic to give our best shot is something that I like, meaning that every time they'll put their best foot forward. Result is something that will eventually happen based on how they play that game.
Yeah. But eventually, if you just talk about Lucifer, I mean, if you see when you are getting your favorite Pokemon, let be like for you, I'm gonna stick with a Dragapult because you've always been so much notorious. I really don't want you as the opponent on Dragapult.
That means that I've acted really well, meaning you still don't know my other cards. That's nice.
Yeah, but I mean, you have mostly played Dragapult against me, so it's justifies, isn't it?
Meaning that I've hidden something, from you. Meaning you don't know my Pokemon pool yet. Okay. That's what Revenant need to pull
We'll get
now.
to know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have seen Vixion coming in with a Dragonite was definitely some unorthodox pick that Revenant would never imagine. A Dragonite coming into the comp. Oh, wow, how is it possible? But for now, if Revenant wants to do something similar, they also have to bring some unorthodox pick in their draft so that it might just surprise the players of Team True Gravity.
I'm not too sure if they have something that they've not showed to the side of True Gravity, because Revenant, again, they put up everything that they had in their league stage, meaning that day 1 and day 2 journey for the India League in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League. Now, do they have something hidden? We have to wait and watch. Vixion on the other end, I've been watching this player from India Open 2022. This man is very unorthodox as a player. You can never expect of how he plays, his play style, how he synergizes with his teammates, and how his teammates synergize with him. And especially for Vulcan to function so well with his teammates like that gives me a lot of hopes for this team. And even when I had an interview with this team, right, everybody was ready to talk. That tells me that they're like open to discussions, they're putting their best foot forward. Right now, let's see if that best foot forward comes in from Revenant as we jump into game 2, ban phase in front of our screens. Previously, we saw a ban coming in from True Gravity on a Clefable. They still stick on to that Clefable, and Revenant looks like they did not want to take the first pick choice. They will stick to the second pick choice, but this time, not a ban of a Slowbro. This time, it is going to be a ban of a Hoopa. They've had enough of it.
I mean, the way the Hoopa contributed overall for the first game victory for the side of True Gravity, you are definitely not going to allow it once again. But now it sums up. Clefable as well as the Hoopa, both of them are out of the question. So that leaves the Mr. Mime. I don't know whether it's going to get picked, but on the other hand, it's going to be the Blissey that I really believe Revenant will take into their own composition. Melon coming with the Umbreon allows Revenant to stick with the Blissey alongside Burzum. I'm really looking forward to what kind of picks he's looking forward to.
Second pick's done. As you said, we will wait for Burzum, but in the meantime, looks to be hello, a triple defender stack. This is something that Clown5 used to do. Now for True Gravity to do this is going to be interesting. So you see, finally locks into it, and yes, Vulcan is like, Upa is not there, but the Slowbro is something that you guys let go off, and he immediately picks it out. I think Revenant would have been waiting for it. They're like, oh, somebody will not pick a Slowbro, let's wait for it. But unfortunately, it gets picked up. So Genius is forced his hand to pick up the Blastoise. Burzum goes. I was about to say Ninetales in the nth second. As you see, it is Tensai coming in on the Trevenant. Now Trevenant has been something of a trouble, but not enough of a value. But wait, Z-Shawl? This is too much. This is too much. Now they already brought out a Dragonite. For you to bring a Mamoswine was just way too much. But Z-Shawl pulls the rug under from Revenant Esports, as Burzum wanted the Ninetales. I don't know if it was a fake that he wanted to sell, whether it was that gamble. He's like, let me do this. They will eventually pick it up. Z-Shawl, whether he fell into the trap or not, we have to wait and watch in the game. Burzum looks like he's going to be locking into Delphox. He does. Dragonite still in play. Resonant Guard, Weakness Policy, and also a Muzzle Band. This build, I'm going to try it out tonight. As soon as this stream ends, I'm going to go for it and check out of how this Dragonite plays out. I love to play the Outrage Dragonite, especially seeing on the Weakness Policy. That's what I thought. But playing on the Hyper Beam, let's go Vixion. And this game is the decider. Revenant, did they make the wise choice of not taking the first pick? 3 defenders against 2 ranged attackers and 2 defenders. How does this game go? No supporters at all, meaning no healing for True Gravity.
I don't want to say this, Lucifer, but still, again, earlier today when we witnessed a triple defender composition, the results were not on their side. But if True Gravity can pull that thing off, then it can be a wonderful thing to watch out for. But again, not having, as you mentioned, not having a supporter, not having any healer on their side, will it impact True Gravity?
Last game might be the case, or we might have another game under play. A full heal Venusaur coming through, just like the full heal Dragonite. 2 XPs coming in from Lapras and Umbreon. Only 1 XP on the other end for Revenant Esports. Others all playing on Eject. Let's go. Game number 2 underway. True Gravity looking forward to a clean sweep, or Revenant for an equalizer.
Vixion given the privilege to go in the mid and level up as fast as possible. On the other side, it's going to be Apple on that Bulbasaur at this point. Leveling up faster, finding a lot more value is going to be a big responsibility on both of these players' shoulders, because this is a do or die for the side of Revenant, while True Gravity will still have a breather if they lose this one. But as a team, you will definitely not like to lose this one and get it to the decider.
Early scores coming in. Yes, there are those special attack spec stacks that they would have to put to. Whirlpool trying to get the ball toy for themselves. The bunny on the other end. Vulcan doesn't steal it. No, he is unable to do it. No Eos energy for him, or no wild Pokemon experience. The Minter Dragonair is out. Can the Dragonair find some damage? Yes, big Dragon Bed damage immediately moving in, but they finally reach their goal zone. Blue shield health coming through. They will survive.
In the bottom, it still seems like, it's cool and calm. Everybody's looking forward to level up themselves as fast as possible. The Altaria Swablues, this is going to be a big it might just make a big impact, but eventually it goes down to the side of Team True Gravity, while Revenant, they are unable to get it in their side, while Dragonair will find 1k on Wartortle. That might open up some pretty good opportunities for the side of Team True Gravity to go and complete their stacks. Lapras is still there, going and dunking a top 22.
His sights are set clear. He wants that red buff. That's why he's lurking around. He's like, you guys do the damage. I'll go for the last hit. And now with Melon also here, they will steal it away. The red buff goes in the favor of Team True Gravity, and nothing Revenant can do about it. Now Tensei also in trouble. He gets hit with a mean look. His KO is about to be found. Do they find a KO? He's very close, being super low on health, and will somehow run away. His teammate is close, but no, the KO still happens, and now they might even find one on Apple. They are trying to take away his blue buff, and yes, the blue buff is also taken away. Meanlook also hit. Apple barely surviving. Thankfully, his leech seed works, but right as now, his teams have to back off. But look at True Gravity. What? Lapras alone on the top path gets a 2 KO streak, while the other players have pushed the mid path. True Gravity on another stretch altogether. Dragonite fully evolved, ready for the fight already, and Revenant not even a single goal so far. They're barely getting any wild Pokemon. Look at this again, the Phantom still not evolved. Meanlook is what he's hit with. Oh wait, it was Goku on that Blissey who got hit, but Phantom finally evolves to the Trevenant. In the meantime, it is too late. Big damage coming in from none other than Ninetales. Again, Hyper Beam, Dragonite coming through. 8 seconds to go, and it's time for Reggie. Tensai needs to find value. As soon as he sees Ninetales in the tall grasses, he'll decide, back off, it's not gonna work. Vulcan with a mean look, traps again. What are we seeing? Finally, can he get the wood hammer struck? He's going in towards the Ninetales. Right now going in for the Secure, but the Secure, when a Hyper Beam Dragonite is there, it's not coming your way, and Tensai in trouble, will get KO'd. There's no hope for him left over there.
On the other hand, the Regiliki is being melted down by the side of Revenant Esports, but the Lapras did come up with the Lapras Express, but could not manage to get the steal from the side of Revenant Esports, and eventually the 6th ally will be added.
Slow bro, Melon, calm down. You missed your surf. Don't make those mistakes, True Gravity. This is your game to win.
Have to make sure that every move, falls in the right place, but eventually Lapras is alone going to take care of this Regiliki itself. But we see a lot of contention happening in the mid, around the legendary pit. We see the Umbreon, we see the Slowbro alongside. It's going to be a Blastoise, but meanwhile, look at Revenant Esports stacking in the bottom.
Yeah. However, Apple super low. They're all jumping on him. Surf, and then the Hyper Beam along with Ninetales on the Avalanche. Secure a KO on the Venusaur. Might be another KO on Trevenant as well, but the Fire Blast and Fire Spin trying to save their team doesn't work. Dragonite finds the KO this time and will force both the Delphox and Blissey back. Look at Melon, the courage that he has on this Slowbro, that he knows they cannot easily KO him, especially because heavy damage is not there, and there is also a level difference, and that's the confidence coming through. Vulcan on level 9, waiting for an overdunk. 147-0, 5 minutes on the clock done, and still Revenant not able to find a single goal through.
Even if you see the Umbreon, he's playing on the Wish right now, so it's going to be even tough. But an overdunk coming up from the side of Lapras from the top will break the tier 1. The Unite being dumped by the side of Umbreon will be stunned for some time. The Verdict Angle coming into the play will give a lot of damage out there, but eventually gets the Ninetales down. The Hydro Typhoon coming in, stunning the players of True Gravity, but eventually not a single score has arrived from the side of Revenant Esports. And eventually the Blast, the Venusaur might just falter down, and eventually it's Lapras who gets the KO. And still, True Gravity, they have done well enough, but Lapras, it seems he's stuck at that point.
Yeah, finally, I think at least one KO is something that Revenant need to find. They do find one, but the mean look again puts a stall to them. Reggie still very close, but again, the Hyper Beam secures it. Nothing given for Revenant Esports. Now they're trying to trap this Umbreon. I think they shouldn't. They should let go of the Umbreon, because the players and the other forces from True Gravity are here. Blastoise does find the Umbreon because of the Bliss assistance. Unite comes out from Dragonite, which is something that we did not see in the previous game. This time, however, Revenant still not have given a KO away. They're disciplined enough to back off, get to their goal zone at the bottom path. In the meantime, Venusaur decided to go for a sneaky goal on the top path, but the Lapras says hello, and the Venusaur has to let go of those intentions.
Look at the amount of Eos energy lying exactly on the top lane. Lapras alongside dealing a lot of damage. Yeah, I mean, so many KOs happen in just a fraction of seconds, but still, Revenant, they're waiting for that first score to come on their way.
This is going to be the fight here, because Unites are there on the ready for Revenant, and this might be one of the last Unite usages as well. Fireworks out, which will cause trouble. Nonetheless, Avalanche does secure from Ninetales. I'm not too sure if the Unite was used. I don't think so. It was the Avalanche and Blizzard which secured it, and they get the Regieleki as the 6th ally. Blissey goes down, and look at Umbreon right in front of the Revenant's face with mean look, secures a goal. What can the Revenant do? Slowbro finds one on Venusaur. And again another Unite being used all the way towards the bottom part. Trevenant not gonna survive for long. Hyper Beam on the ready. Blissey will help, and finally Ninetales Unite comes out. This is the Unite that did not get used previously, and Ninetales goes in for another with Blissey going down, and a big overdunk of a 50. True Gravity at 240. We are with 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, Necros, and Revenant are on 0 goals. What is this game? What is this control from True Gravity that they're not letting Revenant move out of their path at all?
I'm again seeing the glimpse of India Open final, Lucifer. It's just the complete replay that I think I'm seeing at this point. But Revenant Esports, they have to do something about it. It seems they are being isolated once again. This Reggie Rock, it's going to be very crucial, and they're just all in for it. The Hyper Beam might just be the one to get the steal, but the fanciful fireworks coming into the play just before the Rayquaza fight. And you can see a lot of Unites being committed by the side of Revenant Esports, finding the values as well. But the Reggie Rock, it's still not melted. The Hyper Beam comes in, and the 2 KO streak for the side of Dragon, and even they get the Reggie Rock on their side. What is actually going on?
Entire team fight being won, and look at Vixion. He charges in right into the Rayquaza pit. He tries, and he is clear on his ideology that they want this Rayquaza without even contention. Blissey, can it secure with a Bliss Bomb? No! When there's a Hyper Beam secure on Dragonite, there's nobody who's going to steal it away. Team True Gravity will get themselves a flawless victory here in the finals of the India League stage. There's nothing that the players from Revenant can do. Not even a single goal is what they've secured. Hundreds of goals, and goal rain parade is what's happening here against the side of Revenant. And Revenant are unable to believe of what's happening in front of the screens. After securing the first seed, it is still the India Open champions who will be able to get themselves all the glory, all the galore, and will be running, I would say, taking a very jolly flight. I'm right now still in the mood of a fight, because this is not the way that Revenant would have wanted to go down. Even though their teammates are scoring 20, 30, top or bottom, it doesn't matter. 742 is what they have scored. True Gravity will seal themselves and also get themselves the tickets booked for Bangkok, Thailand. Will be representing India and will try to fight for the global title.
Once again, the champions of India Open proving them how to just get the clean sweep in the very final match. Back-to-back 2 BO3s being won. True Gravity, they actually made the entire final so seamless, but still, see, are we going to witness a 1,000+ score? I don't think we have time for that, but looking to the side of True Gravity, they're getting all the KOs under the way. There's nobody who can stop them at this point. They're inside the base, and they're just still going on with all the scores as much as possible.
This Dragonite was KO'd only once, but here in the opponent's base goal zone, found a 3 KO streak and is still surviving. Look at Vixion just standing over there. That Dragonite up close is very cute. Doesn't even look monstrous, but for people who have followed the series of Pokemon, they know how scary a Dragonite is. It's also considered one of the legendary Pokemons. Not completely legendary, but it's a very hard to find Pokemon. It is also one of the sacred Pokemons. Now Vixion, along with his teammates, will get the first 1,000 goals here in the final game of India League stage to qualify for Asia Champions League 2024. And in 2024, if this is what True Gravity does in that stage, we might as well see a title coming through. And all the players from True Gravity have a triple scored goal. 278 from Vixion, 122 from Melon, a CSU on 294, 154 from Vulcan, Z-Shawl on 178. Previously we were like, Z-Shawl did not find a lot of goals, but we don't have complaints. But this time he's like, guys, why should I hold back? He also swoops in. 13 assists from his end, 15 from Vulcan, 13 from Melon, 11 knockouts, 8 from a CSU. What are these stats, Necros?
It still feels like it's a ranked game. It's a ranked game for them. It's not the ACL India qualifier finals. It is not possible. Look at the damage. 97,000 on Vixion, 99 on Suyu and Lapras. It's still getting over 1 lakh. Oh my god. It's one hell of a game that we witness right now. Can you just imagine After seeing such a close competitive matches throughout the entirety of the day, we are witnessing a 2-0 in such a one-sided way. That too, the final match of the entire ACL India qualifiers.
There was nothing that Revenant could have done over there, especially with such control that True Gravity had, and how early that Dragonite evolved. And with Suyu, with that Water Pulse and Ice Beam, did not give them a chance. And Vulcan, what was that moveset of Wish as well as Mean Look coming through? So smart. If close by teammates are there and if they're low on HP with a Wish, he can help and heal them. We were just talking about them not having a healer at all, right? There was no recovery from their end. But they make do of it. Look at this graph. It is just at 0. From 0 to that 8-minute mark. It would have been to that 10th minute mark also, if not for I think the Revenant as well as one or another Pokemon coming in from Revenant, which pushed them to 102. But 10 times the score is what True Gravity have done here, Necros. They had a Lapras stack, and Lapras stacks work. As you can see, 3 stack on the special attack specs. They make do of it.
I am still like the charts, the graph, everything says it all. There is nothing that can justify it's a one-sided domination. Probably the first time, as you mentioned, the 1,000+ score in the entire ACL. Is it so the first time? Yeah, I believe.
I mean, here in the Indian League, yes, but also
Yeah.
one of the only games that we have seen from the 0 to the 8th minute mark with only 0 goals, pushing their opponents, suppressing them without letting them do anything. Yes, they found a couple of knockouts here and there, but it was not at all enough. That knockout never yielded in scoring goals. Look at it, this was 8 minutes of the game. Look at where both their defenders are pushing and finding knockouts. They even found a knockout on a defender as well as a ranged attacker. They found 2 KOs in their opponent's mid path while both of them were defenders, Necros.
Yeah, I mean, it was something like I was really concerned about the triple defender composition, but the way they portrayed and they got the value, it was something that mesmerized and eventually Vixion with the Dragonite. It was exactly how they managed to plan it, and Revenant did not had any answers to it.
Revenant made one last push that we are going to see here in the replay, where they said, guys, put all your eggs in the basket. It's time to go for one final team fight. If we win that, we make do of the game. If we don't, we're gone. This is not the game. This is not the final fight yet. After securing the Regieleki, it was the Regirock fight that they had towards the bottom objective. That was the fight where we should have seen something different. But look at this, the defenders taking charge and going in for a 1v1 duel against a ranged attacker. It's just insane stuff coming through. And this is where we're going to see in another 30 seconds the Regirock going to spawn. And this fight is where it should have been the side of Revenant. They had put down their Unites, but their Unites were a little bit too late. Especially when their teammates were low on HP is when they started dumping those Unites and took control of it. As you could see, around that hold objective were the players of Team True Gravity. They did not clump up. They were not in the center of the Unite dump. They were around it, and this Hyper Beam secure. 100% secure is what you see when there's a Hyper Beam coming through. So far, that's what I've seen in terms of stats. There have been instances where other teams have stolen against a Hyper Beam secure Dragonite, but it is very tough to steal against a Hyper Beam secure Dragonite. Man, oh man, Vixion went all out. To even think about that we would see a Dragonite here in ACL was something that I never thought of. I would have thought, we even talked about a Sableye maybe in case if it was there, because scoring could have been very sneaky. But Dragonite, they're like, no sneaky scores. We're going to secure objectives and score, and they make do of it. What a phenomenal game coming through from the side of Team True Gravity. Literally, they shook the gravity of Revenant Esports. They had nothing. They were playing in zero gravity. They were unable to get their foot on Thea Sky Ruins. Man, oh man, Team True Gravity, what was this game?
The name of Dragonite was justified. I mean, if you watch the Pokemon series, as we mentioned, it's one of the sacred Pokemons, and the impact Dragonite had overall in the entire Pokemon world, it justified in this very match. I mean, Dragonite doesn't, as you mentioned, it's a very rare find. You don't find Dragonite just laundering around here and there. And again, in the entire ACL, no sign of Dragonite. It came in the final match itself and just showed who's the boss, who's the best dragon Pokemon. Yeah, it's me.
I agree with you. I think the best dragon Pokemon coming out here at the clutch time, especially Vixion. And this is why I called him. He is that unorthodox player where you can expect nothing coming through. But every player, Suyu, Zishol, everybody stepped up. We never felt like even at a single instance that, oh wait, this is not looking that great, or maybe that is not working out. Imagine this team doesn't have Miriam. And I had my doubts initially with Miriam not being there. Things can go a little bit wayward. But how Vulcan stepped up, especially with that Hoopa play coming through, and then Melon, right? I don't know what I have to say to Melon. Come on, please stop annoying them like that. What was that move with Umbreon? I was like, wait, what? He just went all out. Melon as well as... what was this play, Necros? Again, this is the first game here. There's nothing much to talk about it here. Look at where Dragonite is. Look at Dragonite's health. And look at the opponent's health. And look at where their Dodrio is. Dodrio is full on health. But as soon as this front line, we kept talking about this front line is crucial. But their front line in an instant was wiped. And as soon as the front line went, Revenant lost all of it. Do you think they could have done something different on the front line play, Necros?
I believe they've got completely. They should have emphasized more on the way they're stopping the invasion of Dragonite. Maybe they gave the chance of him coming into the play and getting the values, and eventually Dragonite did the much more impact. Even if we talk about Lapras tanking the damage, getting the front line under control, that was not done from the end of Blastoise because he was restricted a lot of times.
For me, it felt like the defenders as well as the ranged attackers were not in tandem. And also, there was no instance of Revenant kind of understanding that, wait, guys, this moveset is going to be used, let's dodge it and then use our moveset. That ability or that thought, I think it happened too fast for them to respond quickly on their tippy toes, and advantage was taken from True Gravity. That's all I would say. Otherwise, if they were able to dodge the moves, it could have been better. There were a couple of instances when they ran away from the Hyper Beam from the Dragonite, but never did they run away from Ninetales' Blizzard or Avalanche. Slowbro was just catching them in midair. Look at him. Slowbro was standing right behind them. Here, from True Gravity, it never felt like they needed a front line, right? Because Slowbro, Melon charging up, Vulcan on Umbreon charging up. There was never an instance that it felt like True Gravity had to call that somebody needs to go ahead. They were just taking charge of things on an individual basis while they were together as a team and winning fights out.
And entirely, if we talk about the kind of movesets that were used by the players of Team True Gravity, was exceptional. You can see Umbreon playing on that Mean Look and the Wish, granting them playing on the HP build, not easily getting taken down. Mean Look trapping the players, the Avalanche Blizzard making an X Factor, then again the Hyper Beam coming into the play. It was all well synergized game coming up from the side of Team True Gravity, and that made a lot more difference.
In this final fight, you see, there could have been a chance that Revenant could have changed the ball, and that's what we are seeing in our analyst segment, that we are marking things out. Ranged attackers, players, everybody are on good health from the side of True Gravity, but look at two of the crucial players from Revenant, which is the backline, Venusaur as well as the Delphox. Venusaur has already been wiped, is in Nurse Joy, treating it. On the other hand, Delphox about to be cured. That is the health that they had, meaning that they couldn't jump into a fight wantingly as well. They would have been scared, because if they got knocked out, meaning their cooldown would have been higher. By the time they got knocked out, it's a GG game. And that was what feared the side of Revenant Esports from doing anything here. In the first game, it was them attacking their defenders, breaking the front line. In the second game, it was them attacking their back line. And with this, True Gravity become the champions of the India League here for Asia Champions League 2024. Now, their chance of winning in the global stage is something that we all are waiting to see. What they do, how they do, what plays do they make, especially when they bring out a Dragonite like this. What more are they hiding for Asia Champions League 2024? And also, Necros, it's a long way away. We have to wait a month or two for it, and then is when we are going to see the Asia Champions League 2024 happening in Bangkok, Thailand, meaning a lot more time for True Gravity to work on themselves, to also figure out the opponent teams, because by the end of this weekend we'll have all our opponent teams I'm talking opponent because I'm here from the India region, meaning any other team qualifying is going to be our opponent because we are going to be rooting for India. So I want to see who are those teams and what True Gravity do against them, what they plan. But right as now, what a champion they are. I still remember, right, when this team won India Open 2023, they were like, we still have a game. They were all in their mobile. The admin had to go up to them, guys, you are the champions, you won. Game's done. And then they jumped out of their seats. Until then, they didn't realize they were zoned in. That's the concentration that True Gravity had. Now with that concentration, True Gravity have secured their spot.
Back-to-back two major champions. First the India Open, then the ACL India qualifiers. This team is setting the benchmarks for the upcoming teams that might just come in the upcoming WCS that is lined up in the next phase. But eventually, you know, all the other teams or the shuffles that might just happen after the ACL will eventually give you a kind of brief that, you know, we have to play like this in order to win tournaments. But again, India regional stage, we are getting the rankings first. It's going to be the champions team, True Gravity. Second, it's going to be Revenant Esports, and third, it's going to be Forge Your Legacy. Three teams, the best three teams in Indian region as of now.
Yeah, so far. This has always been the case, but this is going to be the first time, unfortunately, Revenant is not going to be representing India on an international stage. Every year so far, Revenant have done it under leadership of Burzum, but this time, unfortunate. However, we have a new contender, and this is what I mentioned when we did the India Open LAN, and even when we are doing the qualifiers for India Open. We are at a stage here in Indian circuit for the Pokémon Unite. Every team looks new, every team has had major shuffles, every team is still figuring new things out, but also every team and their players have had enough time in the Pokemon Unite circuit to see, to watch, to play, and to understand their opponents. And this time we are for sure going to have someone new making their progress through, and it is Team True Gravity. They're going to be qualifying to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals, playing on LAN. We also have the winner from their team, one of the players, Suyu. We'll welcome him and congratulate to becoming the champions here in the India League. Suyu, congratulations. How are you feeling? Hello.
I'm feeling good that we finally won after a lot of practice.
After a lot of practice, this is what comes out? Oh my god. What was the plan going into this game? Because the other games looked close, right? This game was different.
I think it's mostly about the comps. The Forge Your Legacy had, like, their comp was pre-planned, I think, and it was very annoying comp for us to play against, with those long-range mages and those CCs with Wiggly left.
Correct.
But this time we didn't face those CCs and long-range mages as much as Forge Your Legacy.
So you just went all out.
Yes.
And I want to ask you, what was that pick? Where did Dragonite come in through? Was it a last minute call, or was it a team decision? It was pre-planned, a hidden card?
Like, we practiced many Pokemons to increase our hero pool, because there are not many jungle Pokemons as of right now. So we thought that Dragonite is a good pick, and I saw some other region also playing Dragonite, so we practiced it in scrims, and it went pretty well in scrims also. So we waited for the right comp so we can play it against. Yeah, it went nuts.
Nice.
Once again, I would like to ask you, in the second match, you had Dragonite already revealed on the first match itself. You went with a triple defender composition. So earlier today, we saw that the triple defender composition that was taken up by another team did not work out. So did you had any kind of plan that it might falter, or we are very, very much confident with this kind of comp?
Like, the other team you are saying is Crown 5, I think, because they picked 3 defenders. So they picked Lapras bot lane, but we picked triple defender, like one was supporter, one was top laner, and one was tank. And Lapras, Blastoise are pretty good top laners, I think. Just the role is defender, but they work as all-rounders.
Yeah.
And Minlook Umbreon with that healing spell is good only for support. It provides healing and CC both. That's what we thought of.
I can see the variety of how people are kind
Yeah.
of making evolution within Pokemon, finding these defenders to be all-rounders, supporters, and now with you doing so much, right? There's a big, I would say, journey ahead. Now you've done justice, you've done damage in the Indian circuit, proved yourselves as the champion both the times in the India LAN Open stage as well as here in the qualification stage for India League. But now comes in the major thing, right, which you have to go and fight with the international teams. So what is going to be the strategy? What planning are you going to go, and what more are you going to do to increase your Pokemon pool, or what is going to be the process basically?
First of all, I think representing India is a big responsibility on my shoulders, at least. That's what I think, and our team. So we can't take it lightly and do the same as other teams did in the past. We want to make a change so we can win at least few matches or get a good position in ACL. And we have 2 months to practice, and we won't chill like we will obviously do some party, but we will do practice, and we'll see how it goes then. We will definitely practice a lot for Thailand.
I mean, the party does justify, right? You know, after winning 2 back-to-back major tournaments, some kind of chilling or some kind of enjoyment does make the kind of impact. But still, I would like to, you know, as Miriam is not a part of your team as of now because he's not there. So, is this a win dedicated to Miriam?
Miriam is like our coach right now. He's 6th man, but whenever we fell down, we felt demotivated after losing some scrims. He always was there for us to motivate us. Like, he helped us chill and play pretty well.
Wow. That feels wholesome here coming in from you guys, and we were super happy, especially how you played. And we spoke before this, right? Like 2 days back,
Yes.
and you were excited. So, as you said, I will wish you again congratulations. Yes, party, we have also the new year coming in, but as you rightly said, I really like that you're going to practice. I will want to see what new you bring in on that international stage, and I'm going to be rooting for you guys. We all will be rooting, and now the whole India is with you guys. Congratulations once again. As soon as you, we're going to see you in the global stage now.
Thank you, Necros and Lucifer.
Thank you so much.
Oh man.
Oh, man. What a day, what a day.
We can never think of defenders being broken down to different set of pieces, all-rounder, supporter, tank, and the way they abbreviated or briefed about it. We kept the Umbreon as a healer, supporter. We get this one as a tank. We get this one as an all-rounder. So everything sums up about the champion mindset or the champion kind of play style or tactics that they break down among themselves inside their team. So that justifies why they are the champions. But I don't know what went wrong for the side of Revenant, but a team who was the first seeder dominated the entire league stage. Like, there's nobody who can outstand them except one team, and that one team just made the curse happen.
I mean, it was bound to be, right? It was the champions that they were fighting against, so champions had to prove themselves of how they became an India Open LAN champion. Being a champion in LAN is also not easy, Necros. And I think that's where I feel like they got a chance to kind of work together, gel together, and also this kind of changes that happened, right? In the LAN stage, Vixion was unable to play, so Suyo came through. It still didn't feel like there was a missing puzzle piece. It felt like he was already there in the team, and they won there. From there, now Miriam is not playing, but he mentioned, right, Miriam acts as their supporter, actual supporter, IRL supporter, who boosts their confidence, and if certain times things are going wrong, talks to them, figures a new plan out, and Vixion coming back again still doesn't feel like we are missing something. Now this is, I would say, capability of a 6-man team when you kind of talk about it, that even though you switch between players, you never feel like there's something missing in your team. And I think only team so far who have done that for me is going to be Team True Gravity. Every other team, whenever they've had changes, every other teammate or that player had a different playstyle, and the team eventually had a different playstyle in its whole when they had that change. But with this coming through, I am interested and also intrigued of what's going to be happening in that LAN stage. Something that I don't like is going to be waiting. Come on. Hello. But yes, it is, right, wait, and eventually the rewards are going to be even more sweeter, and I think that's what I'm looking forward to. At the end of the day, playing here from the India region, any player going out, I would want to look forward to that international trophy. Everybody's trying for that. In WCS, we were so close. Yes, it was the early stages, but imagine SATL defeating the two-time champion, right? Luminosity. Then we could have seen maybe SATL winning and becoming a WCS world champion. However, it was not the case. Didn't go through. Even in a previous ACL, we ended up seeing games get close. It didn't go through. Now this is another chance here for the Indian circuit, and every player, I've spoken to everybody. Nobody feels bad that some other team won. Everybody's like, yes, the best team qualified. That's the best best factor I felt here from all these players, that they themselves mentioned that over time, all these players who have come through, all these new teams who have happened, right, who have been brought through, they've been doing a phenomenal job. And at the end of the day, it's going to be one best team who's going to be going ahead, and that's what happened here. We see a new team going through, and we'll see what's going to be happening very soon. And let's see as we go ahead, Necros. But what are your thoughts after seeing this Asia Champions League for the Indian leg conclude? There is other regions who's going to happen soon, but it's super exciting.
I was very excited of seeing what can happen, but eventually there are a lot more things happening around the corner. I mean, the finals have thus some specific rules, Lucifer. It was not there in the Indian regional stage, but the things that will change in the next, that will be in the finals, it's going to be that you will not be allowed to use the same Pokemons in the very next match that what you've used in the previous game. So now this is going to make a big factor.
Interesting. This will bring about a big change, and especially because now that teams would have to go through the entire Pokemon fray, meaning one game you play, you see, just for an example, there's Pikachu, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur and Cinderace. If they play this in game 1, whether it's a best of 3 or a best of 5, whatever the draft is for that first game, they cannot have the same draft in the second game, meaning, as you can see, entirely shifted to Umbreon, Espeon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and we end up seeing a Sylveon. Now this second is again for an example, but I do like that we see a full EV lineup coming through. And for game 3, now if you think, okay, game 1 we are not going to be using any Pokemons to game 2, in game 3 you are not allowed to use game 1 and game 2 Pokemons as well. You have to pick another new set in its whole in game 3. Now this will force players to pick new Pokemon. This makes the game even more interesting in terms of teams have to be ready for it, Necros. They'll be not only forced from opponents to play different Pokemons, but also in a match per game they would have to play different Pokemons and bring about new play styles.
I really don't know what's gonna go up next, but I am now looking forward to see just make the finals tomorrow. I don't want to see what happens next because
wow, Necros.
I'm
pretty sure I know what's gonna be happening. I would suggest you also take a break after today. If you're not on a break, people will come and find you if they do the finals tomorrow. Okay, that's what is going to happen, because I think this is a very interesting switch, right? Because now with 61 Pokemon, right?
Yeah,
60 plus, meaning you have a lot to do in Pokemon Free. So far, this is why we said Dragonite, imagine who would have picked it up. Other regions did, and you saw even Asu, you mentioned about it. They tried and it worked out for them in scrims, and now they brought it into the actual competitive game. And I think that's what it will force teams to do. And now with Meowscarado also coming in, we see a lot less speedsters being put in, right? They kind of are worried if speedsters do not function, the entire game goes flat. No, you can still change it up. We did end up seeing that Zoror, Comfey and Leafeon build coming through, but somewhere I think they could not synergize well, because it was always the speedster diving in first for a fight and the backline coming in later, the defenders. If they would have changed that up, they could have brought something new. Now this will actually force players to have different tactics at all times, because again, you see, there is only one ban that we end up seeing. If there were more bans, then we would have seen the game against Switch in its entirety, where teams would have been forced to not play the same Pokemons. But as of now, with this itself makes the game interesting, where teams will be forced to bring new ones, meaning we will see maybe a Dragapult, maybe a Sableye, maybe a Sylveon, maybe a Mamoswine. talking about nice, good Pokemon, Necros.
I
that
knew.
Everybody is
I knew
happy
about it.
playing.
See, I knew that you will be.
Guys, this is what Necros does in game when we play together as well. This is how he throws. But Necros, last thoughts coming in from you before we head directly towards Bangkok, Thailand. What do you think is going to be happening?
So with this kind of changes that we will be witnessing in the finals, in not only Indian region teams but also the teams from South, other countries, Philippines, to Thailand, everybody will be adapting to a new game. So I really believe that if there was a meta, if teams were saying, you know, these region teams have got a better play style, they have got some better game, they have got something different in their strategy, it will be some extent it will be rationalized, because everybody has to adapt to a newer gameplay. And if India or if any region adapts to it in a quicker way, or if they have that kind of planning set, because there is a lot of time, anybody can be the champion.
With this new update, the excitement for the journey of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League increases. Let's see where it goes. But for now, this is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Necros, on behalf of Raider as well, telling you have a great weekend and a new year as well. Take care and see you. Merry Christmas, yes.